to perform in front of the Saudi Arabian people. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Jay. Excellency. Man, I'm pumped. First round knockout, I'm ready for the next fight.
This is last 18 months meant to you? Because you knew for a long time you had the talent to be on this level. Over the last 18 months, you've gotten bigger and better opportunities in terms of opponents.
As one of the world champions in the cruiserweight division, this is the level that Jake Paul would have to be at.
You know what I mean? I'm here. I'm in the ring. This is all that matters. You know, that's all in the past, and it's all built to where I am now. So I'm just excited to be
right. Well, there we go. Jai Patai just saying that these people just put the people in front of me and I knock them out. So didn't really call anyone out. Don't know what's next for him. But yeah, big statement. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, really appreciate the support, dude. And I hope you have a great Christmas as well, my friends. Is that Eddie Hearn?
What can you do with a guy like that?
Yeah, you're talking about already, I believe.
We want to be back here.
You know, you got a guy in Alexander Usyk that became undisputed in the cruiserweight division, moved up and became unified in the heavyweight division.
Oh.
Exactly the same thing.
Jaya Pataya is on his way to the heavyweight division, says Eddie Hearn. He said, I want him to unify the cruiserweight division first, but let's get him up to that heavyweight division. So Jaya Pataya is setting his sights on the heavyweight division. He's, 28 years old? That's going to be sick, man. Watching him rise up, that's going to be sick. To be honest, the cruiserweight division, it ain't really got anything in there. There's nothing in there that's scary. I'm just looking at the current champions. Jai Pattaya should be able to unify that cruiserweight division. He's obviously going to have a bit of work to do because we've actually got, I think, 4 different champions, is it? 4 different champions. Although saying that, he did have the IBF title and he just got stripped of that. So, I don't know, maybe next year it's going to be like title fights for him in the cruiserweight division to try and unify it. And then step up to the heavyweight division. At the age of 28, he's still got plenty of time. But yeah, according to the Ring magazine, he is the #1 ranked cruiserweight. And looking at the people under him, like, he should be pretty comfortable in that division. Could you imagine Jaya Pattaya against Usyk? Imagine that fight. That would be so good. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Because Usyk came from the cruiserweight division. He's that little bit smaller, isn't he? So him against Jaya Pattaya, that would be sick. James said, massive news. All Japan has got an agreement with NXT. Oh, that is big news. All Japan have got an agreement. I don't know what All Japan do these days, to be honest. WWE is sending NXT wrestlers to All Japan for a title match. NXT talent to face with AJPW Triple Crown Heavyweight Champions in 2024. An NXT superstar is going to make their way to All Japan. Over the last few weeks, the Japanese has promoted a new challenger dubbed as an assassin, Nakajima. Now on it will be a talent from NXT. Video posted on AJPW socials. The company president spoke on the phone. Today's conversation to give NXT's thanks for sending a strong superstar. This is not the first time WWE have worked with a Japanese promotion. Shinsuke would work with Noah for Great Muta's final matchup on New Year's Day last year. As of writing, it's unknown which superstar is going to go to All Japan for this. Fightful will provide updates. Interesting. I'm interested in the how they announced it, to be honest. There's a dude here on the phone He must be the All Japan president. He's got two Japanese women next to him, one in a red Santa costume, the other in a blue Santa costume. Looks like he's having quite the day. Looks like he's having quite the day. But yeah, no word as to who that is yet, unfortunately. But James, appreciate the info. That's good. I mean, that'll give them a presence in Japan, won't it? That's good. Right, let's get back to the chat. So yeah, Carl in 1985, Gareth, I hope you're having a good Christmas weekend, my friend. Trini says, I'm prepping my turkey. Well, I have heard that about you. I have heard that about you. Not the kind of thing I'd put in the chat, but I'm prepping my turkey to do a Cajun deep fry for a change. I tested the recipe and it was good. I hope the finale is as good. Bretsky said the fights have been beep tonight, to be honest. Not one upset yet or even competitive fight. Yeah, these early ones have definitely under-delivered. I mean, Sanchez against Junior Farr was a bit flat. When it finally got going, Sanchez started to look good and put Farr away. And then that last fight, I mean, first round finish. Before that, Hrgovic, first round finish. But as we said, there's 5 fights left. You got Joshua, you got Wilder, you got Bivol, you got Dubois, and then you got Makhmudov. Makhmudov certain to be next. And as we said, highly ranked. He is a pretty firm favourite as well. Makhmudov versus Cam. And as I said, I really appreciate the fact that they are not making us wait around. I really appreciate the fact that we've got we're just going straight to the next fight. We've actually got a video package now for this one. I wonder if the ring walk for Joshua was going to be that late if the other fights had all gone the distance. I wonder if that's the latest that he's going to walk. I don't know. What I do know is that fight number 4 is coming up, and we're still just an hour and 40 minutes into the show. And we've got this is fight number 4. And this might not go that long, to be honest. Might not go that long. Makhmudov is huge at 6'6", powerful, should get the stoppage. He is known for his power. He's actually got 18 wins, 12 first-round finishes. So when looking at this, trying to figure out where the first from, Makhmudov is definitely a name that kind of jumps out. He's taken on Caballel, who is 23-0, 15 knockouts, is the reigning European heavyweight champion. He beat Jerick Chisora 6 years ago, but has been a bit stale recently. He is actually the younger fighter, but he tends to only fight once a year. So he's relatively inactive. Makhmudov should win this. Should win this quite comfortably. Could this be a start for NXT Japan, says James. I mean, it could be. I don't know what they are doing in regards to NXT Japan, NXT Europe. My understanding was that NXT Europe was meant to be the next one if they were going to do that, but Triple H said the plans were on hold. So for us now to potentially do NXT Japan, that's not something that I was expecting. I'm sitting here waiting for NXT Europe. So if they've now made moves with it, but listen, you got to react, you got to do whatever has to be done. And if they feel like NXT Japan is the one to do, or the opportunity is there to do that first, then yeah, maybe that's something.
Thanks, Ali. Yes, and the real feeling that this is one of the most competitive fights on the undercard for sure. Arslanbek Makhmudov against
Could be that this is the start of something much, much bigger, as you said. Ultimately, could it lead to NXT Japan? Potentially, but then maybe not. So it's really hard to know. It's definitely noteworthy. I mean, the Noah thing didn't lead to anything, did it? Other than Shinsuke just had a match against the Great Muta. This feels different, though, doesn't it? This feels different because that was special. The Great Muta is one of the biggest names in pro wrestling history. So we sent someone over to send a legend off the right way. We don't have to do this one. This one, we're not doing this to, to send a legend off. We're doing this because clearly there's a relationship between the companies. This one. So I agree. This one feels different to the Noah one. Something is telling me that All Japan was meant to be part of NXT Japan, and that they were actually connected. What if we search NXT Japan? Oh, it just comes up with this news. Yeah, here, look. WWE reportedly tried to buy Top Japanese Promotion. So they tried to buy All Japan in 2019 so that they could start NXT Japan. So the fact that they are working with them now is interesting. Watch this space. James said it just proves Vince Defo has no say in anything anymore. Moldy said, I hope we have regular scouts watching UK independence. NXT UK was a gateway for European talent. Right, here's Cabiel making his way down. We are going to the next fight. No messing around. Is this the first fight? No, this is fight number 4. Triple H did say he's watching the whole world when it comes to talents. Let's hope. Edward said, don't mind me, I'm watching the boxing and munching on a carrot. Listen, you enjoy this Christmas weekend however you want to. And if that means kicking back, munching on a carrot, you go for it. James said, I miss NXT UK. Yeah, I do as well. I do. I didn't actually watch it every week, but I checked in with it, and it was really good. There was some. You look at the talent that's come out of it now, absolutely amazing. So I really hope this does lead to an NXT Japan, but don't know. Right, here we go. Here is Makhmudov making his way down. Makhmudov coming after this. It's just, I think the next fight after this will be the Daniel Dubois fight. That's where we are with this card. I think it's going to be Daniel Dubois next. After that will be Bivol. After that will be Wilder. After that will be Joshua. So once you get past this, and even this isn't small, but once we get past this, it's just big fight after big fight after big fight. Okay, here is the Lion, Makhmudov. I hope we read that one. NXT UK did bring us a lot of talent, to be fair. Jobson said, I fancy Makhmudov at minus 800. He has got a noble armpit slam. Makhmudov might capture the chosen one. Andy said, I'm going for Makhmudov to win tonight. I think that's a good pick, my friend. Reese said, are you dyeing your beard white and dressing in red for Christmas? This is all dye. It looks grey, but it's I dye it especially this colour throughout the year so that I'm ready for Christmas Day. I'm a little bit behind, actually. I can still see there's a patch here that I need to work on. So it's definitely dye and definitely not old age. Makhmudov making his way down to the ring then. So they just said on commentary, after watching Jaya Pataya do what he did in the last fight, word of advice, don't take your eyes off this one. So the commentators are expecting something similar here. Still lots of empty seats inside the arena, you know. Still lots of people filing in. And these tickets, man, they cannot have been cheap. Jay Horrocks said Andy Shepherd was an absolute goat of an announcer for NXT UK. Right, both fighters are inside the ring. Getting their introductions. James said 2024 is going to be wild. I hope so. I can't see how it won't be. As we said, we've got UFC 300. We've got WrestleMania 40. We've got Fury Usyk unifying the heavyweight division in boxing. And that's all within like the first 4 months. And there'll be a lot more than just that, of course. We've got Royal Rumble and we've got some really good UFC cards. We hopefully will get Joshua Wilder. I don't know what Tank's doing. Tank is one that I love watching. Tank Davis. I don't know what his next fight is or anything.
Kevin Parker of England, Guido Cavalieri of Italy, and Massimo Badrovecchio of Italy.
Okay, Caballero just getting his intro.
Introducing to you first the challenger fighting tonight out of the blue corner.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything lined up for him. But he's got to be fighting relatively soon. It's been a while. But definitely hidden gems around the world outside of the US. Seems more US athletes from NFL and NBA get a better chance than the indie guys. James said, you're definitely old age, you boomer. Maybe I am. Maybe I am straying into boomer territory. This is what almost 22 looks like. Oh, it's going to be a depressing Christmas. These are like the longest announcements in the world. They're still going. They've come into the center of the ring. Matt Mudo is a big lump of a man. Oh, he is huge. He has got such a height advantage here. It looks like a complete mismatch. Look at his head as well. It just looks like it's made from just absolute granite. That is definitely a guy that you look at and you're like, yeah, he was born to be a boxer. He was definitely born to be a combat fighter. He just looks like a combat fighter. Right, here we go then. About to get underway. Caballero against Makhmudov. And as they said, don't blink. He's got 12 first-round finishes. He's got some serious power. Caballero's going to need to be on his feet here. He cannot afford to not be moving. If he's going to be too static, he's going to be getting caught.
In the heavyweight division, and Makhmudov straight on the offensive as the sound of the bell barely leaves the air here in Riyadh. This day of reckoning, still so much to come on this night, which is
coming in there by Makhmudov. Hook shot coming in there by Makhmudov. Jab coming in there by Makhmudov again. Caballero with a jab of his own, though. Yeah, that was good. That was good by Caballero. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle, and Caballero goes back to the corner, right back into the middle, though. Oh, every shot that comes in, you do wonder if that's going to just open up the floodgates. But Kabial just staying a little bit out of range at the moment, so it means that Makhmudov can't follow in with anything. Heavy shot going straight down the middle there by Kabial. Makhmudov standing his ground in the middle. Kabial just constantly circling round. I mean, he's got to keep moving. Body shot coming in there by Kabial. Makhmudov again coming forwards with a jab. But Kabial continuing to circle round. There's a hook shot there by Makhmudov, and Kabial responds with a counter hook of his own. Kabial again circling round. Makhmudov standing in the centre. He's not moving from the centre. He's taking a few steps forward. He's trying to put the pressure on Kabial. He's got him backed into the corner. Swinging away there by Makhmudov. Kabial in the middle. Throws in a left-hand jab to the body there by Kabial. Kabial again in the middle with Makhmudov. Makhmudov with a jab. Kabial circling around on the outsides. Jab, 1-2, straight down the middle. Couple of shots coming back there by Kabial. Makhmudov putting the pressure on. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. They'd gone over by the ropes. As Makhmudov again goes right back to the centre. Kabial jabs to the body, circles round. Again, trying to find a way in. There's lovely hook shot there. That seemed to create an opening for Makhmudov, who went for the uppercut. And again, we've got Kabial circling round. Shot coming in there, uppercut coming in. He's got Kabial back against the ropes. And that was very, very dangerous. Kabial able to get out of there. If Makhmudov had landed some of those follow-up shots, then there could have been a big, big problem for Kabial. End of the rounds. Kabial definitely having a few moments in that fight, not completely out of his depth. But I think we also saw glimpses that showed that he is going to have some real problems as well. He might get some successes, but Makhmudov just felt like he was a couple of shots away from putting Kabial out. He had him up against the ropes, and if he'd been able to really pin him down, could have been messy, man. Could have been real messy. Tavita said Francis Ngannou left UFC for a reason. Conor McGregor made most of his money boxing, not UFC ripoffs. It's like Romans feeding slaves to gladiators. Edward said Dubois or Miller. I'm going Dubois. Going Dubois. I think Miller definitely can win if he can get into the pocket. If he can get close to Daniel Dubois, he can do some serious damage. But I think if Daniel's going to use... he's got Kabial up against the ropes again. Yeah, so I think Daniel can get it done, but he's got to be smart. He's got to use his jab. He's got to keep working and circling around and really tire out Miller. I don't think that's an easy fight for him, and I don't think it's one that he's going to win early. I think he's going to have to tire Miller, wear him down, not get caught. He should be able to do it. He's got some good fight IQ, Daniel Dubois. He's picked up some good wins. Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren sat next to each other at ringside, which is really cool to see. These are two of the biggest boxing promoters in the world, and they've not been on the same page sometimes, but it's good to see them sat next to each other at ringside. Some of the conversations that they could... But has been really getting through with some shots here. Lovely. Right, continuing to circle rounds. Kabial has shown himself to have something about him here. He's definitely not a pushover, and he's definitely come in with the strategy, and he's definitely working and circling round. And sometimes people can come in and just not really have much of a game plan. A bit like Demori that we saw earlier. Didn't really have much to his game. But I feel like Caballal has kind of come in at least with an idea of something to try. Jab coming in there by Makhmudov. Uppercut by, oh, that was lovely. And left hook followed behind it. So he didn't get all of the uppercut. He missed with the uppercut, but the left hook that came behind it, that seemed to get through by Makhmudov. And there's a big right there. Caballal looking for a hook of his own to end the round, but it falls short. And that was the end of round number 2. So another round survived by Caballal, but does sort of feel like Makhmudov is going to find that shot at some point. There's been a couple of moments in that round again where he was really putting it on. Perfect Christmas presents. My dad woke me up at 4:50 just to watch the Day of Reckoning. Now I've broke my sleep to figure out where can he watch the live, said Valeshka. Well, here in the UK, it's on TNT Sports. I don't know where it is in the US, and I don't know where you are. But here in the UK, it's on TNT Sports box office. Try ESPN2, said Riot J Case. Right, here we go. Back underway with round number 3. This is fight number 4 of the 8 fights that we've got on this card. Jab coming into the middle section by Caballal, but lovely work inside the pocket there by Caballal. Little uppercut getting through. Yeah, good jab coming in. There's a right hand that follows behind there by Makhmudov. Jab to the body there by Caballal. Shot coming in by Caballal. Makhmudov on the outside. Caballal edging forwards. Makhmudov goes into the center of the ring. Working his left hands there, left hook shot there, getting into a real back and forth. And I tell you what, Caballal getting some success. Oh, beautiful work by Caballal. Oh, big right hand. Caballal's got Makhmudov in trouble. Wow. Amazing. Makhmudov is in a real fight here now. Caballal getting the better of the first part of this round. Oh my God. We are finally witnessing something of note on this card. Caballal goes into the center. They both jab at the same time. Makhmudov continues to come forward. It is a cracking little fight this now. Makhmudov has got his hands down. He looks a little gassed, actually. In all fairness, it makes sense because 12 of his wins have come in the first round. We're now in the 3rd round. He's swinging for the fences, but he can't land the shots. He's backed up against the ropes. Uppercut misses there by Makhmudov. Caballal coming forward. Hook shot coming in there by Caballal. Circling round as Makhmudov goes back to the center of the ring. And a big hook shot, and then a straight coming in. Big shots coming in by Caballal, and he seems to be able to take the shots coming back by Makhmudov. Wow. Swing and a miss there by Makhmudov. Caballal with a big right hand coming in. Bang, right into the side of the head. He's got Makhmudov backed into the corner. If he can get this done, this will be a great little upset. Makhmudov at minus 800 is 8-1 favorite to win this. And he's in all kinds of trouble in this 3rd round. It's a big round, this, for Caballal. Big round. Jab coming in there by Caballal. Uppercut coming in. Works the body as well. Makhmudov backing up. Wow. Brilliant. Brilliant. Best round we've seen so far on this card. And we've got a real fight on our hands here. Let's go. Let's go. So, yeah, that was round number 3. Really great action in that round. Best round of the whole thing so far. Edward said the Bivol fight comes on after this. I'll send you the cards. Oh, it's fine. If the Bivol fight's next, then do after that one. We know that Wilder is second, and we know that Joshua's in first place. This is my contract name, Buds. Riot J Case, shout out to you, my friends. Jason, shout out to you. Dude, it is so good. It is so good. Mahmudov is expected to pick up the victory in this. And that last round, seeing... Oh, he's come straight out of the gates. Seeing Kavial just having Mahmudov in all kinds of trouble. He had him rocked. Big right hand coming back there by Mahmudov. Kavial on the outsides. Mahmudov standing his ground in the center, but Kavial moves forward. 1, 2, great hook shots. Mahmudov up against the ropes, and he's keeping his hands low. He's keeping his hands low. It's like the hands are heavy. Heavy arms by Mahmudov as Kavial continues to move forward. He can push Mahmudov back so easily. Uppercut connects. Big shots. Uppercut coming in. Big body shot. Mahmudov goes down. Whoa, it was the body shot. The body shot results in Mahmudov going down. We're up to 8. And he gets back up to his feet. Yeah, he is in trouble, man. He is going to have to really dig deep, Mahmudov. Shot coming in of his own. Another body shot there by Kavial. Kavial knows those body shots are hurting Mahmudov. You can see, like, he's not right. Mahmudov's not right. He's not breathing right. Oh, man, it's absolutely incredible as Kavial continues to chop away at the body. He's got Mahmudov up against the ropes. Body shot, bang, bang. Oh, so good. And again, down goes Mahmudov. He just cannot recover. He cannot recover. He's looking over to his corner. I don't think Mahmudov knows what to do. The commentators are saying it's absolutely incredible as Kavial continues to move forwards. Jab coming into the body. Hooks to the body. And again, he goes down and Kavial wins. Kavial wins. Mahmudov could not recover. Kavial gets a shock victory. And the day of reckoning cards has finally arrived. Mahmudov, the undefeated Russian, looks like an absolute monster. 18 wins, 17 knockouts, 12 first-round finishes. Was looking good, but it's the body shots by Kavial that puts him away. Wow. Kavial, you know, had to weather some early storms. There's a few moments where he's backed up against the ropes, and there's a few moments where Mahmudov just was swinging away. And if he'd connected with some of those, I think Kavial was going to be in big, big trouble. He weathered that, came out, started to get through with some shots, rocked Mahmudov, but Mahmudov took them, but it wore him down. But then the body shots, man, oh my God. That just shut him down. That just shut him down. Lovely body shot, left hook. Seemed to cause all the problems. And do you know what? Big questions about Mahmudov's power of recovery now. He's 34 years old. He's not that old in the heavyweight division, but he just never seemed to be able to shake off the damage. He never seemed to be able to recover from that and then move forward. He was always playing catch-up. Always playing catch-up. Tom said, I've missed 2 fights. What's happened? Hrgovic won in the first minute of the first round. It was an absolute farce. Jaya Patai won in the first round with a fantastic knockout. Sanchez got past Junior for, I think it was like the 4th round. Took a little bit of time for him to get going, but got him away in the end. And we've just seen the big upset. This is easily the best fight we've had so far. This one going into round number 4. Cabial weathering a little early storm. And then really from round 3, maybe parts of round 2, started to really cause some damage. Body shots, was easily backing Makhmudov up against the ropes. Makhmudov, I'm surprised that he was getting pushed back as easily as what he was. He's a big lump of a guy. He should not be getting bullied in the way that he was being bullied there. And in a way, we just haven't seen him getting bullied in the past. But Cabial, he's got some pop in his hands. There is some power there. There's some power in those hands. More power than I thought he had, actually. And he was able to get through. He's undefeated as well. He's younger than Makhmudov. He's 23-0. He goes 24-0 now. He's got 16 knockouts to his name. He doesn't have as great of a knockout rate as what Makhmudov had. And Makhmudov has faced some better level of opposition. He's been a lot more active recently. This was expected to 8-1, and Makhmudov was expected to win this, but wow, he just seemed to be really lacking in a few areas. Makhmudov, powers of recovery not brilliant, a little bit vulnerable to the body, seemed to shut him down pretty quick. He looked lost in there when things weren't going his way. Bad situations just got worse. And that is a great win for Cabial. Cabial, I think it was ranked actually somewhere. I'm sure I saw that he was, yeah. He's 13th in the WBO. He's 12th in the IBF. He's 13th in the WBC. I don't think he features in the WBA rankings, though. But he is ranked by the WBO, the IBF, and the WBC. Quite low, all things considered. 13th, 12th, and 13th. But he's just beaten someone that's ranked 14th by the WBO, 7th by the IBF, 3rd by the WBC, and 4th by the WBA. So he's just beaten someone ranked pretty much like, in that top 5 range. Certainly for the WBC and the WBA. Goods, really goods. Jobson said about result, Cabial defeats Makhmudov via knockout, technical knockout in round number 4. Patrick said, I bet Makhmudov would win in 1-4 and Cabial to just win $. Very good. Always like to see people winning their bets. Marius said, Bivol next, easy. Bivol against Beterbiev, only worth to watch. Oh, here we go. You reminded people, Cabial, that you are right there as well on that world level. We're just chatting to the winner right now. I shocked the world.
When you talk with 10 guys, 9 guys say I did never win. Today, alhamdulillah, we win.
He said if you asked 10 guys, 9 guys would have said I would never win. Yeah, they're talking about his speed. His speed was a great advantage. Makhmudov definitely seemed to be the slower.
At what point could you tell that the body shots were hurting him?
I don't know. I win the fight. I'm happy.
At what point could you tell that the body shots were hurting him? And Cabial says, I don't know. I won the fight. It is funny, isn't it, how we break these down and we go into all this kind of detail. And honestly, the fighters sometimes just go off instinct. They just try and find the openings and just try and get through with shots. And where they're going, they're targeting the body. You can see the strategy. Some of the times they're just like, ah! When did you know that the body shots were breaking him? I don't know. I wouldn't have fight, should I? I don't know what I'm doing. So Camille picks up a victory, an upset victory, and brilliant. Wilder is going to lose tonight. Oh, I definitely hope not. I don't want anything to ruin the Wilder-Joshua fight. Is Bivol next? I believe so. I mean, crazy that Dimitri Bivol is next. 21-0, 11 knockouts. First fight in 13 months. He beat Canelo. He is WBA light heavyweight champion. Has he got any of the other light heavyweight belts? Light heavyweight rankings. Let's have a look. Light heavyweight rankings. Beterbiev is the WBO. That is the fight, isn't it? Him against Beterbiev is the fight that people want to see, obviously. Beterbiev is the WBO. Beterbiev is the WBC. He's the IBF. Bivol is the WBA. So Bivol 21-0, Beterbiev 19-0. Outside of those guys, you've got Smith, you've got Yard, but they're definitely a step below. It's the fight to make, isn't it? It is definitely the fight to make. Actually, I haven't seen what's been said around Bivol. I don't know if the plan is to do the Beterbiev fight next, or I know Canelo wants the rematch. Canelo wants the fight against Bivol. Obviously losing to Bivol, was it last year? So there's a few options for Bivol. So I'm not sure what it is that he's thinking of doing next, or what the plan is for him after this. But this is easy work for him, man. He's taken on Arthur. Arthur is short notice. Only found out a few weeks ago. He's 23-1. He is 16 knockouts. Boxes from the outside. He can fight on the inside, but tends to stick at range. He might create a few early issues. His head movement is a bit limited. He throws some counter shots on the back foot. He's not elite level. He's not elite level at all. In fact, I don't even know where he appears in the rankings. I'm just having a look. Where is he in the rankings for? So if we have a look at the WBA rankings, Arthur is ranked 8th. He's 8th in the WBA. Does he appear in the other rankings at all? WBC, he is not ranked. For the IBF, Arthur is 9th. WBO, he is not ranked. And for Ring Magazine, he is not ranked. So he's ranked on a couple of them. He's not a complete outsider. And his record is 23-1, so you can't really, be too down on it. But are we expecting this to be a tough night at the office for Dimitri Bivol? No. Not for someone that's got victories over the likes of Canelo, right? He is minus 2,000 favourite to get the job done here. So he's expected to get the job done. It's expected to be relatively straightforward. Bivol, huge advantage in every department. Great jab, measures his range well. He's got more aggression. Brilliant lead hand. Watch his lead hand when Bivol starts fighting. He sticks it out there and really causes big problems with it. We saw something earlier from Junior Farr where he was just kept firing out his jab to give Sanchez something to think about. But Bivol doesn't quite use it that way. He tends to leave it out there a little bit more. and really like move it around and sort of cause problems with it. He can still like jab with it, so it's not like he can't still use it as like a weapon, a punch, but he can really like cause problems because whilst this is like, you know, in your face, the other hand, the right hand can come in right behind it. So it can really create some openings. It can really distract. He can use it a few different ways. As you said, he can still use it as a jab, an outright jab, but he kind of fences with it. And he's one of the very, very best with using that. He's got a good high guard. He's got really good head control as well. If ever anyone gets in close to Bivol, he's very, very good at kind of like putting his hand around the back of their heads and just sort of like pushing the head down. And I know it doesn't sound like much, but it prevents the clinch. And what it means is when they separate, he's in a good position. They take a little longer to reset. So once they separate, bang, he can come in and crack them and connect with them. And all of that just comes from something so simple as like pushing their head down when they get into when they get in quite close. So he's got just a few little tricks and things that he does that just really helps his overall game. And he is so skilled. You know, he's got fast hands. He's got a little bit of power as well. He doesn't have tons of power, as we said. He's got 21 wins, 11 knockouts. So he's not like he's not Wilder, but definitely he can connect with stuff that really causes people problems. And he's just a very, very elite fighter. If we look, he's going to be on the pound for pound, but I don't know where he is actually. Pound for pound boxing rankings. Let's have a look at these, shall we? Pound for pound boxing rankings. So you've got the Ring, you've got the WBAA, TBRB, ESPN, and then you've got Box Rec as well. Bivol is 5 on the Ring magazine, pound for pound, 7 on the WBAA. TBRB, he is 4. ESPN is 5, and Box Rec, he is 3. So he is, by all of the pound for pound kind of measures, top 8 fighter in the world, not just the division, in the world, top 8. Actually, he's ranked higher than Beterbiev, according to these pound for pound lists. He's ranked higher. Terence Crawford is the number 1. Crawford is 1 straight across the boards, across all of the like the Ring magazine, BWAA, TBRB, ESPN, and Box Rec. Then you've got Inouye at number 2. Then you've got Usyk. Then you've got Canelo. Then you've got Bivol. Then you've got Errol Spence Jr. Then you've got Devin Haney. Then you've got Tank Davis. Then you've got Lomachenko, Lopez, Tyson Fury, Beterbiev. They're all kind of around that next level. Then you're looking at Charlo, Stevenson, Estrada, Triple G. That's basically what the rankings looks like. So Bivol is serious. You don't need me to, if you're so into boxing that you are joining the stream for a watch along, you don't need me to tell you about Dimitri Bivol. But a lot of excitement for this next fight, man. A lot of excitement. This venue really starting to fill up now. It shouldn't be too long until we go to this fight as well. Hopefully they're not going to make us wait too long for this one. But they've been pretty good at like getting to the next fights. They've been quite snappy at getting to the next fights. So Bivol versus Arthur coming up next. Did Dubois win yet? Dubois should be after this next fight. So we believe Bivol next, and then after that, Dubois, and then Wilder, and then Joshua. Tyson Fury at number 10. Ha ha ha, says Nikhil. Riot said, what should I start thinking to do with WCW? What do you mean? Do you want to watch WCW? Is that where should you start if you want to watch WCW? I would probably start with the arrival. Well, I'd probably start with the first Nitro, or start with the arrival of the Outsiders, and maybe go from there. That's when they started to like win the war against WWF. So I'd probably go from that. But you can go earlier with the arrival of Hogan, or you could go even earlier with like Ric Flair, Sting, and Vader and Muta and stuff like that. But it depends what you want to watch it for. If you want to watch it for like when they were at their peak with the NWO, then I'd be probably looking at like the first Nitro and the arrival of Hall and Nash as the Outsiders and take it from there. But if you want to go back to when Hogan comes in '94, you can do that. If you want to go back to like Flair and Sting, you can do that. But it depends what you want to watch. Or you could just watch when it died at the end. It's a good win by Cavial, said A. Jobson. Matt Mudov wasn't ready for that step-in competition. Crazy, right? I thought he was going to be very comfortable. Very comfortable. Who wins? Daniel Dubois Miller. Can you break that down? We certainly can, Angel Castillo. So this is a really interesting fight. If you look at Miller, he's a big lump of a guy. And I think the average person on the street would probably look at his size and go, well, that guy's winning. But as we know, when you've got that kind of size, you do pay a price when it comes to cardio. And he is someone that has really shown that he gasses out in recent fights. I think Miller is going to be dangerous early. I think Miller is dangerous close in the pocket. I think that Daniel is a good fighter and someone that is going to have to work hard here to get the victory. Miller is not someone that you can take lightly at all, but he is someone that can be beaten. You can't look at someone like Miller and just see his size and think, oh my God, I don't stand a chance. He is definitely someone that will tire. So if I was Daniel Dubois, the way that I would approach this fight is I would stay at range. I would jab at Miller. I would try and win rounds, knowing that Miller is going to tire as the fight goes on. And that is going to open up more opportunity for me. So as the fight goes on, I'm definitely going to have the better of the later part of the fight. The bit that I need to be very careful about is I need to be careful about the first few rounds. You know, Big Baby Miller, as we said, if he can get forward and drive Dubois back, get Dubois in the corner, get him up against the ropes, do a bit of work in the pocket, you know, get some body shot. If you can land some body shots, maybe sneak an uppercut in there, whatever. When Dubois is hurt, that's a problem. Dubois is someone whose heart has been questioned, which I don't know if it's fair, to be honest, because Dubois has lost twice. One of them was against Usyk. There's no shame in that. And the other one was against Joe Joyce. And he broke his orbital bone. And and he ended up taking a knee, and the fight got called off. Now, I can sort of understand that if you break your orbital bone and your sight is blurry and like you're really struggling to get through this fight, I can sort of understand why he made that decision. I mean, that is breaking your orbital bone is just moody. That is just moody. That is a situation that can get worse, and I don't know, man. I really struggle with that. I know, like, this is boxing. You're meant to fight until the death and all this kind of stuff, but that was a pretty serious injury that he sustained in that fight. You know, it wasn't just that he wasn't feeling it; like, it broke his orbital bone. So I don't know. I think, like, if you're gonna pour it on him, I think he's someone that really struggles to turn the tide around. Let's put it that way. I'm not someone that's going to question his heart too much. I think there is definitely a question there, It exists. But I don't know that I'm going to go along with it at this stage. Need to see a little bit more. But I think what I can go with is the fact that when he's under pressure, when his back's against the wall, if the tide is flowing against him, not a great place for him to be honest. He's not someone that's good at turning it around. So this is a tough fight for him. He is the former WBA champion. He works the body really well. He's only 26. It's he's still got great potential. He's got a lot of time ahead of him. He's got a really good jab. He's got decent power in both of his hands. He can keep his head on the center line a bit too much and leave himself open to headshots. But to be honest, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem against Miller. Miller's not really known as like a sniper or anything. As we said, does most of his damage in the pocket. Dubois can be a little bit timid sometimes, can be a bit hesitant sometimes, can take his time a bit sometimes. He is quite easy to hit. He is hittable. He does need to keep this, as we said, at that middle to long range. Stick behind the jab and just make sure he doesn't get caught or do anything silly. If he can keep moving, stick to the game plan, and hopefully if this fight can go the way that he needs it to go in that regard, he should quite comfortably get the win, I think. I don't think if he can do that, I don't think he'll get tested too much. But Miller is someone that has got great hook shots, can do some serious damage when you get in close. Miller's also got a really good chin, so I don't expect Daniel Dubois to be able to get Miller out of there. I don't, unless he's going to wear him down, unless Miller's cardio is going to start failing him in the later rounds to the point where basically Miller is beating himself. I don't think Dubois is going to be able to get him out of there, but I could see Miller getting so gassed in the later rounds to the point where it ain't going to take much from Dubois to be able to kind of get him out of there, you know? Referee coming in and just stopping it type situation. But I think if he's going to have to rely on just his power, I don't think he would get it done that way. So I can see this being point fighting. I can see this him just trying to pick up rounds, try and pick up points. Miller's got a good work rate, good volume, can take a shot. We'll look to make this a bit of a brawl. If they try to box each other, I think Dubois wins. If it's going to be scrappy, I think Miller gets the better of that exchange. So that's the fight to me. Dubois minus 400, Miller plus 300. Dubois is 19-2. Miller is 26-0. Doesn't really tell the story though, because Miller has failed multiple drugs tests. So it's very difficult to know how clean that record is. The level of competition that he's faced has not been the highest. Past few times that he's fought, he's not looked brilliant. He looked pretty good in the past, but he hasn't looked as good now. And there's a few question marks around like what the drug testing was like in some of those fights. Because, you know, if you're not fighting on that world stage, then and it's a bit more regional, then the drug testing might not be, you know, that robust. And he's been caught out, you know, basically when he's gone up to this kind of world level. He's been caught out with drug tests. He's someone that's failed more than once. So this is the guy that Joshua was meant to face in Madison Square Garden. He failed the drugs test, so they had to find a replacement. And they ended up getting Andy Ruiz. And then, of course, Joshua lost that fight. So I'd imagine Joshua really does not like Miller at all because, you know, Joshua had to face Andy Ruiz at short notice and ended up suffering that loss. And he, you know, he may have ended up losing to Andy Ruiz anyway, but that was not the fight. That was not the original fight that was planned. It was going to be Joshua against Big Baby Miller. But Miller's drugs test failure resulted in that having to change. So a lot of people are saying, like, should he even be allowed to compete anymore? Should he even be allowed to box? And it's debatable, isn't it? It's debatable. I mean, he's served his punishment. So But the thing is, when it comes to boxing, if you're gonna be like on drugs and using enhancements, whatever, this is a sport where you are punching someone else in the head, and if you are using drugs to enhance your physical abilities, like this is where things can get really dangerous. Really dangerous. So you can understand why people are like, listen, if you do drugs and get caught like he got caught, it should be that you're out the sport for good, because the repercussions, could be very, very serious. You're talking about people's lives potentially. This isn't football or anything like that. Like, this is about punching people in the head. So I don't know. It's debatable. It's something that I've seen a lot of people talking about in the build-up to this event, and about whether it's right that he's part of this event and whether it's right that he's been given another chance. I think that I think it's difficult to say. I like the fact that he's on this card because he's been very vocal. He's got a great look. He's clearly got ability, and he's going to be a problem for Dubois. Like, this is not an easy fight for Daniel Dubois at all. So I do like the fact that he's on this card, but I can't answer the question as to whether he should be on this card, because that's a tricky one. Dubois is by far Miller's biggest test to date, said DeBosa. That's true. Who do you think out of Dubois and AJ, said Daz? If they fought each other? I think it would be AJ. I think AJ is a really good fighter. I think that he's got lots of experience. I think that he made improvements against Usyk in that second fight. I think that he is someone that really takes losses to heart. He's someone that I think genuinely believes that he was the best. And I think it's very difficult for him to process that not being the case. And I think I've got a lot of respect for Anthony Joshua, because he is someone that loses, goes away and really puts the work in to try and figure out. I mean, as we said earlier, he goes all over the world trying to figure out how to get the victories or how to make the improvements to get the victories that he needs to get to keep moving forward, So I've got a lot of time for him. I've got a lot of respect for him. And he's not the greatest heavyweight that we've ever seen. And he might not even be the best heavyweight that the UK has produced for this generation. That crown may go to Tyson Fury. But it doesn't mean that he's still not a very good fighter. It doesn't mean that he doesn't still have skills. It doesn't mean that he's not provided some great moments. So I've got time for Joshua. I really like Joshua. And I would like for him to get another shot at a world title. So I'm hoping he can get past a very difficult opponent tonight. Someone that definitely could find a way of causing Joshua some big, big problems. This is the guy that faced Fury, and Fury had to have 40-odd stitches after the fight because he got busted open. And Fury also couldn't get Volin out of there. I think it ended up going to the judges' scorecards. So, and I'm having to remember back to it. I didn't watch the fight back, but we did the watch along for it at the time. I remember thinking that Fury had got it, but I remember it also being a little bit like, what's the cut going to have done? How are the judges going to see it? Like, it was still not a certainty, but Fury ended up getting it. And I remember it being relatively comfortable in the end. But he got pushed the distance in a fight where a lot of people thought he was going to get like a knockout win quite early. He ended up going 12 rounds and then needed 40-odd stitches after. This ain't a walk in the park for Anthony Joshua at all. So it's a tricky, outside of the top end, it's as tricky a fight as you'd probably find, unless he was going to fight like Hrgovic. Unless he was, the IBF have got Otto Wallin at number 2 in their rankings. So Art Volin is ranked 12th by the WBO, 2 by the IBF, 9 by the WBC, and I don't think he's in the WBA at all, is he? No, he's not in the WBA at all. But what I would say is the different organizations work a little bit different. He definitely is better than a lot of the people that are in the WBA rankings. So he definitely would be in there. But they don't have him in their listing at the moment. But he is number 2 on the IBF rankings, just behind Hrgovic. So, you know, this is someone that is a decent fighter, is a good fighter. He's not some journeyman that they've just found. He's definitely someone that can cause some problems, but Joshua should have enough to get past him. Do you think AJ deserved the main fight? I think Deontay is better. But he's just not too entertaining. He isn't a celebrity, said Maverick. Well, that's a very, very good question as to who should have got the main event. And I think you could make arguments for both, to be honest. I think that Deontay Wilder is not as good a boxer as Joshua. I think if they fought, Wilder could win. But Wilder, he's a right hand, isn't he? He's got a boxing ability that's going to put him like probably in the top 30 in the world, top 20, something like this, right? But hanging around the very top end with the Joshuas, the Usyks, the Furies, he doesn't have a boxing ability for that level. How he closes the gap is with the right hand. If you've watched Wilder fights, there's quite a few times where he's losing the fight, bang, knocks out the opponent. So they call it the eraser. Any mistakes that he makes during a fight, as long as it doesn't put him away, he's got the eraser and he just puts them away. So what I would say about Deontay Wilder is he's provided countless knockouts. I mean, I think in that regard, he's very entertaining. I think seeing someone lose in a fight and then bang, finding that shot and ending up winning, you know, we've seen that story play out quite a few times. There is a chance that that's exactly what's going to happen here against Parker. But Parker is a very good fighter, someone that's ranked very highly and trains with Tyson Fury. He's got some good wins on his record. He's a former world champion himself. It's going to be a real... There is an argument that if Wilder wins this, it's his best win ever. If he beats Parker tonight, it will go down as his best win ever. So, like, there's a real argument for Wilder being the main event of this card. A real argument. Joshua, I think, has got some good star power, though. He definitely does have that celebrity effect. You are right. I think that Joshua, as a 2-time world champion and someone that has just had those high-profile fights with Usyk, I think he's been a bit more active recently. So I think that he is maybe a bigger celebrity. It's hard for me to judge because I'm not in America. I can tell you that, you know, Joshua's huge in the UK. I know he's huge in America as well. I think he probably is the bigger name than Wilder. But fight-wise, I think they're quite close. I don't think there's much in it, to be honest. So I honestly think you could make an argument for either. I think if Wilder Parker had main evented this card, I think you would have a lot of people that would say, nah, it should be Joshua is the bigger name. And Otto is a tough opponent. Like, that's going to be a hard fight for Joshua. So he definitely should main event. But then if it's this way round, then you'll have people saying Wilder's, like, you know, so exciting. He's got that knockout power. Parker's a difficult opponent. That should definitely... It's hard, isn't it? It's 2 main events on the same card. In fact, it's more than that. It's 4 main events on the card. I mean, Bivol could main event. Maybe not against Arthur, but, you know, Bivol main events cards. He ain't someone that, you know, sits in a co-main event spot or whatever. He's a main event talent. Daniel Dubois, He's main evented cards. I don't think anyone's arguing he should main event this card, but he's just come off main eventing against Usyk in a losing effort, but a bit closer than I think what some people thought it was going to be. So yeah, I think that I think you could make an argument for either. I think you really could make an argument for either Joshua or Wilder main event in this one. But they've gone with the way they've gone. I can see why they've done it, but I would have had no complaints if Wilder had been in the main event spot. No complaints at all. I think it might be inactivity that's just cost him. If Wilder had been having some big fights recently, because he's had one round in 2 years, so really he's sort of just living off the Fury fights, which were a little while ago now. The Usyk fights for Joshua have been a lot more recent, so I think that might have been the deciding factor. Bivol should fight the other Arthur Beterbiev, so he gets his head clocked, said Patrick. Edward said, the card lied to me. It's going to be Daniel next. Okay. Well, we've just broke down the Daniel fight quite extensively, actually. So if that is the case, then that's not a problem. We've already broken down the Daniel Dubois fight, and this is a guy that we watched very recently. We were live during that Daniel Dubois Miller. That's next. Daniel Dubois Usyk fight. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. That's a body shot. Was it a body shot? Was it not a body shot? Was really, really interesting. Really interesting. Was it on the waistband? Was it below the waistband? Was it on the navel? Below the navel? There was quite a difference of opinion on that. But yeah, either way, this is a fight that he's got to win here, Daniel Dubois. He needs to win this because all of a sudden he can start to really slip. He's fought Usyk and lost. He's annoyed about that. Well, now he's going up against Big Baby Miller in a difficult fight, but one that he should come through. If he loses against Big Baby Miller, I genuinely don't know what he does next. I genuinely don't know what would be after this for him. I mean, Miller is 6 in the WBA rankings. I don't think he features in any of the others. So, I mean, there are definitely more difficult challenges out there for Daniel Dubois than Big Baby Miller. But Miller's a good opponent for Dubois because there's definitely ways that you can beat Miller. You've just got to go in there and do it, basically. He's not someone that you like. With Usyk, you can have theories about how you think you could beat him, but you don't know that that's actually going to work. With Miller, I feel a lot more confident that, staying on the outside, working the jab, picking up rounds, tiring him out. I feel good that that's a way that you can get a victory over Miller. With Usyk, people have got their theories, but they've not really been tested. So, Fury might think he knows how to beat Usyk, but we won't find out until, February, if he's correct. I think it's a proper body shot. I think it was belt level, said Nikhil. It's as simple as that. Count Drago said it was a legal shot. I was under the impression it was legal as well. I think that it was close. I think that in the press conference after, Usyk's corner was saying, it's anything that's on the belt or below the belt is below the belt. What Frank Warren was saying is that they agreed that it was the navel. That's where the actual line is. And the belt was high. He was really having it up here. So it's a legit body shot. It's difficult to tell, to be honest, but I think it's one of those that could have gone either way. I think a different referee could easily have said it was a body shot. The other thing I think, though, is, yes, he goes down, and he takes time to get back up to his feet. But I think Usyk takes time because he had time. If it was deemed a body shot, I don't know that he wouldn't have answered the count. But these are all things that we just will never know with that fight. Daniel, I think, is right to feel frustrated. I think he was right to feel frustrated. But I think he also has to look in the mirror and ask himself why he didn't capitalize on it. If it was a proper body shot that really resulted in Usyk needing that amount of time to recover, why was Daniel Dubois still on the losing end of the fight? How did he go from that to losing the fight? So, Daniel definitely has got things he needs to look at himself in the mirror about. There's the shot, actually. They're showing it right now. Bang.
Yeah, I think he's got every chance as much as anyone else has had in the ring. Look, we've seen Craig Richards have a good performance against Bivol, and when he stands off him, make him think.
So, just showing a replay of the body shot, and then Usyk just poured it on to Daniel. Daniel just wasn't able to cope.
Craig is a very good fighter, but I think he's got every same chance.
And there was a lot of upset and protesting afterwards, but the result stood. And we move forward. So can Daniel bounce back against Big Baby Miller? He doesn't want to have 2 losses in a row on his record. Speaking of language, I have a question for the Brits. Why do you say things are hotting up when the word eating exists? So that's a good question. Things are hotting up. Things are heating up. Don't know. Never thought about it. It's a good question, that is. Kevin said Dubois also was saved by the ref against Kevin Lorena. Everyone needs to shut up about it now. William, shout out to you. Kevin, shout out to you. But come on, Triple D. Yeah, Daniel Dubois is coming up next. So there has been a little bit of this has been the longest break in between fights, what we've just had here. This has been the longest break in between fights. I feel like that last fight was that Matt Moodog fight was a little while ago now. So looks like we've done like them in blocks. We've done the 4 fights, then we've had a little break. Now, hopefully, we should get through the next 4 fights, hopefully relatively quickly. I mean, I'd imagine there'll be a bit of a delay until we get to the Wilder fight, the co-main event. It's a big fight. And then I'm sure there'll be a bit of a delay till we get to the Joshua fight, the main event. But Big Baby Miller coming in at 23 stone 11. 23 stone 11. I mean, he looks the part, doesn't he? He is a big lump of a man. And then Daniel Dubois weighs in at 17 stone 1. So there's going to be 6 stone, nearly 7 stone difference between these two. I mean, it is an absolutely massive difference in weight. Not height. Dubois is actually just that little bit taller. But this is a lump of a man that's standing in front of him. Daniel Dubois, 17 stone. Big Baby Miller, nearly 24 stone. It is such a difference in weight. Absolutely huge. Huge. So he needs to use that to his advantage because he's going to be quicker. He's going to be able to keep firing out these jabs. He's going to be able to keep moving around, and he's going to basically be able to dictate the fight, or at least should be able to, unless Miller's going to back him up into the corner. But what about White against Ruiz? Both men need fights. That's not a bad matchup, that, to be honest. Not a bad matchup at all. I don't know what's next for Dillian White. I mean, feels like he had his shot and was nowhere near where he needed to be. I genuinely don't know what's next for him. A fight against Andy Ruiz, I think, would make a lot of sense. Neo said, I really don't think that kind of weight difference should be allowed. Tom said 23 stone to 17 stone is a big stone difference. It's massive. That's huge. yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if there should be an upper limit. I don't know. I think, though, that this is... surely it just adds to the intrigue, doesn't it? People are going to tune into this because this is one that I think is very interesting. If you're into your boxing, if you're someone that's really into boxing, then Miller is a bit of an unknown entity in the sense of you can sort of tell that he gasses out, and of course he gasses out. Look at the size of him. But he is still undefeated. He's clearly got power. He clearly can cause problems. His size makes him an attraction because people want to, see this monster. He's absolutely huge. Not tall, but there's just so much. And now he's taken on Daniel Dubois, who at the age of 26 has already fought for a world title. And as we said, may have landed a proper body shot on Usyk that resulted in Usyk going down and seriously being hurt. And that is, one of the pound-for-pound best fighters in the world. So Daniel Dubois definitely has got something about him. Definitely can cause some problems here in the early stages, and I think should be able to just pick up rounds and eventually win the fight. So Dubois is the pick. Let me know in the chat which way you think this one's going to go. We're seeing inside the arena still some empty seats in there, Still some empty seats for this day of reckoning. I would have thought that people would have been in there by now. This isn't really a card that you want to just rock up to, I don't know, see the main event. So it's a bit disappointing that we've not got more people in the seats and this place rocking. That is the problem with Saudi Arabia, is that I don't know that people are traveling to Saudi Arabia for these kind of things. So I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know who's going to these events. I certainly don't think it's hardcore boxing fans. That's a problem. See, with Vegas, people will, buy tickets, jump on a plane, go to Vegas, and you get a great atmosphere. I can't say that that's really shown itself yet in Saudi Arabia. So I don't know, maybe as people get a bit more comfortable with going to Saudi Arabia, I don't know. I don't think we're anywhere near that yet. But they're trying, aren't they? They're trying to make this a place that people will come and visit. But he's going to win this in the first 6 rounds. $. Great return if Miller wins. Still a good return on Dubois, said Patrick. Boxing Miller is like boxing a bear, said Count Draco. Nikhil said so much weight can also be a disadvantage. That is true. That is true. It can be a big disadvantage because, you've got to carry that around. You've got to carry it with you. You can't, you are a lump that you are carrying around that ring. So it can be a disadvantage. It can absolutely sap the cardio, really sap the cardio. Miller is making his way down to the ring then. We've got Dubois against Miller. After this, we've got Bivol against Arthur. After that is Wilder against Parker. And then, of course, our main event, Anthony Joshua takes on Otto Wallin in one of the most stacked cards, well, I would say we will ever see. And that still may be true. But who knows what Saudi Arabia are going to keep putting on. If they can do this, what else can they achieve? Absolutely incredible. I have no idea, though, what they're going to do with this show money-wise. It must have cost an incredible amount of money, and I can't see any way they can make it back. I can't see any way that they can make it back. Unless the fighters are all taking drastically less pay, but why would they do that? The whole reason that they want to be on this card is because of the payday, because of the money. I don't think this card's going to make money from pay-per-view buys. I think people will tune into it. I think it'll do well, but I don't think it's going to do like what I think Fury Usyk should do bigger numbers than this. People love, I mean, like people tune in for a main event. They don't necessarily tune in for like a full card. People will happily buy a fight, you know? When we talk about great fights from the past, we don't really then talk about the rest of the card. It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter what the stuff that happened before it was. So, you know, people will tune in to see Fury against Usyk, who's going to walk away with all the belts. They'll happily buy that fight, even if it's only that fight they're interested in. So stacking a card like this is amazing and brilliant for us. How does it make any money? I don't think it does. I think they lose money. And I don't think they care because they've got so much of it, they don't care. Here is Dynamite Daniel Dubois. Right. Miss Dal Jr. said, what will you do tomorrow? A wrestling watch along. There's not a lot of things this week with wrestling. We won't do a wrestling watch along. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of wrestling retro watch alongs. I did them during the pandemic because we were just like just trying to find things to do each day, and there was a lot of sports that were shut down. I mean, there was next to no boxing at times. UFC was still trying to do stuff, but everything was like, you know, bare bones. So we were kind of filling the gaps, really. Everything's open again now, so we're not really struggling for the things. We've got stuff pretty much all the time. So retro watch-alongs, people just don't really go back to them. They're good for around then, but that's it, really. So tomorrow we'll probably do a Sunday stream. We tend to do Sunday streams now on a Sunday. And then, of course, we're back on Christmas Day for Raw. Okay, Daniel Dubois has made his way down to the ring then. Oh, Cristiano Ronaldo. But we're not even focused on him. We're focused on his excellency, Turkey Milkshake, brings all the boys to the yard. He is in the crowds. He just walked in with Cristiano. Okay, here we go then. So does that mean he wasn't bothered about the other fights? He didn't watch the other fights. Oh man, he missed a great fight with Makhmudov against Caballero. Dubois is not a former world champion, said Nathan. He's a former. He is. It's that belt that's like a world championship, but it's not the world championship. It's the WBA thing. So it's the belt that basically means you're next in line, but they still call it a world belt. Dean said Miller is the new Shannon Briggs. Andy said my favorite belt is the WWF Winged Eagle title belt. Yeah, that is sick. Nikhil said Daniel needs to prove something spectacular tonight, otherwise this quitter thing is going to keep hanging over his head for a while. Well, I mean, the public can be harsh, to be honest. I think that fighting is hard. It's you against someone else, and they can throw a shot at any point that's going to cause you problems, and then you're on the back foot, and things can get from bad to worse real quick. And it can just take a moment, just a blink of an eye, and you can get clipped with something. So, you know, I think it's a tough game, this one. It's a tough game, and even the greats lose. So I think that Daniel just needs to get the win here. I think, yeah, the public may be down on him saying, oh, he should have put him away and all this kind of stuff. Unless you're going to go in there and knock everyone out like early rounds all the time, the public are always going to criticize you. Oh, that took him too long. You should get him out there earlier. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, you can never seem to do enough, you know. So that criticism, that noise, I think if you're a fighter, is just always there. I think if you're a boxer, you have to learn to live with that criticism. And unless you are someone that can go in and just smash people in the first few rounds and just completely dominate. But we don't see many of those. Most people have, you know, some real scraps on their hands as they're climbing up and going through the rankings. So, yeah, I agree. You know, he needs to put a show on here to get people to stop calling him a quitter and to get some respect, whatever. But I wouldn't go in with that mentality if I was him. I would just be thinking, stick to the plan, get the job done. And we goes into the centre and we are underway. It is the victory he needs here, because a loss really would be a problem for him. I don't know what he would do after this. He's 26. He's still young. Good start there by Daniel. Lovely. Working the body, going low and high. Again, more body shots. Pushes him back as well. Love that from Daniel. He's come out quite dynamic here, circling rounds, staying on the outsides. Miller is in the middle and he's trying to back Daniel up against the ropes and he pushes him back again. He's going to have to keep doing that. He's going to have to use his speed, stick and move. Lovely right hand there as Miller covers up. Daniel circling round. Jab coming in there by Daniel. Jab coming in again. Uppercut trying to come in. And again, he pushes him back. Jab coming in again. Nice body shot. So basically, Miller at the moment is just like a punching bag moving forwards. He's going to be that until he gets in close. Oh, body shot coming in there by Miller again. I tell you what, Daniel's going to get tired by constantly having to push Miller back. So it is going to wear Daniel down. So this is part of the strategy as well. But you can see that he doesn't want to get in close. He doesn't want to clinch up. He doesn't want to work in the pocket. This is what Miller's going to do. He's just going to keep moving forward. And Daniel's going to have to just keep hitting and moving. Daniel doesn't want to have to keep pushing him off too often, though. He is going to get tired if he keeps doing that. He can't afford to keep doing that. He's got to use his footwork to get out of there. 1, 2, lovely. And he's got to get through with some of these shots as well to give Miller something to think about. Already in the first couple of minutes, I'm concerned with the amount of pushback that Daniel's having to do. Miller saying that was a low blow. Here we go. We've got a minute left in round number 1. Swing and a miss there by Daniel Dubois. Pushes Miller back again. Couple of jabs coming in. Miller really hasn't thrown much here. Couple of body shots coming in there by Daniel Dubois. Hook shot coming in there by Daniel, and he pushes Miller back. Jab coming in straight down the middle. Tell you what, if Daniel was coming back to the corner, I would say to him, you've got to use your footwork. You cannot be pushing him back like that all the time. You're going to get absolutely shattered. You're taking too much out of your arms. Stick and move. Keep circling rounds. Don't let him get you backed up in the corner. You've got to make sure that you're not pushing him back all the time. He pushed him back about 10, 12 times in this round. He's pushing on 24 stone. There's no way he's going to be able to keep doing that. Body shot again coming through there. Oh, beautiful uppercut. Uppercut right at the end by Daniel Dubois. So Daniel definitely taking that round. And I think we're going to keep seeing that throughout the rounds. But he ain't going to be able to keep doing that for 12 rounds. He ain't going to be able to keep pushing him back. He's pushing on 24 stone that don't want to move. Don't get into a wrestling match with him. Use your footwork. Don Charles saying to Dubois, don't get into a wrestling match with him. Use your footwork. Yeah, it's super obvious, but like, don't do that. What you did, don't do that. But he didn't get caught with anything. He definitely won the round. Miller, again, lovely combo shots there, but no! Dubois, within the first 10 seconds, is pushing him back. Hook shot coming in there by Dubois. Better by Dubois. Again, trying to use his head movement. He's trying to slip under shots and then shoot out to the side. Referee coming in, just separating both fighters. He's having a word there with Dubois. Uppercut coming in as Miller was moving forward. Head movement there by Dubois. That's good. So he throws in a shot, head movement, slips the shot. That will open up either a hook shot or it will allow him, hopefully, to slip out of a side exit. Hook shot coming in, but that just goes onto the guards by Dubois. A couple of shots straight down the middle. That might be quite good for him, actually. If he did what Bivol does, and that's get the hand on the back of the head, so it prevents the clinch. So as Miller comes in, get the arm on the back of the head, push his head down. That way you should be able to then step back and get out of there without having to push him. It's just a moment, just doing that will just give you an opportunity to take that step back. Again, getting a little bit too close there. Daniel trying to throw in a shot. Uppercut coming back there by Miller. Body shots. That was good by Dubois. Goes low and then comes in with a hook upstairs. Uppercut just misses there by Daniel. Daniel again backing away as Miller continues to move forwards. Daniel with a jab straight down the middle. Miller moving forward again. Both guys jabbing. A little bit of a stumble there by Big Baby. So a couple of shots straight down the middle by Daniel. Yeah. Daniel, again, we're into the final minutes. Another round for Daniel Dubois, this. Body shot coming in. Oh, he's getting a little bit caught there in the pocket, Daniel. Needs to still be sticking to the game plan. Again, a little bit of a pushback there, but Miller with a body shot. And again, he's pushing Miller back. Jab coming in there by Miller. Don't like this by Daniel. Don't like this bit. This has been a bad 30 seconds here by Daniel. And again, he's going back to the push-in. Don't like that either. He's been caught a couple of times in the pocket. Then he does a bit of pushing. I do like the head movement, though. He's been able to avoid some of the big shots by Miller. Uppercut coming in. Hook shot there by Miller. He's getting too close. He's got to be able to get out of there. Look at Miller throwing in some bombs, man. Some big hooks by Miller. Don't like that. Bad final minute of that round by Daniel Dubois. Yeah. So Miller was just swinging for the fences a little bit there, but he was getting through with those shots. We're seeing Bivol backstage. Bivol, of course. Is coming up next. There's Deontay Wilder arriving. Nikhil said Miller's belt is so high up. That's a big issue. Randy said it's very hard to hit Miller in the body when his belt is basically on his moves. He does have a very high belt. You are right. Yeah, why is he getting into a slug fight? I don't know why he's getting into a slug fight with Miller. Okay, bit of blood on the nose of Miller. Dubois has done well in the first rounds, well in the second rounds, and then just the last minute just lost his way a little bit. Big swing and a miss there by Miller. Dubois swinging away, going to the body, throwing in some big hook shots and an uppercut coming in there by Dubois. Pushing Miller back. Miller's taking these shots, but he looks a little bit wobbly. Jab coming in there by Daniel. Jab again there by Daniel, but it just falling short. Miller jabbing away as well as Daniel has got to get his head off that center line. Lovely hook shot. Love that by Daniel. Love that hook shot. Daniel again trying to throw in a jab. Miller grabs Daniel by the back of the heads. The two break apart. Some body shots coming in. Oh, good uppercut there by Daniel. That was nice. Hook shot coming in. That was good. You can see that Miller's definitely feeling the effects of the fight. Definitely feeling the effects of the fight. But I think Daniel is as well, unfortunately. He's done a lot of pushing. I think both of these are going to be feeling this, you know. Jab coming in there by Dubois. Hook shot there by Dubois, but a big hook comes back by Miller. Uppercut by Dubois. These two getting a little bit scrappy. I want to see Dubois just moving more. He's standing right in front of Miller. He's right in front of him. I want to see him moving a bit more. We need a bit more movement here. He's just a bit laboured with this movement. It makes it suggest that he's definitely feeling the effects of some of these shots from Miller, which you could understand. I mean, there's 24 stone behind it. Jab coming in straight down the middle there by Dubois. Miller again moving forward. Dubois trying to get a little bit of bounce back in his rhythm. But again, head movement slips it. Miller's just swinging shots. He's just flailing away. There's not really much technique or skill to it. But even so, big body shot there by Dubois. Some of these shots are still connecting and causing problems. Jab coming in there by Miller. Another jab coming in there as Dubois goes back a little bit. Miller jabbing away, but he's got to use his head here. He's on the outside of Miller's jab. So what I want, hook shot coming in. I want to see him slipping that jab, getting on the inside, doing some damage, and then getting out of there. Oh, it seemed to go low, but then he went low and then went high. Body shot coming in there by Dubois. It's a very interesting fight. It's a very interesting fight. There is Miller is making Dubois work. The commentator's just saying that Miller is really keeping the pressure on Daniel. Daniel's just not getting a chance to really rest here at all. The pressure is on him. He's not giving Daniel room to operate. I think Daniel's winning the fight, but it's very interesting. It's not as clean as it needs to be. Matt, shout out to you. Patrick said Dubois is getting gassed trying to push Miller. Yeah, I agree. I think he is gassing. I think that Miller's gassing as well, though. So they're both Miller's gassing because he's getting hit with some big shots and he's carrying that weight. So I think he's gassing. But I think Dubois is gassing because he is having to push Miller back. Hook shot coming in, big overhand by Dubois, and he tries to go to the body as well. Dubois taking a few backward steps, so he's throwing them shots and then going back, throwing the shots, going back as Miller keeps moving forwards. Referee just having a word there with, was that a head clash? Dubois got a few marks on the eye. Again, taking a few steps back. He's trying to stay out of range, and then he comes forward, throws a jab. This is better. This is better by Dubois. His movement was so laboured in the other rounds, but now at least we're seeing him take like some steps back. He'll take some steps back. Miller comes forward, then bang! Counter shot comes in by Dubois. Miller's not expecting it, and he's been getting through with some of those. The problem is that when he does that, he's struggling to then get out of there, and so this is where he ends up pushing Miller back. So he is landing some shots, and Miller has shown that he's got a chin on him because he's took quite a few good-looking shots from Dubois. Dubois, again, on the back foot. It's Miller that's on the front foot. That's, I think, landing on the chin there by Miller. Again, Dubois constantly having to push Miller back. No, you're getting a bit bogged down here, Dubois. You're getting bogged down. Hook shot coming in there by Miller. Dubois. Uppercut there by Miller. Such a fascinating fight. Hook shot coming back by Miller. Body shot there by Dubois. Hook shot misses by Miller. We're right in close range, which is not where you want to be with Miller. You don't want to be working in that pocket. Miller is the one that's moving forward. Dubois is having to try and avoid these shots. Uppercut there by Dubois. Hook shot. Oh, Miller getting through. He's too close. He's too close. He's having to use his head movement. He's avoiding some of the strikes, but some are also getting through. Yeah, this has been a good round for Miller. Daniel was doing well in the first minute and then just got bogged down, just got really tied down. Miller has then been able to keep it close. You can see that Daniel is on the back foot. He's trying to back away, but he can just never seem to create the space that's needed. Miller is just always on him. Miller is always on him, always moving forward, always closing that distance. Miller's fighting a really good fight here. Miller's doing absolutely everything he should be doing. And he's causing Daniel all kinds of troubles. And there we go, end of the round. I think that's a Miller round, you know. I think that's a Miller round. Dubois is going to have to go inside, said Patrick. Come on, Dubois, said Aubrey. Miller looks on his stall. Triple D has got this, said True Crime Scotsman. Yeah, but Miller's definitely gassing as well. And Miller's took some shots. I don't know that Dubois has really got the power to put Miller away. That was a lovely jab there. Just showing a jab there by Dubois, but Miller with a big uppercut and a hook shot as well. Yeah, he does, but he's still got his wits about him. The third shot that came in, he was able to avoid. Right, here we go. Round number 5. This fight living up to expectation. 10 rounds, this one. Lovely work at the moment here. Richie Woodall has got it 3 rounds to 1 for Dubois at the moment. That last round being the Miller rounds. Hook shots coming in. This is better by Dubois. This is better by Dubois. He's just throwing, and Miller's just having to try and weather a storm. He can't get his offense going because Dubois is throwing. But Dubois has took his foot off the gas, unfortunately. Some lovely shots in that early salvo from Dubois. And Miller, though, is able to weather that storm, and Dubois can't capitalise. These two quite close in the pocket, in the centre. Dubois going to the body. Oh, a little hook shot coming in. Again, body shot coming in there by Dubois. This isn't where I want to see him, man. Don't want to see him in the pocket. Don't want to see him this close. This is where Miller does, like, Miller's got power. He's got 24 stone behind him. Like, he puts everything behind an uppercut. It's going to get messy. Miller's really starting to come into the fight now, and Dubois swing and a miss there by Miller. Hook shot doesn't land. Jab coming in. Dubois takes a step back. Miller coming forward. Dubois backing up a little bit as Miller continues to move forward. Jab's coming in there by Dubois. Hook shot coming in there by Dubois. He had a really good phase at the start of the rounds. He had some really good moments in the start. Right hand coming in there by Dubois. These two in the centre. Big swinging hooks coming in by Miller. There's really not much technique to them. He's just swinging away, and he carries such weight behind them that if any of them connect, it just causes problems. And then when they're close, just these little digs to the body, they cause problems as well. But can Dubois cause some problems of his own? He manages to get a hook shot through, swing and a miss. There's a right hook that gets through, though. Jab coming in by Miller. Jab coming back by Dubois. You can see that Miller is tiring himself. Oh, that's a good shot there by Dubois. It's a good fight, this. It's a good fight. Couple of two-punch combo there by Miller. Dubois backing away. Couple of jabs coming in upstairs there by Miller. Jab coming in again there by Miller as Dubois backs up. Miller continuing to move forward. Jab coming in there by Dubois. Referee coming in, and I think he's going to separate these two as we're right near the end of the round. I tell you what, really close that round. Really close. There was moments there where Daniel was in big trouble, but Dubois kind of came back at the end of the round. So really tricky to score this one. Really tricky to score. I think I'd probably be leaning 3-2 to Dubois at the moment. I think he's just got the nod. There's some really close little rounds in there, though. I don't see Miller sustaining this many punches. It's getting dangerous, said Patrick. We're not playing gossip. Fantastic commentary. Happy Wednesday. Shout out to you, my friends. We're seeing Deontay Wilder backstage. So it's 7:30 here in the UK. We've got 3 fights left after this one. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 6 as Miller is in the center. Jab there by Miller. Dubois staying on the outsides. This is better by Dubois, but want to see him moving a bit more. Miller moving forward. Hook shot there by Dubois. Lovely. Bang, bang, bang. Get out of there. He's jabbing away. He's getting stuck a little bit too long. Jab coming in there by Miller. Dubois backing up a little bit. He's kind of throwing out jabs on the back foot. So the way that Dubois is operating is he's backing up, jabbing away as he's backing up. Miller's coming forward. He's trying to land these jabs whilst backing away. He's constantly trying to maintain that distance. He's trying to not get caught in the pocket, which is the right thing to do. Oh, big right hand there by Dubois, but he couldn't land it clean. He's backing up again here as jab there by Miller. Miller doesn't look like he's got much coming offensive-wise now. Dubois in the pocket. Pushing Miller back. Uppercut coming in there by Dubois. We're in round 6 now. I mean, if I was Dubois, I'd be thinking this is where I should be shining now. Jab coming in there by Dubois. You know, this is nearly like 20-odd minutes that Miller's been in there. Some big shots as well. Jabs coming in there by Dubois. This is a much tidier round this so far. Much tidier round. He's not been getting caught in the pocket as much. He is a little bit backed against the ropes, but the referee has come in, separated both fighters. Get out of there, back away. Again, don't get caught. Hook shot coming in, jab coming in, backing up again. More shots coming in, little uppercut there by Miller. 50-odd seconds left in the rounds. Feels like a Dubois round. Definitely feels like he's landed more shots than Miller has. Nothing significant, though. Nothing big. And again, we've got Dubois backing up. Uppercut there by Dubois. Yeah, he's got to keep discipline here. He's got to back up a little bit as he's getting caught a little bit close in the pocket. Backing up a little bit as Miller continues to move forward. Dubois pushes Miller back again. We got 10 seconds or so to go. Hasn't been much offense offered by Miller here. Miller might have gassed to the point where he doesn't really have much left offensively, you know. I think that's easily a Dubois round. Dubois getting on top now, said Nathan. Miller's ready for a lie down, said Nathan. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's Joseph Parker arriving. I think that we're seeing Miller tire to the point now where he doesn't have the volume. I think he's got some shots, but he only wants to throw them when he knows that Dubois is in the position he wants him to be in. He's not taking any chances. And it just means his output has drastically decreased. This means that Dubois can just hit the jab, keep backing up, and really that's going to be enough to give him the rounds. Yeah, they're saying that if Miller was just that little bit lighter and if he was just that little bit slicker, this would be very, very interesting. Miller has come out of the gates fast here. He's really pouring it onto Dubois. Dubois continuing to back up. Jabs coming in there by Dubois as Miller continues to move forward. Again, we're seeing Dubois on the back foot, jabbing away, circling round, trying to maintain that distance, trying to not get caught in the pocket. Pushes Miller back. Jab there by Miller. Jab again there by Dubois. He is getting caught against the ropes, but he's able to get out of there. Miller moves forward. Dubois getting stuck. I don't know why he doesn't keep moving. There's times where Dubois just stands his ground, and I don't know why. And then, like, just engages in a bit of a fist fight, and it's just unnecessary. He's right against the ropes right now. Yeah, got to get back to the movement. I agree. The commentator's saying the exact same thing. He's got to get back to the movement. It's really weird to watch because he does some really good work, Dubois. He's on the back foot. He's throwing out that jab. And then all of a sudden, he'll get to the middle of the ring and he'll just stop. And I don't know why he stops. I don't know what goes in his head. And I don't know why he stops, but he just stops. And then that allows Miller to kind of do a bit of work in the pocket. They get into a bit of a fist fight. Dubois doesn't really get the better of it. And then, like, he starts to get himself into a bit of trouble. And it was all self-inflicted. He's gone back to being on the back foot a bit more now, though. Miller continuing to move forward. Dubois backing up as Miller goes to the body. Dubois backing away. A couple of jabs coming in there by Miller. Dubois, that was a lovely shot by Dubois. There was a lovely right hand there, but then Miller lands a right hand of his own. Jab, straight down the middle, left hand jab again. These jabs really doing it for Dubois. There's about 3 jabs in a row that got through there. Again, he's backing up. Another jab coming in there by Dubois. Yeah. They're saying good tactics, simple boxing by Daniel Dubois. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Miller standing his ground in the middle, and Dubois again on the back foot. I wonder if Miller was to just literally stand in the center, like that would mean that Dubois couldn't keep backing away from him. I think that's another round. Raging Demon, shout out to you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone that's joining us. I hope you're having a great weekend. Miller is gas, man. Miller went back to his corner. He's like, he's taking some pretty deep breaths. Yeah, simple boxing there by Dubois. Much, much better. Much better. But we've got 3 fights to go after this. We've got Bivol, we've got Wilder, and we've got Anthony Joshua. 3 fights coming up after this. Daniel Dubois, I think, should be comfortably ahead in this fight. Yeah, they've said on the commentary, like, coming into this fight, there was a big question about what kind of character would Dubois have. And they've said that there's been a few moments in this fight where the going has got a bit tough for him. Tell you what, this is better. This is the best. This is the best Dubois looked. This is great by Dubois. He's been really getting through with some shots there. Yeah, the way the rounds have started is Dubois kind of really builds up a lead, but he's really beating him to the punch with the jab. And that then opens up the ability to land a few other shots. Oh, Miller wobbly. Miller wobbly. Miller pushing Dubois back. In the pocket, don't get... listen, what you're doing is working. Don't get sucked into fighting Miller's fight. Just keep doing what you're doing. And that is throwing in some really good jabs. Trying to get that second shot through as well. Making sure you don't get bogged down and caught in the pocket. He's into a clinch right now. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. Jab to the body, another shot to the body. Oh, big body shot there by Dubois. Miller moving forward. We're going to get to the point soon where Miller's going to need a finish to win it. We might already be there, in all fairness. We might already be there. This is undeniably a Dubois round. Miller moving forward. Dubois, hook shot coming in. He is just a walking punching bag, Miller. There's not really any movement. Dubois has landed 80 shots out of 185, whereas Miller has landed 66. So Dubois has got a 43% accuracy. Miller's got a 35% accuracy. Hook shot coming in there by Dubois. Little uppercut coming in as well. We got 50-odd seconds left to go. Yeah, both guys are pretty gassed, to be honest. Dubois just seems to have a bit more in the tank. This is where him being at the lighter weight is helping him, definitely. This is where that weight difference is coming into effect, but in Dubois' advantage. Referee just having a word with Dubois there. I think there might have been a bit of a low blow. Miller comes out. Jab coming in there by Dubois. He's circling round again as Miller continues to move forwards into a clinch at the moment. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And Miller again moving forward. 1-2 going upstairs. Hook shot coming in there by Dubois. Going to the body. Oh, lovely work there by Dubois. Beautiful right hand to the side of the head. Digging into the body as well. Lovely stuff. Really good work. Backing up, but Miller's trying to find a way of getting back into this. Oh, but Dubois with some big shots right at the end of the round. Had that been a little bit longer, he may have found a knockdown. Let's go, man. Let's go. Patrick said, enough. Get the towel out. Get the towel out. If his team love Miller, they should throw in the towel. Right, so Dubois doing really well. I expect Dubois to get the victory here. I'm expecting him to get the win. But to be honest, you know, he's still got 2 rounds that he's got to get through. But if it's going to be more of the same, then I would expect him to get the win on decision. Yeah, it's true. Just don't give him any reason. Just stay out of his way. Keep moving. Don't get caught. I think Miller has gassed to the point where he's not offering as much of a threat as he was in the early stages. Okay, so Dubois, 1-2 straight. Oh, and a hook shot. Miller rocked. Miller's rocked. And again, some big shots coming in. Uppercut there by Dubois. Miller covering up. We may get a finish in this. Dubois jabbing away. Bang, bang. Coming in. Hook shot to the side of the head. Yeah, man, look at this. We've got Miller moving forwards. But he's had some big shots at the start of this round. And actually, Dubois has done that throughout the whole fight. It seems to be the early stages of the round where he finds some of his best shots. And then he kind of gets bogged down into a bit of a scrap. But he gets some really nice moments at the starts of each round. And he just had some there as well. Still can't get Miller out of there, though. Miller really taking some big shots during this fight. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jab coming in there by Dubois. Miller moving forward. Dubois getting backed up against the ropes. Miller continuing to move forward as Dubois again gets out of there. Jab coming in. Shot to the body. Jab going upstairs. Uppercut coming in. Lovely work by Dubois as Miller continues to put that pressure on, but it's only physical presence pressure. He's not even really throwing many shots now, to be honest. The shots coming back by Miller, we're not even really seeing a great deal. He's just moving forward. There'll be the odd jab, but there's really nothing more than that. It's all Daniel Dubois. Jabs coming in by Dubois. Bit of head movement there by Miller. Dubois again backing up against the ropes. Couple of shots coming in. It's been a tricky night at the office, this for Dubois. This has not been easy at all. Not been easy at all. And there's been a few moments where he definitely got caught, and there definitely could have been some problems, but he's been able to come through this. Body shot coming in there by Miller. Again, Dubois kind of getting a bit bogged down a little bit here. Cristiano Ronaldo is ringside for this. Sat next to Frank Warren. Miller again moving forward as Dubois. Trying to find, I don't know what he's doing here, Dubois. Kind of standing in the middle and just a bit of an unnecessary body shot. But that was a lovely right hand straight down the middle by Dubois as Miller continues to come forwards. Nice head movement there by Dubois. But that sees the end of round number 9. So one more round to go. Just got to see out this round, Daniel Dubois. True Crime Scotsman said, I won't complain if there's not a KO in this one. It's been a great watch. Ruxo said, Volin moves a lot, always on the move. Hopefully AJ can cope. I think AJ KOs. Yeah, I think I've got AJ winning. I think it's going to be tricky. I don't think it's going to be straightforward at all. But I think AJ is the better boxer and has the better boxing ability. And beat him twice on the amateurs as well. So I'm definitely leaning towards Anthony Joshua. I can tell you that the scorecards, I don't know if these are the TNT Sports scorecards. They've got it 88-83 in favour of Daniel Dubois. Now, early on in the rounds is when he tends to get some of his best shots off. So let's have a look, see what I can do here. Big uppercut there by Daniel Dubois. Hook shot as well. A couple of jabs coming in by Daniel. And another hook shot there. He's trying to not get backed in the corner. Uppercut coming in by Daniel as well. And he avoids the hook coming back by Miller. Miller knows that he needs to find a finish. Daniel needs to make sure that he is not getting engaged in anything silly here. Come on, Daniel. Come on, Daniel. Don't be an idiot. I know he's looking for a KO here, but you don't need to. Just see this out. Don't do anything stupid. Don't get caught with anything. Just throw your shots. Take your steps back. Stay out of range. Jabs coming in there by Dubois again. Slipping underneath that shot coming in by Miller. Jab 1-2 straight down the middle there by Dubois. Miller, even Miller's defense is like down here now. Like even that, the arms are so heavy, he hasn't even got the guard up. He's just moving forwards, eating shots, and really just trying to get himself into a better position. But he's so tired that he can't even really throw his hands with any sort of speed. So even when he is getting in close, he's then got to try and get the hands going. By the time he's done that, like, the opportunity has gone for Miller. Body shot coming in. He's got it. I don't know if he'll find some at Miller. I don't know if he'll be able to find a big shot, but it's all Dubois again at the moment. We've got just over a minute to go. Round number 10 of 10 rounds. A couple of shots going straight down the middle here by Daniel. Bang, bang, bang. Straight down the middle. Miller can't do anything but try and block them. Bouncing around here by Dubois. Jab coming in there by Dubois. Dubois edging forwards. Nice right hand there by Dubois. Little uppercut as well. Right hand, body shot. Pushes Miller back. Big blows coming in. This is good by Dubois. Miller goes back against the ropes. 40-odd seconds to go. The referee coming in, separating both fighters. Dubois standing his ground in the middle. Big hook shot. Miller's rocked. Miller goes back against the ropes. Daniel wants the finish. Swinging for the fences. Miller stumbling 20 seconds to go. Daniel Dubois looking for the finish. Miller is on his feet. Maybe not for long. Oh, the refs called it. Wow. 10 seconds, 11 seconds left in the fight. Daniel gets the stoppage. Wow. Daniel Dubois picks up the win. A lot of people said, and they weren't wrong, this was a potential banana skin for Daniel Dubois. This was a potential problem opponent because of his size. Daniel Dubois really had to work there, and it wasn't easy at times, but he picks up the victory. What next for Daniel Dubois? Dubois wins, said Legend Killer. Congrats, said Marius. Huge performance, said Craig. What a fight, said Anonymous. Yeah, it was really fun, actually. I love the strategy side of it. Watching Daniel and, you know, I mean, you've got to say, well done to Daniel. I don't think it was a perfect performance. Everything that he needed, he got. You know, he had a good workout. He got tested. He got the stoppage. But it wasn't perfect in the sense of he was, you know, there was times where, I don't know, like the movement just evaded him. There was times where he was getting in the pocket and exchanging with Miller and just kind of getting himself into some bad situations that were just unnecessary. There's things that you can watch and maybe work on. You're not going to have that fight against other people, you know. You had to fight a certain way against Miller. You won't have to fight that way against some of the other heavyweights in the division. But there's still lessons to be learned. He's 26. He's still growing and learning as a fighter. I mean, 26 years old in the heavyweight division is a baby. Daniel Dubois is a baby in this division. And it's a good, credible win, man, against a credible opponent. Some lovely shots at the end. The ref saw enough. Big Baby quit. He stopped defending and he just waited for the ref to step in. Tom said it was a fun fight, but it was long. Called it stoppage, said Bonkers. Nikhil said, not the greatest fight, it was a slugfest. James said robbery. Robbery. It should have gone to the judges and then they would have given it to Paddy Pimblett. So, yeah, we've got Daniel Dubois picking up a win, and that's great for him. That should set him up for something juicy in 2024. If Hrgovic does go after the IBF, vacated IBF, I wonder if Dubois might find himself in the mix for that. I wonder if we get Daniel Dubois against Joshua. He has. He's only 26. He's a young baby in this division. He's 12 years younger than Wilder. I'm looking forward to hearing from Dubois. Want to know where his head's at, what he's thinking. Frank Warren's in there. Big smile on Frank Warren's face. Frank Warren having a few words with Daniel Dubois in the ring. So 3 fights left to go in this, and they're big, man. Coming up next is going to be Bivol, Dimitri Bivol. Frank Warren said, we'll find out about Daniel Dubois. Everything we need to know against Big Baby Miller, and he came through that test. Miller coming over, having a few words with Daniel Dubois. There's a real show of respect here between these two. So respect to Miller there, coming over, having a word with Daniel Dubois. I think Usyk loss was a blessing for Dubois, said Ian. He knows he has to step it up and is doing so. Do you know what? You could be right. It's one of those, isn't it, where you can look at it and see it as like he fell short. You know, that was his opportunity. But at his age, it shouldn't be his only opportunity. It's a good point. Okay, so we're getting the official announcement. And then, as we said, hopefully we'll get a word with Daniel or Frank Warren. Now, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be long till we get to the next one, the Bivol fight. I don't think it's going to be long. They were pretty good in between the early fights of like getting to the next one. There was a bit of a gap between the last fight and this one. So hopefully there won't be much of a gap till we get to Bivol.
Well, Chris Mannix is about to get the last word.
The commentator just said that Miller hasn't gone anywhere. So we might be hearing from him as well. Miller has never seen a microphone that he hasn't fallen in love with. He does love to talk. He does love to talk. Okay, here we go. We're chatting with Dubois. I had to dig deep. It was a great fight. I showed my heart. I'm glad I came through it.
You knew coming in the kind of pressure you were going to get from Jarrell Miller. Man, you'll probably have to fight off your back foot for a lot of this night. How difficult was that for you?
You know, I'm a prideful.
I always want to come forwards.
I'm learning new things every day, and I'm just glad I came through this. This was an important win for me.
I'm glad I came through this. This was an important win for me.
You were winning those first couple of rounds, and every time you went back to the corner, you looked tired. It looked like it was taking a lot out of you. How deep did you have to dig tonight?
How deep did you have to dig tonight? He said I had to dig very deep.
And I knew I had to get out there and work. So, you know, all glory to God, but I'm glad I did it.
You've been branded a guy that gives up by a lot of people over the last year or so. How much was that in your mind as you went through this fight?
I had to prove it to myself, really. I had to show myself, and that I was.
He said I had to prove it to myself that I'm a real fighter and I can be a champion.
I tried to all the doubts tonight.
Take me through that last round where you had to know coming out in the 10th.
So he's saying he got tested. He had to dig deep. He said this is a really important win for him. Crying baby, Miller said, Curious Minds. Where can we watch the fights? Well, I've got it on TNT Sports Box Office. I genuinely don't know who's carrying it in the US.
Listen, I've been in activity for a while, and I took this fight on 4 weeks' notice, and that's how much good all I got. But the main thing is we back in the ring.
Miller says, Triple D, you've got my respect. Miller says that he's going to get in better shape. So Miller said that he took this fight on like 4 weeks' notice. He's been a bit inactive. He's going to go away. He's going to get in better shape, and he'll be back. So that's what Miller said. Dubois just thanks his team, thanks his dad, and that's it. I wanted to know what he wanted next, or what the plan was next. That's what I was hoping to find out. He didn't know word on that.
The performance of his career, the performance that he needed to get his.
We've still got a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean the majority of empty seats. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. Don't get it. Don't understand.
Both fighters had their moment, but the highlight of this
But it's on ESPN in the US. Thank you, my friend.
he got shook. Punches like that by
Right.
Baby Miller. There was a moment where
Yeah, they're showing a shot, and you can just see the stands at the sides. There's people in them, but there's more empty seats than there is people. Andy, shout out to you. Andy said my favorite wrestler is Kamala. Legend. Shout out to you. James said it's on DAZN worldwide. Worldwide. James, shout out to you. There we go. Options. Joy said, hope you're having a good time. Going to your mom on Christmas Day, Sonny. Sonny, hope you will. Dro, shout out to you. Merry Christmas. Andy said, I've enjoyed watching the Wrestling Escape Pod. So thank you, Andy. I'm glad you enjoy watching it. Yeah, that's our podcast we do. We never know what we're going to be talking about. So, yeah, I enjoy it as well. But I like the fact that we can just end up having conversations about literally anything. It's completely unplanned. So I don't even know what's happening for this week, to be honest. I think we are doing one. Tommy seemed up for it. I'm up for it. So I think we'll end up doing one this week. Does Francis have a serious future in boxing, said John. Yes. I think Francis is a bit like Big Baby Miller, actually. Only I would say that I think he's better. I think if Francis Ngannou and Big Baby Miller faced each other, I think that Francis would have to do what Dubois just did. I think Francis carries more power. I think Miller would probably have been put away a bit earlier. So I think against that level of opposition, yes. But how would a Dubois do against a Hrgovic? How would he do against a Joshua or an Usyk or a Wilder? I think it was really interesting, actually, because I was listening to an interview with John Fury, Big John Fury. And he was very outspoken about the camp that Fury had. He said that he hadn't seen his son until the day, time of the fight, and he couldn't believe the shape that he was in. Now, Fury's always been in not the best of shapes, but he couldn't believe the shape that he was in. And he said, the game plan just seemed completely wrong. He said that the camp needs a severe shake-up. He was really outspoken against the preparation for Fury. Fury was saying that he trained harder for Ngannou than anyone else. And John ain't having it. John's not having it. It was like, no. He went, he might as well have just stayed at home. I don't know if John really knows what happened in the camp, but I think he saw the shape that his son was in, and he saw the fight like we all did, and he saw a Fury that just didn't look like Fury. It is true. I mean, a lot of people give Ngannou credit for that fight, and rightfully so, because he did look a lot better than what anyone was thinking, but there is something that was not right with Fury for that fight. I don't know what it is, and I'm not making excuses. I don't care. But just being honest, he didn't look like the Tyson Fury that we've seen. If it's a case that he's getting on a bit or something, or the damage he's took is now starting to take an effect, and there is some sort of a decline that's sneaking in now, if it's that, then it's that. If it's a bad training camp, then it's that. If it's bad fight strategy, then it's that. I don't know what it is, but there was something that just meant that Fury just didn't look like the Fury that we know. It just didn't look like the guy that was beating Wilder. So I think it's right to give Ngannou his flowers. I think it's right to say, God, well done, mate. You know, you absolutely exceeded everyone's expectations. Absolutely, 100%. But if you listen to the boxing world, if you listen to Joshua or Eddie Hearn, or even some of the other heavyweights that are out there, they are licking their lips at fighting Ngannou. They are licking their lips. They are bring it on, because I think they can see as well that Ngannou is good and he carries power, and you've got to be respectful of it. But that's a big payday against someone that is all right, you know, is good, but is not elite. So I could see him getting wins against some of those in and around the top 15. But I would really question how he would do against Joshua. And I would question how he would do against Wilder. Because I think Wilder isn't the best of boxers. But we know he's got like that big right hand. I think that it would be an amazing fight to see. It'd be brilliant to see. I think that Ngannou would actually take that right hand better than most people. But I don't think he would be able to repeatedly keep taking it. And the problem is, I don't think he's good enough to prevent it from landing quite a few times. So I think Wilder would be able to get it through. The problem Wilder's got is that Ngannou also hits really hard. So is he going to be able to withstand Ngannou's shots? So it would be really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. But just reading from the Fury fight, I think that's difficult. I think that's really difficult. So I think as much as you give praise to Ngannou, I think you have to question the condition that Fury was in. So it makes it hard to read exactly where Ngannou is. So has he got a future in this? I would say definitely, because I think he showed enough to show that he can cause problems. Because even if Fury was not 100%, it doesn't matter. He still caused Fury problems, right? So it's clear that he's got ability. It's clear that he can do stuff in the ring. He's not an idiot. He's not like, you know, out of his depth. But I don't know that it's as simple as just saying, yeah, he looked so good against Fury. Of course he beats Joshua. Of course he beats Wilder. Of course he beats Hrgovic. I don't know that it's as easy as that on that one performance. So he's definitely got a future. There'll definitely be another boxing fight. And I don't know who it's going to be against. But everyone's going to tune into that to see if it was just the performance of a lifetime against Fury or if he is really that good. I've just got a sneaky suspicion that the next time we see him, depending who it's against, might not look as convincing as what he did against Fury. I'll tell you what, the cat's out the bag anyway, isn't it? If anyone was going to take him light, they ain't taking him light now. Frank Warren's here. Let's see what Frank Warren's got to say. I thought we were done with the Dubois interviews. Great fight for him. Frank Warren said it proves all the doubters right. Look at the smile on Dubois' face. He's like, yeah. He's done the business. Hats off to him. He's got the job done. Look at that arena, man. It's so empty. Right. Parker is a good boxer, but I think Wilder will catch him. Wilder's boxing has got a lot better through the Fury trilogy. I think he'll find a gap and end, Parker says, Ian. But I am doing balling tomorrow. Gonna bake tomorrow a chocolate cake, says Tom. Well, that sounds nice. Fun way to spend your Christmas Eve. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, actually. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm doing a stream on the channel. I know that. And I've probably got so much work to do. I haven't done like any videos for the channel in about 2-3 days, so I've kind of really fallen behind on that. So I'll probably end up doing that. I know I'm definitely going to have a lie down after this stream, though. We've already been streaming for 5 hours, which is fine. That's nothing for us. But we've still got 3 fights to go. So, I think we're here for a while. So, yeah, looking forward to the next couple of days. Should be nice and chilled. How Christmas should be. But get over it, said Nikhil. They're giving the fight too much after-fight screen time. They are dragging their heels a little bit, aren't they? Dragging their heels a little bit. I think Dubois is someone that we're quite excited about here in the UK. He is 26. He is someone that could go on to be a world champion. And really, this is such a great time for British boxing because obviously having so many people around like Fury, Joshua, Joe Joyce, Dubois, like there's quite a few people like in that heavyweight division. Obviously, you know, we had others as well that have kind of come and gone, Dillian White, Chisora, whatever. But yeah, like this is a good time for British boxing. And so I think there's quite a bit of excitement around Dubois. So that's probably why they're so focused on him. This is going to be our next fight then. This is going to be Bivol against Arthur. I don't know that we're going to this just yet, but this is going to be a bit of a flat one, to be honest. Bivol, I think, is going to dominate this. Bivol is the better boxer. I'd like to see him get a finish, to be honest. I'd like to see him get a finish. I don't know that he'll get a finish, but I'd like to see him get a finish. He is 21 wins, 11 knockouts. This is his first fight in 13 months. He's an elite world champion. He's got a great jab. Measures range really well, very aggressive. We were talking about his lead hand and just how good that lead hand is. Sticks it out there, sticks it in people's faces, really gives them something to think about, and then bang, can either like throw that as a jab or follow up with a really big shot behind it. He's got a nice high guard as well. He's got really good on the back foot. There's just so much to like about him. Good feints, can really read his opponents well. Use that data, set traps. We looked, he's like, I think 4th, 5th on the pound for pound rankings. He's taken on Lyndon Arthur, who's 23-1 with 16 knockouts. Short notice only took this fight on 6 weeks' notice. He is not classed as being elite. He is in the top 10, I think, for one of the organizations, but he's not really regarded as being elite. Boxes on the outside. He can fight on the inside as well. Limited head movement. He is a bit of a counter puncher. He'll probably cause a few problems early on, but I expect Bivol to easily pull ahead. So this just feels like a bit of a showcase for Dimitri Bivol. This just feels like, let's get Bivol on the card. Let's get him on the card. He's one of the best fighters in the world. It's just going to be a way of really adding to what is already an incredible event. So don't expect him to have any problems here. And then surely some point next year we get into the fight with Beterbiev. That's the one that everyone wants in the light heavyweight division. So yeah, this should be our next one, but I'm not sure when we're going to go over to it. We are still chatting away and breaking down that victory for Daniel Dubois. Sonny said, I wonder what my mom is making for Christmas Eve. Do you follow streams for any horse racing, said online? We don't know. We don't do horse racing. We're more combat sports. So we do UFC, we do professional wrestling, we do boxing. So that's the ones that we focus on. Let's go into the chat. I can see one coming through from Romano. Shout out to you, my friend. You are number 1. You do UFC good too. Romano, thank you for the kind words, buds. Really appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams and enjoy hanging out with us on the channel. Just this is what we do. We love doing it, and we'll continue to do them as we move into 2024. There's some big events coming up, huge events coming up next year. As we said, UFC 300. Listening to Dana talking about that, he was like, "You're not going to believe the fights that are even going to be opening the early prelims. Is like this thing from start to finish is going to be stacked." So they're really hyping up UFC 300. We should get Conor next year. We should get, obviously, John Jones next year. Pretty much all the big fights that people are hoping to see, we should be getting next year. 2024 looks like it's going to be massive for boxing. It's going to be massive for wrestling. It's going to be massive for UFC. And we're going to try and cover as much of it as we can. So, Romano, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the kind words, and hope you have a happy holidays. Jobson said, "I can see this fight going the distance. Bivol by decision." Patrick said, "I'm going to go Bivol winning by stoppage, rounds 9-12. Not much of a stake on it, just doing it for fun." Online said, "UFC last week, I was up till past 6:30 a.m. This weekend, it's going to be bed early." Yeah, it's weird, actually. It's really weird because we've got 3 fights left, and here in the UK, it's 8:15. Normally on a Saturday, we wouldn't even start our UFC streams till 11 o'clock at night. So it is a bit random, to be honest, that we are doing this as early as what we're doing it. But it's kind of nice as well. It's kind of nice. It means that we can kind of get it done and then like move on to whatever's next. I kind of like this. There's a bit of a treat getting it done a bit earlier, and then that means that got the rest of the night to do whatever. Patrick said, "Bivol and Canelo hide him from Beterbiev, who should be the real pound for pound in the world. Unfortunately, no one wants to fight him in his prime." Jobson said, "I choose Bivol at -2,000. He's got a nerdy Randallplex. Bivol must quash the opposition." Well, here he is. We're seeing him in his dressing room. Dimitri Bivol coming up next. And he's ready to go. So hopefully we should be getting the ring walks relatively soon. What price is Wilder to get knocked out? That's interesting. What price is Wilder to get knocked out? Parker. Stoppage odds. Let's have a little look, shall we? Wilder fancied to win. Best price, worst price, no. I haven't seen that, to be honest. I've got the odds for who wins, but I don't have the odds for...
That's true. Look, Dimitri Bivol is brilliant. There's no question about it.
Wilder Parker.
One of the big questions though I have about Bivol.
It's all in UK odds, which I really hate. Round betting. So Parker to win in rounds 1 to 6 are 100 to 1. For him to win on points is 17 to 2. That basically means that £17 back. If you put £1 on, you get £100 back if it's like 100 to 1. So it's pretty wide. People aren't really expecting him to be able to get stoppage. I think if he's going, Deontay Wilder is 14 to 1 round 6, 7 to 1 round 7. So that's the one they're looking at. That's the one that looks the most likely out of these is round 7 stoppage for Deontay Wilder. Round 8, 9-1. Round 9, 10-1. Round 10, 12-1. Round 11, 16-1. Round 12, 20-1. Deontay Wilder on points, 7-1. They've got the Ring Magazine pound-for-pound rankings. Bivol comes in at number 5. Canelo at 4, Usyk at 3, Inoue at 2, and Crawford at 1. Plus 1,100. Thank you. Yeah, I hate the UK odds. I'm not very good at them. I much prefer, like, because we do, like, UFC, like, they always use, like, the American odds, the US odds, which is, like, the minus and the plus. And that's just so much easier to understand. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the fractions. That's how we do it over here. We're seeing, is that Connor? Is Connor there? I didn't know Connor was there. I can see a Ronaldo, but I think Conor McGregor might have been there as well, you know, which I didn't spot before. The card reminds me of like a WWF Saturday mornings in the 80s, the Ultimate Warrior against some guy called Cliff Green. I love Cliff Green, legend, Hall of Fame. A guy dressed in just Speedos and shoes, fist pumps. Let's go. Do you know what? The early fights were a bit like that, but Mahmoudov against Kabiel, we got an upset. Mahmoudov lost. Sanchez against Farr took a little bit of while to get going, but Sanchez got the win in the end. But that last fight, that was a real fight, man. Daniel Dubois against Miller, I mean, he stopped him round 10 with like seconds to go, and it was only a 10-round fight. So he stopped him with just seconds to go. So that last fight was definitely a close one, but you're not wrong. I mean, Hrgovic winning, I mean, that was an embarrassment. That was like within a minute. And Jaya Pataya, he also won with a first round stoppage right at the end of the round. So a couple of first round finishes. But that last fight was a proper scrap. I don't know what we're going to get here. I mean, Arthur he's got a bit of something about him. He is in the rankings for one of them. We looked earlier. I'm sure he was. Is he in the rankings? I'm sure we saw him in the rankings for one. No, maybe he isn't. I thought he's got a bit of something about him. He's not a complete jobber. He's not a complete journeyman. I mean, he's 23-1. He's 32 years old, so he's not a boomer. He's not over the hill. He's actually younger than Bivol. 23-1 with 16 knockouts. Granted, we're not talking about the highest level of opposition. But yeah, he should be someone that's going to at least last some rounds, you know? So a few people saying this one could go the distance, or there could be a late stoppage here. I'm hoping it's going to be in the mid-rounds. I'm hoping. I don't know that it will. But he should have enough about him to get through the early stages at the very least, yeah. So Arthur is making his ring walk right now. I've got a crazy free bet on Wilder, a Hail Mary of $20 for a $1,800 return for a flash knockout in 60 seconds. Trebre said Parker is worth a punt. People are sleeping on Parker. Oh, I tell you, I'd be upset. I'd be upset about if that was to be the case, because you could. I reckon Joshua would be good, because Joshua, I think he is. He might not admit to it, like that he's looking at Wilder, but I think he is looking at Wilder. He said like that he's fully focused on Otto Wallin, but I think he is also looking at Wilder. And could you imagine if he does his side of the bargain, and then Wilder ends up losing? Like, what does that do for their fight next year? Because that's clearly where we're heading. That's clearly the plan. The plan is to build towards Joshua against Wilder. So can you imagine if we don't get that? And it's not Joshua's fault. Young Donation said, hello from South Africa. Happy holidays. Happy holidays, my friends. Are you ready for Christmas? To me, Christmas is a random day. There's nothing special about it. Oh, is that true? What do you celebrate then? Have you got like a special day that you celebrate? That's interesting. Christmas is such a big thing that it's hard to imagine it not being a big thing everywhere, you know, which sounds really stupid because, of course, there's lots of different religions in the world. But I don't know, it's just been so synonymous with my life that it's hard to imagine it not being a thing. I mean, it's not really a thing for me this year, to be honest, because I'm not doing anything and the family aren't coming round and I don't even think we're doing presents and all that kind of stuff. We're not really doing anything on the 25th, but we will do something more on the 27th because that's when everyone's coming round. So, yeah, it's a bit weird to think that it's not something that everyone's partaking in. I know there's a lot of other faiths that obviously don't have religious connections to Christmas that still celebrate Christmas, if this makes sense. Like they celebrate the day of just having a good time. They don't celebrate the meaning behind it. They just celebrate, like, you know, everyone else is celebrating, we're going to celebrate as well. But they don't really do it for a religious purpose. But I saw a really interesting video where like different faiths were saying that they will also, like, you know, have something nice to eat on that day and maybe like buy a gift, nothing much, but just buy a little something because they don't want to miss out on, like, you know, just having a good day and having a nice time, which makes sense, doesn't it, when you think about it? Right. John said, here is my take. World War I, World War II are like one continuous war. Thanksgiving all the way to New York is like one continuous holiday. Well, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving in this country, but I know, isn't it about like November time-ish? So if that is just one continuous long holiday for you, I ain't going to argue, but yeah, look at that. It is Connor. Connor sat next to Cristiano Ronaldo. I wonder if that's awkward. You know, if you're Ronaldo, you've got Conor McGregor sat here, and you've got the Saudi royal prince sat there. Like, I wonder if that's awkward. I reckon it'd be cool. There's Bibble. George said, Christmas is cool, but I think Easter is my favourite. As a Catholic, I look forward to Lent and Easter every time I see it on the liturgical calendar. Liturgical calendar. That's new to me, that one. But, well, not Easter, but the liturgical calendar. I've never heard of it. That's good. I'm glad you enjoy Easter. Deserves a bit more love, to be honest. Right, I've got Bibble winning this. We sort of broke the fight down. Minus 2,000 favourite. And we are just getting the intros right now. Trini said all religions in Trinidad celebrate Christmas, but we do it in a cultural way that's specific to us, with traditions that are born here rather than religious POV, if that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's great. I think it's great. Even if, like, even if you're an atheist and you just don't believe in God or any of all this stuff, you know, it doesn't stop you from meeting up with family on that day and exchanging gifts and just having a good day, you know? So, yeah, it's good. Right, we're getting the intros. 2421 Ray said, I celebrate Thanksgiving. Yeah, but are you American? That would make sense. Here in England, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I don't even know when it is. I think it's like November time. Billy Kay gave birth yesterday. Oh, did she? That's good. I hope she and the baby are doing well. Okay, Arthur getting his intro. We should be underway with this one very, very soon. It's all about the kiddos at Christmas. Yeah, you're probably right. It is definitely for them. And do you know what? I don't begrudge it. He doesn't look much, does he, Bibble? Fighting out of Kyrgyzstan. He doesn't look like, if you saw him, you wouldn't think that's one of the best boxers in the world. But this is why you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Because that book looks pretty dull. But he's actually one of the best boxers in the world. Evil getting his intro then. Great reaction for him. Right, here we go then. As a wrestling fan, you should know when Thanksgiving is. It's when they have Survivor Series. Yeah, I know that, but I don't know the date. As I said, like, I believe it's in November, but I couldn't tell you it's November. Okay, here we go. Jab coming in by Arthur straight away. Bibble again putting the pressure on Arthur as he's backed him into the corner a little bit. So lovely jab to the body there by Bibble. Jab coming back there by Arthur. It's lovely to watch one of the best in the world and just see about how he goes about his work, you know. He's on the front foot straight away. I mean, straight away he's got Arthur like getting backed into corners. A couple of jabs coming in. Can you see how he like constantly puts out that lead hand? So that left hand has already kind of helped steer Arthur back against the ropes. Arthur coming in with a couple of shots and Bibble keeping his hands up. Jab coming in there by Bibble again. Lovely jab. Tell you what, though, Arthur's got a lovely little snap to his shots as well. And actually, I think he's a little bit bigger than Bibble. Oh, hook shot just misses there by Bibble and they clinch up. So referee coming in, separating both fighters. Bibble back into the center. And again, he's just edging forward. And Arthur goes back very easily. Lovely jab coming in and they clinch up. Little body shot coming in there. Referee separating both guys. Bibble again back into the middle. Edging forward again as Arthur goes back to the corner. Jab coming in there by Arthur. 1-2 straight down the middle into a clinch. And they clinch up. Again, break apart. Bibble again having a little look. There's nothing clean. There hasn't been anything clean for a while. Both of these are so fast and they hit with such force. Bibble again edging forward, just taking these little steps forwards. And he's got Arthur getting backed up into the corner. A couple of jabs coming in there by Arthur, but they fall short. Oh, lovely work. Lovely work. So Arthur just fell short with his jab there, and it just allowed an opening for Bivol. Bivol with a jab of his own. He's got Bivol up against the side of the ropes as Bivol continues to move forwards. Yeah, lovely, lovely. He's just, Arthur keeps missing with his shots, and then Bivol comes in with jabs and hook shots, and he's managing to land his. So a couple of shots getting through by Arthur at the end of the round, but I think that's a Bivol round for me. Come on, Bivol, said Legend Killer. He is dominating where the fight is being fought. He is being fairly evasive, but getting caught with a couple of things. I don't think there's anything there for him to necessarily worry about. And, yeah, not a bad first round. Bivol is slick. Bebiev love these stylists and bring them to the danger zone. Let's go, Bivol. Accept that's Bebiev invitation, says Patrick. Brony said, apparently Samantha Irving can't do the unique Chelsea Green intro due to a decision that came from a higher-up. Whoever that is needs to be fired. I'm joking, but I miss it, says Brony. Right, we are back underway with round number 2. Bivol jabbing to the body there as Arthur responds back with a jab of his own. Another jab by Bivol as Arthur trying to stand his ground a little bit more here. But again, he does still eventually find himself up against the ropes. Bivol, high guards, jab coming in by Arthur. Bivol, lovely. Straight down the middle. Got through with that. Doubling up with the jab. Doubled up with the jab and then through the right hand behind. He goes to the body. Yeah, very good. Hook shot misses, though, by Bivol. Jab straight down the middle. So fast. Arthur backing up against the ropes. He's just constantly getting pressured back. I mean, Bivol's got to make this count for him and work for him. The fact that he's able to cut the ring off, that's got to be something he can use to his advantage. He hasn't made Arthur really pay yet, but now he is. Now he is. He's got him up against the ropes. He's landing some of them big hook shots. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Yeah. Lovely couple of jabs. Setting up a couple of hooks. And Arthur eating some shots there. Again, Bivol not being over-committal. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Hook shot just missed with that one. Couple of quick shots, though. Jab to the body. Jab coming back there by Arthur. Arthur going upstairs with that jab as Bivol keeping a high guard. Again, we've got Bivol moving forwards. Arthur backing up a little bit. We haven't got loads of activity here. It's not like they're throwing all the time. There's a few little exchanges. But there is quite a bit of patience on display. But as soon as an opening presents itself, Bivol is exploiting it. And he really let his hands go there. That was excellent work. He's moving forward here as Arthur backs up a little bit. Swing and a miss there by Arthur. Bivol is edging forward. Lovely jab by Bivol. Jab coming back there by Arthur. Bivol moving forward. Jab coming back by Arthur. Going upstairs. Swing and a miss there by Arthur. Do you know, it's constant pressure by Bivol, and he's got Arthur in some situations where he can really let his hands go. And Arthur is, well, he's giving a decent account of himself. He's not completely getting outgunned, but he is losing the fight. But I don't know how people aren't calling for a unification against Bivol and Bebiev. This is the fight to make, says Patrick. Don't know where we are with it, to be honest. Don't know where we are with it. I don't know how close we are to getting that fight, how possible or likely it is. It is the fight to make. I think we will get it. We already know that Bivol's going to win. There's no point, said Sky 7 CM Punk. Okay, round number 3. Yeah, you're not wrong. I expect him to win. I mean, what I would say is that he's not the main event of this card. The main event of this card is Joshua, it's Wilder. So the fact that we still get to watch one of the pound-for-pound best boxers in the world right now, just on the undercard, is such a treat. But it's true. I mean, this should be a relatively straightforward fight for him. And so far, it has been. Arthur's not been getting blown away or anything like this, but Bivol definitely grown into the fight. Again, a couple of shots coming in. A great volume coming out of Bivol now. Seeing much better output. Really fast hands. Jab coming in there by Arthur. Another jab coming in by Arthur as well. Bivol moving forward. Arthur is the bigger fighter. But he just cannot stop this relentless onslaught here by Bivol. Bivol just unloading on Arthur. He's got him up against the ropes. A smile on the face of Arthur as Bivol goes to the body, goes upstairs. I tell you what, Arthur desperately trying to block what he can. I think he blocked a fair amount of that, actually. It felt like Arthur was doing some matrix work there because I think he was able to block a fair bit of it. But there was definitely stuff still getting through. It was such an onslaught, great volume. Arthur in the center then as Bivol circles round. Oh, jab coming in there by Arthur. That looked really good. That looked really good. Another jab coming in. He's trying to edge forward. Shot coming there by Bivol. Bivol trying to get a bit of bounce. He's got Arthur back in the corner again here. I want to see him punish Arthur here. He was seemingly setting up for something pretty big there. Felt like he was trying to set him up for something really big. Couldn't find it. Jab coming in there by Bivol, standing his ground in the center. As jab coming in there by Arthur. Bivol hiding behind the guard. Nice head movement. Trying to get off the center line. Takes a couple of steps backwards. Jab there by Arthur falls short. As Bivol goes to the body. Jab misses by Arthur. Again, just falls short as Bivol moves forwards. And I think we're towards the end of this round. I think the venue hopefully should be filling up a bit more now. Can't really see the sides, but certainly all around the ringside area, it certainly looks a bit busier than it has been. So that was round number 3. Every round is a Bivol round.
Watch over 200 regular and postseason NFL games, Super Bowl 58 shows and more, all live.
I bet 12K on Bivol to win by knockout in round 3. So please win. What, did he have to win in round 3? Or did he just have to win by knockout at some point? Because I've got bad news if he needed to win in round 3. Remember, Bivol put overhyped Canelo in his place, said Patrick. The people are asleep behind, says online. Yeah, well, those that are actually there, they are, yeah. Right, here we go. Round number 4. Round number 4. So we've got Bivol in the center. We've got Arthur on the outside. Jabs coming in there by Arthur. Trying to get through, but Bivol. Oh, lovely hook shot. Lovely hook shot by Bivol. He was drawing that jab then. He was trying to get the jab to come in, and then he was able to get the hook shot in. He was able to slip it, throw in the hook. Over against the ropes is Arthur. A couple of jabs coming in there by Bivol. Shot coming back there by Arthur. He's got him backed up against the ropes again. Trying to go to the body at the moment. I think he's going downstairs. He's going downstairs. It gives me the thought that he would then go upstairs. Downstairs, downstairs, downstairs. Kind of made it feel that he was going to go upstairs then, and he did. He's got Arthur. Oh, swing and a miss there by Bivol. Arthur again back against the ropes as Beevil continues to put that pressure on. He's got him over by the ropes. Body shot coming in. Jab to the body. Jab coming back there by Arthur. Jab going in upstairs. 1-2. Trying to double up on the shots there. 1-2 upstairs by Beevil. And again, Arthur is taking these though. Body shot coming in. Shot coming back there by Arthur, and it goes right onto the guards. Nice 3-shot combo. All 3 shots landing there by Beevil. Arthur trying to push Beevil back. He's having a little look at the moment. He's trying to find something significant. We haven't found really anything significant. There was a lovely little flurry. Was it last round or the second round? Where Arthur gave a little smile. But short of that, there's just been a few little moments. But Arthur hasn't really been in too much trouble. There's a little stumble there by Arthur, but I think that might have been more he was off balance. He throws a jab out. Again, it's all Beevil. Beevil's got the volume advantage here. A couple of jabs coming in there by Arthur. Beevil, again, going down to the body. I mean, Arthur, we're not seeing much output from Arthur, and this is inviting the pressure. Oh, look at this. Brilliant by Beevil. There's about a 4 or 5 punch combo there. I'm not sure he got all of them, but he went upstairs straight down the middle. The thing is that Arthur's just not doing enough to stop Beevil. He's not got any kind of... he's not throwing anything to give Beevil something to think about. And there we go, end of the round. It's another round for Beevil. Anthony Joshua arriving backstage. Ledge Killer says, come on, Beevil. Sky CM Punk said, I bet on Beevil to win by knockout at any point. Okay. But making Canelo go. Canelo had already beaten Kovalev. He was already light heavyweights. He simply just got beat by Beevil. Right, we're seeing Otto arrive backstage. So Otto has arrived. We're starting to get really to the business end of this card. Okay, here we go then. Round number 5. Beevil is, I think, won every round so far. It's been pretty straightforward work for him. After this, our very next fight is going to be Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker. We got Wilder Parker after this. And then after that is the Joshua fight. I mean, right now it's 10-9 in the UK. I don't know how we're going to wait until like 11:30, like was being like reported. I think I saw ring walks for Joshua being about 10:30, 11:15. But I have heard people saying like 11:30, 12:45 midnight. So, don't know. This one can go 12 rounds. We're starting to get to the point now already where Arthur might need to get a knockout to try and find the victory here, because I think he's lost the 4 rounds. He's losing this round as well. He's back in a corner. It's more of the same. We're not seeing much output from Arthur. We're seeing just lots of work by Beevil. He's got Arthur back against the ropes. These two jabbing away at the moment. Beevil edging forward, high guard, jab coming in, straight down the middle. Another jab there by Beevil. 1-2. Arthur just doesn't have the output. He doesn't have the volume. For every jab that he throws, he absorbs about 4 or 5 shots. Beevil again, bouncing around, trying to edge forward. He's having a little look as jab comes in there by Arthur. Arthur, that's a bit better by Arthur, actually. he just put his lead hand out there, just really like, you know, trying to measure distance and trying to give Beevil something to think about. Just need to see him doing something. At the moment, he's just constantly on the back foot, occasionally throwing a shot and getting overwhelmed. Bivol is, again, bouncing around. He's trying to find an opening. We got about 30-odd seconds left in round number 5. Jab straight down the middle there by Bivol. And edging forward as you've got Arthur backing up a little bit. Jab once. Oh, man. 1-2, straight down the middle. Then went for a big left hook, but couldn't land it. Still waiting for him to land that really big shot. And there we go. End of by Bivol. Ronaldo and McGregor applauding from ringside. They're sat together. We keep cutting to them as well. There's a bit of a cheer as I think they're being shown on the screen at the moment. I think is Connor sat next to... I think Connor might be next to Eddie Hearn as well. Connor having a word with Ronaldo there. It's pretty cool to see. Bivol for the knockout said bonkers. Online said Arthur is no king. Here in South Africa, it's 10:50.
Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD.
Shout out, much love to South Africa. Right, here we go. Round number 6. So, hook shot coming in there by Bivol. Jab coming in by Arthur. Bivol jabbing away. This time, Arthur standing his ground a little bit better in the centre here, not getting backed up as much. I wonder if his corner have told him to not get bullied as much. See if he can put Bivol on the back foot. He's not succeeding with it at the moment. Right hand straight down the middle there by Bivol. These two in the centre. Yeah, the commentators are saying that. They're saying, like, you know, he's trying to back up Bivol here rather than, like, getting backed up himself. Let's have a look and see what Bivol's like on the back foot, but he can't do it. He's trying to do it, but he can't do it. Bivol standing his ground in the centre at the moment. Jab coming in there by Bivol. These two just jabbing away at each other. Bivol, again, just shoving that lead hand right in his face. And he's just got this hand just ready whenever he needs it. But at the moment, everything's coming from the left hand. Bang, bang, bang. Hook shot. Probing, jabbing. But the right hand's there if he needs it. Jab to the body there by Arthur. Bivol lets the hands go. Into a clinch. Sky CM Punk said, I bet 7.5K on Wilder winning by first round knockouts. Dort Knight, hello. Shout out to you. Trini said, I had to pop back to say I saw Ronaldo and Connor talking, and my first thought was both of you are overpaid. You have that in common. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Oh, he lets the right hand go. And again, he's got Arthur back against the ropes. Letting the hands go a little bit here. Dig into the body. Nice right hand again there by Bivol. Jab coming back by Arthur. And again, going to the body. He's mixing it up so well, Bivol. Going to the body. We're seeing some body shots. He's going upstairs. He's not really forcing anything as well. He's just fighting the fight. And that's the end of round number 6. This one going, I think, the way that a lot of people thought it was going to go. Bivol's not really known for his stopping power. He has got 21 wins, 11 knockouts. But that's not the best rate in the world. You know, there's for someone that's a pound for pound fighter, you would expect him to have maybe a better finish rate than that. So he's not really known for his stopping ability. But I think he's took every single round here. It might not be spectacular, but it is solid and tidy. And he's just doing what he needs to do to pick up the victory. So we are seeing Wilder backstage. If you want fireworks, this man can definitely provide them. He can end the fight at any moment. Well, here we go, round number 7. Again, we've got both of these. I feel like I've been watching the same round every round. It's Bivol driving Arthur back against the ropes, mixing it up, going to the body, going upstairs, and doubling up on that lead hand with a jab, hook shot, throwing the right if he can. Volume overwhelming Arthur, landing way more than Arthur, winning each round, just again and again and again. It's like Groundhog Day. Again, going upstairs, just jabbing away, probing away. Bang, bang. Arthur is definitely at the point now where he needs a finish, unless he's going to 10-8 every round. How many times did Wilder knock Fury down over 3 fights? Parker is strong, but can he survive getting murked, said online. Hook shot. Again, look at the work that lead hand's doing. Jab, jab, hook shot, all coming from that one hand. And then the right hand going to the body. He's getting some real success here. Bivol. Hook shot coming in. He's got Arthur up against the ropes, smashing him with some big shots, but Arthur's taking all of these. He is starting to let his hands go. He's going to have to find something juicy, though. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Both fighters go back into the middle of the ring. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Arthur coming back with a jab of his own. These two in the centre of the ring at the moment. Bivol bouncing around, hook shot coming in there by Bivol as Arthur throws in a jab. Little bit of a bounce there by Bivol as he's just trying to find a way of getting a bit of rhythm back into this. The rhythm just went out of it momentarily. Oh, big body shot there by Bivol. That was good. That was really good. He's got Arthur backed up against the ropes. Tries to jab upstairs. Yeah, that's true. They're saying this is Bivol's first contest in 2023. So there is maybe a little bit of inactivity. But to be honest, he's looked pretty sharp. Bivol standing his ground in the middle as Arthur is coming forward, quite rarely coming forwards. So another round in the bag, another Bivol round. Definitely Parker is a boring fighter, says Marcel Knows Best. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Who are the top dogs in the Premier League these days? Man City are the top dogs. Parker is the world's most boring fighter, said Dean. Right, said, I could be side betting banking if I wanted to cheat, but this is 100% a lesson on wife and some nerds. Well, banking dollar before I get it the right way. Great Liverpool fan club called the Chicken and Pickle, said George. Let's not forget Parker dropped Dillian White and went the distance with Andy Ruiz. Wow, a lot of excitement for our next fight. Parker against Wilder coming up next. We are in round number 8 here. Jab coming into the body there by Bivol. I would very much like Bivol to get a stoppage now. I think we've seen what Beebles all around about in this fight. So if he can find a way of getting a stoppage here, he is backing Arthur up a little bit. I mean, he is unloading on him, but Arthur just takes these shots well. Jab coming in by Beeble. He's got Arthur backing up, circling rounds. Jab coming back there by Arthur. Couple of jabs coming in by Beeble. We've got 2 minutes left on the clock in round number 8. You can see Connor and Ronaldo just chatting away at ringside. It's pretty wild, man. Oh, hook shot coming in there by Beeble. Jab coming in there by Arthur. Arthur's standing his ground in the middle a little bit more, not getting backed up as much as he was before. Although, just as I say that, now he goes back against the ropes. Beeble, again, using that lead hand. Oh, lovely combo. Lovely combo by Beeble. He managed to get Arthur back against the ropes. He unloaded a great combo, mixing in some body shots and some head shots. The left to the body, the right going upstairs. Smile on the face of Arthur. He's just been peppered, man. He's really been peppered. Yeah, that was a great body shot there by Beeble. Great body shot. Arthur, though, standing his ground in the middle. I mean, Arthur, I just don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how he's going to stop Beeble. I don't know, unless he just finds, like, a really serious shot. I tell you what, there's a body shot that just came in there that seemed to bother Beeble, you know. That was interesting. Arthur just flicked out a body shot. Didn't seem much to it. And Beeble just backed up and sort of went, oh. And the crowd were like, oh. I tell you, all of a sudden we just said, I don't know how he wins this. Beeble's just told him. Beeble's just told him how to win it. He landed a body shot and Beeble just backed up, kind of covered up his body and was like, oh. That was really interesting. That was really interesting. If I'm Arthur, there's a massive target on that body right now. Huge target on that body. Because he just landed something that definitely hurt Beeble. Definitely hurt Beeble. Yeah, the commentator just said, I'd love to know what went through his mind in that moment. He did. He took a... We're going to have a look at a replay here, I think. So this is the flurry of shots that he unloaded on Arthur. Is this the... No, I don't think that's the moment. Hook shot coming into the body. Tommy needs to keep his child indoors come deer season, says online. Bonkers, shout out to you. They haven't got the replay, unfortunately. Okay, we're up to round number 9. Not the most engaging fight of all time, this one.
Let's see if he can start to put a lot of pressure on Arthur. The referee asks some questions.
Yeah, they said that we should have been shown that body shot. That's probably Arthur's best moment in this fight, and it wasn't part of the highlight package for that round, which is a real shame. If you are just joining us, Beeble is dominating this, but there was just a little moment in that last round where Arthur landed a body shot and Beeble was not a happy bunny. Beeble is absolutely unloading on Arthur. Got him backed up against the ropes again, going to the body. Coming up next, we have got Deontay Wilder. He's going to be in action, taking on Joseph Parker. Our co-main event of the evening. 2 fights to go after this. The Wilder fight, the Joshua fight, the business end of this card. And Beeble, he is on the pound-for-pound rankings. He has been solid tonight. More than solid. But can he find that stoppage? Again, going to the body. Is comfortably ahead in this fight. Maybe every single round. In fact, definitely every round. I can't think of any round that you would give Arthur. Are you watching this on Box Office? Said Wrestling God. I am, yeah. I'm watching it on Box Office, but we've got Arthur on the back foot as Beevil is going upstairs. Arthur trying to block the shots. Jab coming in there by Beevil. Hook shot coming in. Uppercut coming in there by Beevil. Just doesn't seem to be able to either find the button, and he certainly doesn't seem to have the power to put Arthur away. Jab coming in there by Arthur. Yeah, Beevil backing up a little bit here. As Arthur is moving forward a little bit. Arthur just putting a little bit of pressure on right now. Got about 30 seconds left to go in this round. Into a clinch. I don't know if Beevil's getting a little tired. Don't think so. He seems to be all right. But Arthur having a little look. Jab coming in there by Arthur. Beevil moving forwards. Putting a bit of pressure on Arthur again, but that's going to see out the round. Mohammed said, not with disrespect, but I think Beevil won't last 12 rounds with Berbiev. Yeah, I've got to agree. I think Berbiev would be the favourite for me as well in that fight. I'm watching on DAZN, said A. Jobson. Marcel said Wilder needs to improve on his boxing skills if he's going to land. Well, this fight is going into round 10. It can go up to 12 rounds. We should be done with this fight relatively soon, but it is feeling like we're going to go the distance here. I don't think they'll make us wait too long till we get to the next one. I don't think we'll be waiting too long. My boy Parker is doing it for New Zealand, said way too lovely. Okay, round number 10 about to get started here. It's literally just a case now of can someone find a finish or Beevil wins by decision. So what can Arthur do? Can he do anything here to salvage this situation? I don't think so. A couple of jabs coming in there by Beevil again. Arthur, though, not getting backed up. Beevil trying to back him up, and he has shifted him back a little bit, but Arthur then comes forward. We're still in the middle of the ring. Jab coming in there by Beevil. Beevil has landed 76 shots compared to Arthur's 35. 27% accuracy. That's really low. That's low. He's thrown 270 odd shots. Again, a couple of jabs coming in. Arthur, his head getting snapped back a little bit. Arthur in retreat mode as Beevil continues to put this pressure on. Oof. Arthur trying to go to the body there with a big hook shot. Jab coming back there by Beevil. Arthur having a little look. Arthur knows that he's got to land something significant. Yeah, he's managed to get right to the business end of the fight. I think that's disappointing if you're Beevil, though, to be honest, because it doesn't say much for your power, does it? It doesn't say much for your ability to put fighters away. He's backing up a little bit here, Arthur, as Beevil continues to move forwards. Hook shot misses. Jab coming in there by Beevil. Oh, this is nice. I like that from Beevil. I like that. He's exploded into range. He's exploded in, and he's got Arthur up against the ropes right now. Absolutely unloaded, and he got his left arm there. He used it as a way of just keeping Arthur's head where he wanted it and then came in with the right. So he landed some big blows, but couldn't put Arthur away. He still cannot put Arthur away. These two in the middle right now. Arthur is the one that's moving forward. There's only 20 seconds left in the round. Young Donation said, I think Beevil is unfit coming on in this fight, but as long as he wins the rounds, I'm okay with that. George said, I'm hoping to visit the UK, Liverpool, and go to all the old Gothic Catholic churches and classic pubs. There we go. End of round number 10. Yeah, there was a lovely little moment in there, a real flurry by Beevil where he had Arthur up against the ropes. He was really letting his hands go. And he was trying to find that big shot as well. He was really looking for that big shot that was hopefully going to put Arthur away. Still couldn't find it. Still couldn't find it. Patrick said Beevil would punch Beterbiev with feather-like punches, and Beterbiev would go for the execution. I don't wonder why Beevil is escaping Beterbiev. Wilder fanboys are going to be disappointed tonight, said Marcel Knows Best. Right, round number 11 about to get underway. 2 rounds left to go. Round 11, round 12. I think we're going to go the distance. And then after this, we've got Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker. Joshua, in fact, we might end this poll. Let's end this poll because that's been going for a little while now. Let's start a new poll. Who wins and how? Okay. Wilder by knockout. Wilder by decision. Again, more of the same. We've got Beevil moving forward. We've got Arthur back against the ropes. Body shot coming in there by Beevil. So we've got a poll. Who's going to win and how? Jab coming in there by Beevil. Have we got the stats as well? We could maybe call those up for Wilder and Parker. Few numbers. Bit small. But it's got knockout percentage. It's got reach. Deontay Wilder with an 8-inch reach advantage. Body shot coming in there by Arthur. Little hook to the body. Yeah, Arthur on the front foot now. We haven't been seeing this. Arthur is the one that's moving forward. He's driving Beevil back a little bit. There was a hook to the body there by Arthur. We know that the body is seemingly susceptible. He landed a beautiful body shot. And it was great. Really seemed to cause Beevil some problems. But that was really the only thing he's been able to do in this fight, Arthur. We got less than a minute to go. Jabs coming in by Beevil. Straight down the middle, Arthur. His moment has ended now. Now we're seeing him on the back foot, backing up a little bit. Yeah, he is always throwing something. He's always doing something. He has worked so hard. I mean, considering how inactive he's been, his work rate has been very impressive, Beevil. Very impressive. And Arthur throwing out some shots back in response. There's a couple of jabs coming in by Arthur, but Beevil. Oh, man. Big shots coming in by Beevil. Some really good stuff. He's got Arthur up against the ropes. Look at the flurry of shots. Arthur goes down. Wow. That was insane, man. He had to go like crazy. He's managed to get back up to his feet on the count of 8. But Beevil was just absolutely going crazy. He was going ham. He really wanted to find that finish. He really wanted to find that finish. He didn't know. Arthur survives. And we're going to our next round, round number 12. Our final round. Look at this. I don't know how many shots this combo was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably about 7, maybe even 8-shot combo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The body shot is the 8. 9, 10, 11. It's 11 shots. 11 shots. The body shot on the 8 was the one that really caused the damage. Hell of a combo. Hell of a flurry of shots. Arthur couldn't do anything but just stand there and take them. It was just an absolute barrage that was coming at him. It feels like Arthur's there for the taking now. He looks a lot more vulnerable. And again, we've got a real flurry. Arthur up against the ropes. Bivol unloading. Yeah, the ref's having a look. He's not going to want this to continue for too much longer. Arthur is just a real punching bag here. Bivol really wants this stoppage. He's working for it. The ref's really coming in. Oh, clinch up there by Arthur. Arthur survives. Arthur survives. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Bivol again getting Arthur back. He must be shattered, man. He must be shattered. He's the amount of shots that he's thrown. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Arthur edging forward. Jab coming in there by Bivol. Yeah, Bivol, I think, is having to try and regroup a little bit here. I think he really did use up quite a bit of his energy. He has slowed down, but that was a hell of a barrage that he threw. Nice body shot there by Arthur. He did weather the storm. Bivol, I think, is having to try and regroup a little bit here. I mean, in all fairness, that was his moment to try and get the stoppage. He might have another shot at trying to do it, but there's no point forcing yourself and putting yourself in a bad position. He's definitely going to win this fight. Just got to get to the judges in a minute. So he's definitely winning. He just makes sure he doesn't do anything stupid, but he would like that finish. Big body shot there by Arthur. Big body shot. You can hear it as well. So Arthur actually enjoying a nice little spell in this fight. Bivol's got to make sure that doesn't do anything silly here. Oh, lovely head movement there by Bivol. Lovely head movement. We got just over 30 seconds to go. Arthur knows with 30 seconds to go, he needs to find a stoppage. The best chance of that is working the body. But he's over by the ropes. Bivol's unloading again. We thought there'd be one more opportunity for him to let the hands go. It's exactly what he's doing with 15 seconds left in the fight. Arthur, though, responds with a big shot back. These two in the center, jabbing away. It's been the best round, actually. And there we go. End of the round, end of the fight. We go the distance. And that's going to be an easy win for Bivol. But, yeah, that was not a bad final round. That was quite a fun final round. Bivol, low accuracy. I needed the stoppage, said Patrick. Didn't get it, but didn't get it. He tried. He definitely tried. Yeah, Arthur goes the distance.
Arthur had to come back from that. You got to respect that.
Yeah, brilliant work.
Oh man, they're just showing a replay of this this storm early on. I mean, the referee was right. Even the referee at times was like, do I stop it? Do I stop it?
Just keep your eye on the referee.
Yeah, amazing, amazing, close. Almost got a miracle bet in, said Patrick. Can't wait to see the bronze bomber in action, said Jim. Bivol impresses, says Craig. Yeah, good. Make sure you're getting your votes in as well, because our next fight is going to be Deontay Wilder against Parker, our co-main event. So at the moment, Wilder knockout is in the lead 69%. 69% of people think Wilder by knockout. 7% think Wilder by decision. It means that not many people are giving Parker a chance here. Okay, here we go. We're going over to the scorecards. It's got to be every round in it. All three.
And all three judges, Steve Weisfeld, Gene Robert Lane, and Ignacio Robles, are in agreement.
120 to 107.
All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision.
Well, there we go. So Bivol gets it. It was a complete shutout. All three cards. There we go. The referee was a step away from stopping it. Ban that referee. He cost me money, said Patrick. Jesus Christ. Shout out to you. Ledger Killer said, what a fight for Bivol. Shocking that Bivol couldn't finish that, said Cruiser. Yeah, maybe. I think that the inactivity may have been a little bit of a problem in that regard. I think he will be disappointed that he didn't get the stoppage. Obviously, he's going to be more pleased that he was able to secure the win at all. Like, you know, there wasn't an upset or anything there. He was a heavy favourite to pick up the victory. But yeah, I think that probably is a bit disappointing. Right, I think we're about to talk with Bivol, and Eddie Hearn is in there with him as well.
You went for it there at the end, and you settled for a lopsided wide decision. What did you think of your performance?
I could say that it was good sparring for me. Lyndon was using good jab.
Bivol said that it was good sparring for him.
I got this fight, and now I see my way to my goal, to undisputed, against the winner, Bitterbeef Smith. I hope this fight.
Bivol said that he wants the winner of Baby Evans Smith. He wants undisputed.
How did you feel physically in there?
I didn't push.
So he wants the winner of Baby Evans.
I wasn't sure. Will I have power or not? Yeah. And I look at his eyes. He kept something inside of him too.
So he said, I knew my opponent was ready for 12 rounds. I could see it in his eyes.
Since you picked up a knockout, how bad did you want it in that final round?
I'd like to hear from Eddie Hearn, actually, to see, is that possible that Bivol can get the winner of Smith and Better Be Ever? I mean, it should be. I just haven't heard anything on it. All the fights so far have been good, said Riot J. Case. Eddie Hearn is worse than a politician, says Patrick.
It's important. I made 11 rounds. I didn't get from my opponent nothing. Now I got this belt. I'm happy.
We know you want the other belts.
Now two. We know you want the other three belts that are out there. Archer Beterbiev faces Callum Smith.
Do you think you'll get the winner of that fight?
Do you believe you're going to get the winner of that fight?
Yeah, I believe. When I was signed the contract for this fight, Saudi was interested to make great.
Bibble said, well, the Saudis want to make great fights.
For boxing fans. And undisputed fight.
The Saudis want this fight.
They want this fight. His Excellency want this fight. And I'm so glad that in boxing we have such great people.
So Bibble said, thank you, Saudi. It's great that we've got such great people that want to make these fights. So he's feeling very confident this fight is going to happen. And it probably will.
Who do you want, Beterbiev or Smith in that fight?
I want winner. It's not about personal. It's just I just want.
Here's Eddie.
Who win? I want that guy.
Let's see what Eddie's going to say.
Eddie Hearn, we'll turn to you. You just heard him say he wants the winner of Callum Smith, Artur Beterbiev. I know you've got a horse in that race.
How confident are you that you can get this?
Who wins? How confident are you that we'll see a title unification fight next year?
Listen, Dimitri's done his part. You know, His Excellency, like Dimitri said, wants to make the biggest fights. The undisputed fight is always the biggest fight of the division. I'm sure they've got plans here for that to be Dimitri against Artur Beterbiev. We do have other plans.
Oh, that would be big, wouldn't it? Callum Smith. When's that? January 13th.
Let's see what happens. That's the natural.
Let's jot that down.
He's been out of the ring with 13 months, 12 good rounds tonight.
Beterbiev against Callum Smith, with the winner potentially facing Biddle. And Eddie Hearn said that he's pretty confident that they're going to be able to make that fight because the Saudis want to make the biggest fights. They're having a word with Arthur at the moment, who put in. Yeah, I mean, look, he hung in there, didn't he? That's probably the best thing you can say. He hung in there. Right, so yeah, getting your votes coming up next. Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker. I think that last fight was, I don't know, it's a bit weird. It's a weird fight, that one. I mean, it's good in regards to he did what he needed to do and he tried. There's a few moments in there where he's really unloading and really putting together some really great combos. But I think overall, considering that it was 36 minutes of fighting, and then obviously you've got in between each round, it just felt like I was watching the same round repeatedly again and again and again. It was pretty easy work for Beevil. I don't know that that's going to really have excited the crowd or really that many people watching at home, which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. We move on, and this next one should be exciting because Joseph Parker is not the most exciting of fighters, but he's good, he's skilled, he's tidy, and the question is, can he go about his work without getting clipped? Can he go about his work without getting caught? And I genuinely don't know. I've got Wilder winning this next one, but you could easily make a case for Joseph Parker getting the win. He's a former world champion. He's a great fighter. He is someone that can struggle against the very elite, but it's hard to know how you would describe Deontay Wilder because from a boxing ability point of view, he's all right. I mean, he's good, but I don't think he's elite. I think that he is someone, as we said, that has got ability. Definitely would be disrespectful to say that he's just a right hand. That's clearly not true. There's clearly more to him than just that. But is he a better boxer if you take that right hand away than Joseph Parker? I don't think he is. I think Parker is the better boxer, and I think Parker's going to win some rounds here. He's been training with Fury. He's been training with Andy Lee. He's confident in the game plan that he's got. He said this is the fight he needs to really understand where he is in the division right now. He's got good boxing skills. He is around the top 10 of the heavyweights. He's got really good quick combos. He's someone that can't be written off. You can't write off Joseph Parker. The thing is that he's got 33 wins and 23 knockouts, which isn't bad in all fairness. Like, if Wilder can't find that right hand, I think he's in big trouble. If he can't find that right hand, this could be a long day at the office for Deontay Wilder. Wilder, though, is 43 wins, 42 knockouts, former WBC champion. He can be very unorthodox. He's got huge power. He's been very inactive. He's had one round of action in the last 2 years. He said, though, that it makes him feel fresh and exciting. He feels excited about where he is right now. And he knows that he needs to be more active. He may fall behind in the fight. He might be losing rounds, but that right hand can bring him right back to where he needs to be. You know, if that right hand connects and Parker goes down, even if it doesn't knock him out, it's going to 10-8 the round. So that right hand is absolutely huge. He throws it quite low from the body. He does need to stay alert defensively. And he does tire the longer that the fight goes on. Like, you can see him really starting to struggle in those later rounds. So 6-1 to win, which I know sounds quite wide, but in the boxing world, it's actually not that wide. So he's minus 600 favorite Deontay Wilder to pick up the victory. If this was UFC, that would be quite wide. In boxing terms, it's not that wide. I mean, Bivol was minus 2,000 favorite, and Hrgovic was minus 4,500 favorite. Even Makhmudov was minus 800 favorite, and he ended up losing. So Makhmudov was minus 800. Deontay Wilder's minus 600, so he's 6-1 favorite. So the odds makers and even the public have got this. They've definitely got Wilder as favorite, but it's probably closer than a lot of people would think. If anyone's thinking he's just going to go in there and just knock him out, I mean, the thing is, he could do that. If he catches him early, he could do that. But it's not really a reflection of where both their skill sets are. So I've got Wilder winning. I think he'll do it. I think he'll find that big shot at some point. But it really wouldn't surprise me if Joseph Parker won some rounds and looked like the better fighter and looked like he was heading to victory, and then it all gets thrown away. Like, we've seen that many, many times. So I've got Wilder winning, but I totally understand people that have had a little dabble, a little gamble, a little flutter, if you will, on Joseph Parker. Did Bivol win? Bivol did win. He dominated. Cruz said, if you do bet on Parker, I want you to say goodbye to your money. I won that Makhmudov fight bet in Quebec. We knew that Makhmudov was a fraud, said Patrick. James said, I've tweeted you something that's AEW related. Oh. AEW. Right, so we are, I don't know how long we're going to wait for this one. We've got a bit of a video package right now. So we should be going over to this next fight, hopefully quite soon. It's already 9:30 here in the UK. Feel free to put your thoughts in for this next fight and which way you think it's going to go. Do you think it's going to be Parker? Do you think it's going to be Deontay Wilder? If so, how do you think it's going to go? James, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Right. You guys are delusional. Who has Wilder beaten, says Marcel knows best. Got a victory over Ortiz. But if he beats Parker, there is a good argument that this would be the best win of his career. It's true. William said, I don't mean to out-drama in the chat. Funky Junkie said, Joseph will beat this fool by a large margin or even KO Deontay. Dark Knight said, doesn't Ngannou knocking down Fury knock any of the prestige of when Wilder did it? No, doesn't. No, doesn't mean anything. So for me, like, there was something not right about Tyson Fury in that fight, and I said this earlier. I don't want to make excuses for Tyson Fury because he's a big man. He can, like, if he was just trying his best and came out second best, then we would say that. But his movement, just everything about him just seemed off. He seemed off. Don't know why he was off. Right? I don't care the reason. I don't care if it was a bad training camp. I don't care if he overlooked Ngannou. I don't care if I don't know. I don't know what it could be, but he just seemed off. So that was a tough fight for Fury. It was a really tough fight. I don't think anyone in the Fury camp would tell you it was not a tough fight. It was a really, really tough fight. We don't quite know where Ngannou is because we can only judge him on that one fight. And it was a hell of a fight, and it was super close. So without knowing really where Ngannou is in the pecking order, I mean, if Ngannou goes and now struggles against low-level opposition, that's Fury performance is going to look awful, isn't it? If Ngannou goes off and beats Wilder, beats Joshua, well, that Fury performance ain't going to look as bad, is it? So without knowing what's next for Ngannou, without knowing how good Ngannou is, we don't know how that fight's going to age at the moment. So for me, no, it doesn't really do anything at the moment. There's still quite a bit of unknown. But what I would say is that Fury didn't look right in that fight. Whatever the reason, didn't look right. It could be training. It could be that he overlooked him. I don't know what it was. I really don't know. He said he didn't overlook him. He said he put in a 12-week training camp. But John Fury did a very interesting interview where he was saying, like, there needs to be big changes behind the scenes. There's clearly something not right going on there. So, don't know. I really, really don't know. But what I do know is that, whatever happened in the Ngannou fight, for me, is self-isolated. Because that was such an exceptional fight in the sense of it was such a freak fight of bringing over like an MMA fighter and doing this weird crossover thing. Maybe it was just the awkwardness of Ngannou. Maybe it was just a case that Ngannou doesn't fight like the other heavyweights, and that's what kind of caught Fury out. Don't know. I don't want to make the excuses for him. All I know is that Fury did not look like the Fury that we have seen fight previously. So without knowing the reason why for that, makes it difficult to know how good Ngannou is. What I do know is that Eddie Hearn, Anthony Joshua, really want the Ngannou fight, or at least that's the noise they're making, because they feel very confident that it would be an easy night work for them. So until we see more of him, it's hard to say, innit? But for me at the moment, it's self-isolated, and it doesn't change my opinion of, it doesn't lessen Wilder's knockout of Fury or anything like that. He would say that, though. He definitely overlooked him, said Miss Clown. Parker's got the best buns for pound fighter, said A13X. Ngannou is a beast, but we don't know how good he is, says Craig. It's true. In the boxing ring, I'm guessing he'll see a lot of success. I think that he is someone that is going to struggle, to be honest, against the some of the other big names in the division. I think that Fury didn't have any tape to watch on Ngannou, and that could have been another factor. There's not a way that you can. There's not a way that you can really do research on Ngannou, because you can watch MMA fights, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It's you can't really take much from that because the stance is different. They're throwing in leg kicks, they're grappling down on the ground. So what footage have you got? You're kind of going into the fight a bit blind. So, you know, they can't have been as prepared as what the next person for Ngannou is going to be, because the next person is going to have all the footage of the Fury fight to review. And they'll be able to, like, you know, find openings from that. So I think that, you know, Fury did have a bit of a tough task in regards to fighting someone without being able to scout them and really be able to, like, you know, watch any footage on them. So maybe it was that. Maybe that played a part. You know, maybe that played a part. But whatever it was, he got through it. I did think he won. Had it have been scored a draw, I wouldn't have complained. I think I had Fury by 1 round. I'm trying to remember back to the stream. I didn't disagree with the decision. I think it was, for me, the right decision, but it was so close. Had it have been scored a draw, I would have had no complaints. I think that Ngannou definitely deserves his flowers. I think he'll get a big fight. I mean, Joshua, you know, potentially, but I don't know if that's what Joshua's looking for. I saw an interview with Joshua and he was like, is fighting Ngannou going to help me to the title? And they were like, no, probably not. And he's like, it's not something I'm interested in then. But you know that if a lot of money was put in his direction, that's got to be something that he would consider. But he seems very focused, actually, at the moment, Joshua. Joshua seems to want the title. He seems to want that redemption. He wants to get back to being a world champion. And I believe that. I think he's made a lot of money. And, of course, you can always have more. But I could believe that the title is of more importance to him right now. Because I suppose, in a way, the Ngannou fight is always going to be there for him, isn't it? It's always going to be there for him. Even in 5 years' time, he'll probably be able to still do the Ngannou fight. So he's probably got it the right way around. Go for the world title now, and then you can do all those exhibition fight type things at a later date. So, yeah, we're going to have to see what's next for Ngannou. We should get an Ngannou fight next year as well, and that'll be fascinating because, as we said, you know, however he does in his next fight will tell us if it was a fluke in the fight against Fury or if that was, you know, the arrival of a big player in the heavyweight division. When is the Joshua fight? It's coming up after this next fight. So Deontay Wilder against Parker next. And then after that, we have Anthony Joshua against Otto Wallin. Wilder, Sweet Home Alabama is needing yard work, said John. Sunny says she's eating a piece of bread. That's breaking news. Marcel said Wilder best wins are Ortiz and losing to Fury, and that's it. Rest of them are journeymen. That is true. He doesn't have the strongest record in the world. His resume isn't brilliant. This is definitely a test for Deontay Wilder. This is definitely a test. But I mean, look, you know, he's at the point in his career where he's going to have to face some names if he wants to get anywhere. Otherwise, you might as well just walk off, unless you're going to just keep taking low-level fights. So yeah, it's a test. Can he do it? Is he going to do it, or is Parker going to cause the upset? I wonder if Parker wins and Joshua wins, I wonder if they would do Joshua Parker. I wonder if this is like a bit of a semi-final type situation, like the winners will face each other. I wonder. What if Deontay Wilder wins and Otto Wallin wins? Would they do Wilder against Otto? I mean, clearly they want Wilder Joshua. Are we going to get that fight regardless? I don't know. I don't know that we would. I don't know that we would. It's really important that the two favourites win these next two matches, because if they do, they will face each other early next year. If one of them or both of them lose, I genuinely don't know where that puts the fight. I don't know what that means. Zhang against Ngannou would be fun. That would be a great fight. That would be a great fight. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. I agree. Two big guys. I think actually, I think Ngannou would be movement-wise would probably have better movement, maybe better speed and more power. He wouldn't have the boxing ability of Zhang, but would Zhang be able to use that boxing ability and use that experience to be able to secure the victory? Don't know. That would be a very interesting fight. I agree. Dork Knight said, how would you feel about me purchasing 10% of the channel? I'm going to be a silent partner. Well, you can, but it's going to be very expensive. Very, very expensive. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but our NXT streams pull in at least 3,000 views. That is big. That is big. That is serious. My latest LOL video, I think, has now hit 1,000 views. So you better be bringing a lot of money. Fury might have paced the fight to make Ngannou look good, says Craig. Well, I don't think he... I think that he might have not blown Ngannou away in the early stages, right? I don't know that he would have gone out there and... I don't know. I don't want to make excuses for Fury because I don't feel like I have to. I think that if the opportunity to put him away was there past the first few rounds, he definitely would have done it. If the opportunity was there in the first round, would he have ruthlessly pulled the trigger? I don't know. I don't know. You see, part of the problem with Saudi, there's so much money in it that what are they looking for? Like, do they want first round finishes, or do they want a bit of back and forth, or what is it that, like, they want a bit of entertainment, don't they? Right? That's what they want. They want a bit of entertainment. Like, is it good to go in there and just smash someone and put them out in the first round if you're the main event? If you're the main reason people are coming to the show, is it good to put someone out in the first round? I don't know. Is that what they're looking for? I don't know. I could understand, and I don't think this happened. I'm not saying this is what happened, but I could understand if Fury was like just jabbing away and just getting a few reads and not forcing things and not looking for anything and, you know, just doing whatever. And then the longer the fight went on, like, all of a sudden, like, because Ngannou was still in the fight, he started to grow into the fight. And all of a sudden, he became a real problem that Fury really couldn't get out of there. I don't think he carried Ngannou for that fight. No way. No way. I don't think he carried him for that fight because he was in, like, trouble at times. And he was so close to losing that fight that if he did carry him for the fight, he completely botched it. Because if you're going to carry someone for the fight, there's no way it should be that close. Because to many people watching, he lost the fight. A lot of people watching thought Ngannou would win. There's no way he would carry him to some of that close. So I could understand him maybe taking it a bit easy, not going, like, you know, full hog in the first round or two. But at that point, I think then Ngannou starts to grow into it. And then all of a sudden, Fury's got a real problem on his hands. So I don't know. I don't know if that's what happened. I don't know if the opportunity to put Ngannou away early, if it had presented itself, if he would have took it, or if he would have just, you know, maybe just waited a little bit longer. But either way, it was a damn tough night at the office. And we don't quite know where either of them are, let alone where Ngannou is. Where's Fury? I mean, Fury, like, looked rubbish against Ngannou. If he's going to fight as bad as that against Usyk, got to think Usyk's going to cook him. So both of their fights, both of their next fights are going to be absolutely fascinating because we need to know where Ngannou is and we need to know where Fury is now because both of them, there's big question marks. So But that's the future. This is the now, and we are getting closer all the time towards this next fight. We've got the tail of the tape on screen. So Deontay Wilder is 3 inches taller than Joseph Parker. And we are going back to the ring. So many empty seats. So many empty seats. I don't think this thing is sold out. I don't get it. I just don't understand. I don't understand how they're making money on this. I mean, they can't be. But you would think at least like sell out the arena. But here's Joseph Parker making his way out. So we're about to get ring walks for our first competitor. Fury sorted out his mate Chisora with the payday, said Stephen, and his mate got 100 million for a night. I would say to my mate, let's make it competitive and do it for another 100 million, but maybe I'm cynical. That said, in the first round, the first punch Fury threw was a bomb straight out of the door, and Ngannou barely flinched. He tried to take him out early, and he failed, says Matt. Wilder is going to have to dust off the ring rust and get some rounds in for a knockout victory, says A. Jobson. Michael Buffer is in the ring then. Michael Buffer is doing the announcing. I think this is the first one Michael Buffer's done, hasn't it, for this card?
So now, from the Kingdom Arena, Boulevard City,
okay, so he's about to do the intros. Co-main event time.
Joseph Parker's so relaxed this week.
Okay, so Joseph Parker then making his way out. Confident and talented. His 4th fight this year for Joseph Parker. He does look good. Bunting beats Joyce 3-0, said Dortnight. Michael Buffer is 90 years old, says Patrick. Dirtman said, this is all a promo for the future. They're playing the long game. A. Jobson said, I adopt Deontay Wilder at minus 600. He's got a decent bear hug. Wilder can locate the underdog. Victor said Fury doesn't want that Ngannou smoke again. Patrick said Buffer is not the shade of the guy that he used to be. Craig said, I'm surprised by the amount of empty seats. It's cray. It is. I mean, floor looks good, but if you look in the stands, loads of empty seats. Okay, so Parker steps inside the ring. It's not a great look for the new home of boxing, is it? If you can't even sell out the, I don't know how many people the arena can hold. To be honest, doesn't look that crazy. Crown on his head. So Wilder is getting ready to make his ring walk. He loves these entrants, doesn't he? He absolutely loves these. Remember that big headgear that he was wearing before the Fury fight, which didn't he blame that for his loss in the second fight? Talking about like how much it weighed and everything. Right, Wilder. Jesus Christ said, why is UFC beating boxing in popularity? I just think boxing really struggles to put together like the really big fights. I think it's done better in recent times, but there's too many occasions where fighters fight a couple of times a year and they'll fight against people that just don't resonate with the public. And then you look over at UFC and they've got a much better ability because it's all in-house. They've got a much better ability to put on the fights people want to see. You know, in UFC, you will get the fights you want. Simple as that. If there's two killers in a division, as long as they both stay killers and undefeated, they're going to meet. It's going to happen. Here's Wilder then making his way out. The Bronze Bomber. There's his excuse if he loses, says Stu. Let's hope his cute costume is not too heavy again, says Ben. I know. It sapped his energy. He should probably have a smaller crowd. He does look focused. 31 wins inside the first 3 rounds for Deontay Wilder. 43 wins. 31 inside the first 3 rounds. 42 knockouts overall. Amazing. He is bringing some seriously impressive numbers. But it is true. If you look at his resume, it's not the strongest lineup. Wilder steps inside the ring then, so both Wilder and Parker inside the ring. If Wilder loses, it will be the heavy crown's fault, says Matt. Parker's going to win round 5 knockouts. I would still like to see Wilder against Usyk, says Avalaf. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Wouldn't mind that. I mean, it depends, obviously, how these next fights go. Michael Buffer then doing the intros. Continue to get your thoughts in as to which way you think this is going to go.
Special thanks to the British Boxing Board of Control for their support throughout this evening. BBBFC steward in charge of this bout, Robin Smith. Okay, so we're just going through all the boxing boards of control and everything. Wilder's going to win in 3, said Chat Sport. Parker wins, I hope, says Uni Heart Atty. Joseph has got a mean uppercut, and this is your end, Deontay, said Genesis. Bo Nichols, do you like him, said Craig. I haven't seen much of him. I mean, he's not been in UFC much, so need to see a little bit more, but I mean, so far so good. Hopefully Parker manages the distance. He's going to have plenty of joy landing punches on Wilder. If he can slip and rip, he'll win this on points, said Stu. I'd love to start a crab shack named We Got Grabs, but that's if it doesn't exist, said George. I would love that for you as well. Avalaf said 7th Wilder KO. Online said Buffer should pre-record his announcements now for the day of his funeral. He might have done that. Parker getting his intro. Probably a lot of empty seats because it's in Saudi and women can't wear sexy clothes, says Todd. Why would that mean empty seats? Just don't let women in at all. It could all be men. They've got enough men to fill that arena.
Should women be allowed at boxing anyway? I'll throw that over to you. Wilder, 43 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw, 42 knockouts, fighting out of Alabama. Fancy Parker to win this, said Sean. Got a sneaky feeling about this. Yeah, number 1 ranked heavyweight in the world. Who's that with? That is with the WBA. He's number 1 ranked by WBC as well. So Deontay Wilder is 9th by the WBO. He's not ranked by the IBF at all, amazingly. He's ranked 1st by the WBC and he's ranked 1st by the WBA. Here we go, both fighters stepping up to each other face to face right now. Let's go. Let's go. Are you ready? This is co-main event time.
Conventional wisdom says Joseph Parker should stick and move this fight, but his trainer Andy Lee said, listen, we're here to fight fire with fire. We are just looking for a knockout. We expect it. And upon hearing that, Wilder responded by saying, I hope Parker brought a pillow.
So they're saying that Parker looks like a man reborn with Andy Lee in his corner. Here we go then, Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker. And we are underway. Now, the last time we saw Deontay Wilder, he caught Helenius in the first round and put him away. Parker has got to be very, very aware, and of course he will be aware of the power of Deontay Wilder. Wilder on the outside, Parker standing his ground in the middle. Wilder, again, continuing to circle around. There was a jab that was just filed in there by Wilder. Parker, again, being very hesitant. He's not getting sucked in. I like this from Parker. He is standing in the middle, and there's a big distance between these two. He is not getting in close to Deontay. Tries to just take a few steps forward and throw in a jab. Very cautious from Parker. Very cautious. Wilder again circling round on the outside. Parker just following him. And that left hand was just fired out. Deontay circling round again. Parker standing in the middle. There's a hell of a distance between them here. 1, 2. Parker explodes out, manages to get those through, fires his shots, goes back to where he is in the center. It's very interesting. Very interesting. So he just explodes out, gets his shots out, and then gets back to the center. So jab coming in, jab coming back there by Wilder. Wilder again circling round on the outsides. I love his shorts. Black, real sparkly number. Deontay. Parker again trying to find a way of getting a jab off. It is very slow at the moment, but captivating. Right hand there by Parker. Parker lands the shot. Nothing. I don't think anything's come back from Wilder. They said it's a hard round to score because nothing has happened, and that's kind of true. It's very cagey. It's very interesting to look at the strategy of Parker. He's just standing in the middle, trying to throw some shots from the middle. And there we go, end of the rounds.
A good tablespoon of tomato.
So Parker standing in the middle and just firing out shots when he thinks he's got the opportunity to do so, when he feels like it's safe to do so. I mean, I feel like you'd probably give that Parker. I feel like Parker may have landed 1 or 2 shots more than what Wilder did. I mean, the numbers are going to be so low in that round. It was more about what wasn't happening than what was happening. But they're saying double feint before you throw a single jab to Wilder. Did he throw the right hands? No, he did not. He did not. Wilder is a bum. Wilder is not a bum. Who looked better? No one. I mean, if there was anything in it, I would have said it was like literally 1 or 2 shots. You had Parker standing in the middle, and you had Wilder circling rounds, and that was about it. But Parker did kind of throw a couple of shots from the center that seemed to land. Very little in it. Okay, so Parker just taking a few steps forward, and again he tries to throw a big right hand there, Parker. Trying to jab to the body as well. Wilder again trying to throw that double jab. Parker in the middle, watching as Wilder is circling rounds. It's more of the same of what we saw in the first round so far. Doubling up on the jab there by Parker. Nice, trying to go to the body as well. Jab coming in there by Wilder. He's not moving around as much here, Wilder. He seems to have slowed down a little bit with his movement on the outside. He seems to be sticking in certain areas a little bit longer, like right now we're in the corner. Now he's moved over to the other side. He's kind of changing the direction of his movement as well. Parker's just watching him. Wilder hasn't thrown much in at Parker. There's a jab that comes in there, but I think it falls short. Oof. Wilder, where there's a little bit of a storm there as Parker just threw a couple of shots. And had he have been a little bit closer, he might have got in there, Parker. That's an interesting moment in the fight. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Oof, there was a hook shot that got through by Wilder there. It's very cagey. It's like chess. Parker edging forward. Wilder takes a step back. Wilder again circling round as Parker continues to watch him. Wilder over by the ropes. Body shot just misses there by Parker. Parker doubling up on the jab. Wilder tries to throw out a jab of his own, and that's the end of the round. 6 minutes of missed jabs. Open him up with feints. That's what they're saying to Parker. Yeah, I mean, if you're not watching this, there's really not much to report. You've got Parker in the center. You've got Deontay on the outside. I think in the first round, he was kind of moving around in the same direction. This time, he wasn't. He was switching directions a bit more, and he was, like, staying in certain areas. So he was asking a few different questions, really connect with anything. So, again, it's another round of very little, all things considered. We are underway with round number 3. Parker again in the center. Wilder on the outside. More of the same. Wilder trying to double up on the jab and come into the middle. He goes back to the outside, and again he goes back to circling rounds. Oh, Parker comes forward, tries to throw a straight right, tries to go upstairs. Couldn't connect with it, though. Couldn't connect with it. Keeping his hands up. He is trying to catch him with the right hand as Parker's trying to come in. Parker's trying to only come forward when he knows that right hand is not going to be a threat. Because they're both waiting for the other person, it means that there's a lot of inactivity. Jabs doubling up on the jab there by Wilder. Parker again standing in the middle. Trying to throw a big overhand right, but doesn't connect there, Parker. Wilder again on the outside. A couple of shots coming in by Parker. Wilder manages to get out the way. Big overhand right comes in by Parker. Wilder moves out the way. Wilder jabbing forwards. Parker again coming into the body, steps forward. It looked like as he stepped forward, Wilder was going to hit him with a hook shot. I don't know that he did. If he did, it had no effect. There's a big gap between these two. There's a big distance there. Wilder again on the outside, Parker in the middle. We're into the final minutes. Wilder explodes forward with a left-hand jab, goes back to the outside, circling round as Parker comes forward. He's got to watch the uppercut. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Wilder. Yeah, he did get a little bit stuck there, Parker, momentarily. Double jab there by Parker. Double jab by Parker. That connected on Wilder. He definitely felt that. Wilder on the outside. That was good by Parker. Wilder getting backed up a little bit. Oh, that's a good right hand by Parker as well. There's a smile on the face of Wilder. The right hand comes in, but it just misses. 3 rounds gone. That last round certainly felt like the best round so far. I feel like Parker's ahead. Be careful, Parker, said Uni. As long as Parker is awake to celebrate in the new year, says Online. I expected Wilder to smash Parker. You just can't get to him. There's a big distance between them. Parker's standing in the middle of the ring. And that gap is so big that Wilder just can't reach him. So he'd have to try and come forward. And if he's going to do that, then Parker might be able to slip some shots, throw something else, or take a few steps back. He's got time to react, basically. The distance between them is giving Parker time to react. Wilder. We are underway then with round number 4. Parker in the centre. I'd like to see Wilder trying to put the pressure onto Parker, but the problem is Wilder is also, as much as Parker has got respect for Wilder and the right hand, Wilder has got respect for Parker. Again, quite wild by Wilder. He does try to explode forwards. Yeah, the accuracy wasn't quite there for Wilder. Oh, a couple of shots coming in. Oh, the right hand was detonated, but he couldn't connect. Yeah, he took it one step back and he threw the right hand, but he didn't connect with it there, Wilder. Oh, some big shots coming in by Parker. So a couple of big hook shots coming in there by Parker. We've had more action in this round than all the other rounds combined. Wilder over in the corner. He's got the right hand ready. Parker needs to make sure he's not being too over-aggressive. Wilder again on the outside into a clinch by Parker. Parker's got Wilder up against the ropes. Wilder goes into the centre with Parker. Parker edging forward. Wilder again trying to jab away with that left hand, trying to set up the right. Parker, though, very aware of that right hand. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Again, doubling up on the jab as well as Parker explodes forwards. Clinches up with Wilder and takes him over by the ropes. Referee comes in, separates both fighters. They both go back to the middle. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Oh, lovely shot coming in there by Parker. Wilder again lets the right hand go but misses. 30 seconds left here as Parker edges forwards. Yeah, the commentator said, oh, big shots! Big shots there by Parker. They seem to get through. Good head movement. That right hand has been thrown about 3 or 4 times and it has yet to connect. But Parker had a really good moment there. They're just saying, did Wilder stumble momentarily? Whoa, that was a big end to the round by Parker. Big end to the rounds. I think Parker's up here. I think Parker's well up. Big cheer for the crowd as Anthony Joshua is shown backstage. Parker is careless, says Walter. Parker down somewhere before she gets even wilder. I'd put 2K on Parker, said Justin. Yeah, this is interesting. A very, very interesting fight. So far, Wilder, so they scored the first round 10-10. Every round since then, they've given to Joseph Parker. Yeah. Just a flurry of shots, like big swinging hook shots that drove Wilder back against the ropes. Right, we are up to round number 5. Parker needs to be switched on. I feel like Parker's probably going to be feeling quite confident. He's had a good couple of moments in this fight. But that right hand can land at any point. Again, he's got Wilder in the corner and a couple of shots coming in there by Parker. Some little digs coming into the body as the referee comes in, separates both fighters. Parker again coming forward, jabbing to the body. We're not seeing Wilder circle round the outside as much now. He's kind of standing his ground a little bit more. Parker doesn't seem to mind that so much, though. Shot coming into the body there by Parker. Wilder again circling around. He really cannot connect this right hand. He just cannot find a way of getting the right hand to land where he wants. Wilder again now circling round again. Parker standing his ground in the middle. Parker edging forward. Wilder changing direction. Jab coming in there by Parker. Full short. Wilder having a little look. He's trying to come forward. Double jab with the left so he can then throw the right. Oh, that's a big right hand there by Parker. That was good. Wilder up against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. There's another right hand that comes in. Wilder is struggling a little bit here. Oh! Hook shot comes in there by Parker. Wilder tried to let the right hand go as well, but the two clinch. Parker again edging forward. Wilder is back. Parker again is being cautious. Wilder just flicking out that jab, circling round. We've got about 20-odd seconds left in this round. Coming forwards. Oof. Parker tried to explode forward there. What's amazing is he doesn't set it up. He doesn't, like, hide the shot behind the jab or anything. He's just standing there, and then he just explodes forward, Parker, which you would think would leave himself open to, like, you know, if Wilder can time it where Parker's exploding forward, he might be able to slip it and get that right, like, hook shot in as Parker is exploding forwards. Just never seems to be able to time it or measure it. His instincts actually are to defend rather than to counter. He just cannot land that right hand. He just cannot find a way of getting that right hand to land. I've got Parker on point, said Marcel Knows Best. Parker has got the better coach and tactics, says Albert. Fury gave his game plan to Wilder. Well, he gave his game plan to Parker. Yeah, he's been working with Parker, yeah. So he's saying to Parker, believe his corner is saying, believe in what you're doing right now. Believe in what you're doing. Parker standing his ground in the middle. We got Wilder on the outside. Parker again, jabbing away, going upstairs. Double jab coming in there by Wilder, but Wilder couldn't land them. Wilder again on the outside, circling round. Parker, oof, trying to throw some shots to the body there. Goes to the body, drives Wilder back against the ropes. We're in the clinch right now. Really digging in some shots to the body. Wilder trying to get some shots through as well. Parker goes back to the middle. Wilder on the outsides. See, Wilder is a little bit predictable in the sense of he's on the outside. He's looking to throw that double jab to set up the right. And that's really all he's looking for. It would be good if Wilder could, like, mix it up a little bit. Parker, I think, doesn't have to worry about too many things here, apart from, clearly the right hand. But Wilder is setting it up with the jabs. So I think Parker's got a good read of what Wilder's trying to do right now. Again, he tries to explode forward there, Parker. Couldn't land with that right hand, though. Oh, that was good. That was good by Wilder. He did mix it up a little bit there. He threw in some hooks instead, rather than setting it up with the jab. So that was better. Couldn't land with them, though. He did just miss with them. Ooh. Parker trying to come forward with an overhand right. He's got Wilder in the corner. Referee comes in, separates them apart. Final minute of round 6. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Parker has got Wilder up against the ropes, but can't land anything clean. Oh, the right hand got detonated there. I don't know if he got through with it. I don't think he got through with it. They're in a clinch at the moment. Referee separating them apart. If he did, he didn't get all of it. He didn't get anywhere near all of it, and that's even if it did land. Wilder is back against the rope. Swing and a miss there by Parker. Oh! Lovely overhand right there by Parker. Parker's landing his right hand. Wilder not landing his. Yeah, hands are flying, but they're not necessarily landing. Let me know in the chat, what are you seeing so far? I think Parker's took, well, of 6 rounds, 4 at least. It might be 4-2, it might be 5-1. Some people might say 6-0 so far. Let me know, how are you seeing it? How are you scoring it? Fury is there, said Daz. So is Ronaldo. Haven't seen Fury. They've shown Ronaldo and they've shown Connor, but haven't seen Fury. Hassan says Wilder. Patrick said 10-9, 60-54. This is crazy. Wilder KO in the 8th, says Byron. Right, here we go then. Round number 7. Round number 7. We are underway. Parker in the middle. Wilder again on the outside. It's going to be more of the same. Wilder, double jab. Trying to set up that right hand. Parker mixing it up a little bit more than what Wilder is. Wilder again circling round as Parker is watching him. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Another jab coming in there by Wilder. Definitely Parker winning this and winning it comfortably. Oh, that was good there by Parker. That was really good. He came forward with the left hand, just really started throwing it out, jabbing away with it. I think he even went to the body with it as well. So that was a nice little flurry there by Parker. Feint as Wilder goes back against the ropes. There's not loads happening in the 7th at the moment. Parker standing his ground in the middle with Wilder circling round on the outside, on the back foot, just constantly going, circling round. Commentators are saying that they're astonished at the lack of work from Deontay Wilder. They're astonished at the fact that he's not doing more. And they said clearly there's a little bit of ring rust there. Wilder again over by the ropes as Parker is trying to find a way of getting that right hand going. Wilder lets his right hand go, but it doesn't connect. Right hand coming back there by Parker. That doesn't connect either. There are some shots, some big shots being thrown, but they're not landing. Parker goes back to the middle. Wilder throws out a jab. Parker having a little look right now. Parker's always looking for this. Oh, and he lands the right. Parker lands the right. Wilder looked a little bit wobbly there momentarily. Little bit wobbly. Head movement there by Parker. And they clinch up. Parker going back to the center. Wilder's fine. Yeah, it landed. That right hand by Parker landed. And again, he tries to throw the right. It's Parker's right that's causing way more trouble than Wilder's right. Wilder's right just cannot get through. I tell you what is going to happen if AJ wins and Wilder loses? Yeah, Joshua looks great. How many rounds? It can go 12 rounds. Parker's footwork is so much better, says James. Wilder will drop Parker, says Adam. Stu said footwork, combinations, angles is far superior to Wilder. Online said one shot Parks Joseph. Well, you know, it's such a weird fight because I think if you didn't really know much about boxing, you'd probably think it was really dull because there is a real lack of activity here. But because we know the power that Wilder has got and we know this fight could end at any moment, it is really captivating. Even though there's not loads happening, there's not loads to kind of tell you about. Both are looking for openings And Parker's the one that's going for those openings more regular. Wilder has thrown the right hand, but just has not connected with it. Wilder again on the outside. Parker standing his ground in the middle. Jab to the body there by Parker. Wilder trying to get the left-hand jab going. Parker has just come forward a little. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Parker watching him as Wilder continues to move around on the outside. You can see that Parker wants to try and land that right hand. Oh, right hand coming in there by Wilder. Little bit of a problem this for Parker. Parker throwing in some shots to the body. Do you know what? I don't know what connected there, but there was a couple of big shots that came in by Wilder. There was an uppercut as well. Yeah, he did fall short on his shot, Parker, and it did open him up to some shots coming back by Wilder. We need to see the replay to see exactly what got through. But Parker definitely having a scare there. Definitely having a scare. But he survived it. Minute left here. A couple of jabs coming in there by Parker. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Parker in the middle. Wilder. Jab coming in there by Parker. There's no signs of any effects. Oh, beautiful right hand by Parker. Beautiful. Huge. Wilder in trouble. Wilder in trouble. Big shots coming in by Parker. Wilder back in the corner. Corner. Parker unloading. Look at Wilder having to try and move out the way. Oh my God, he's doing so good. Wilder is doing so good. How he survived that. Massive bombs being thrown in by Parker. Absolutely huge. And Wilder was having to like lean back, try and get out the way. He was really having to use head movement. Damn, man. I don't know how he survived it. I don't know how he survived it. You've got to give Wilder so much credit here. Look at this, back in the corner. He had a massive right. A real flurry of shots. He's over by the ropes. He's trying to get Parker away from him. He's trying to throw some counter shots back. Parker's coming in with bombs. He's getting smashed several times. The referee was right there. I mean, what he's trying to do is he's trying to lean out the way. He's trying to get out the way. He's eating shots as well. Look, oh my God, look at that shot right there by Parker. Oh, man. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. That's the best part of the fight. That was the best part of the fight. Wilder just ate some absolute bombs there. Absolute bombs. And he survived. He survived. Deontay Wilder then having a little look as Parker throws out a jab. He has recovered. I think Wilder, though, is probably there for the taking. If I'm Joseph Parker, I'm feeling quite confident. I'm feeling quite confident that I can get in and cause damage. Parker comes forward with some big hooks. Parker in the middle. Wilder on the outside. Parker coming forward. When he's coming forward now, he's coming forward with some real bad intention. Wilder circling round. Commentators are saying, why is Parker taking these chances? Why is he trying to find this stoppage? Because he knows that that right hand could come back and catch him. He's so well ahead on the scorecards. Why take the risk? Big overhand right coming in there by Parker. He drives Wilder back against the ropes. Parker in the middle, Wilder on the outsides. 1 minute left of round number 9. If we're going to go to the scorecards, I think Parker is going to win it already. No real aggression coming in here by Wilder. He's literally on the outside and he's not really offering anything at all. What he's waiting for, he's just waiting to throw the right hand. That's all he's got. He's just trying to find a way of getting that right hand to get where he wants it to be. And he just cannot seem to find any openings for it. And so it just means he's just on the outside, just kind of standing there. Parker in the middle as Wilder steps in. Jab coming in there by Wilder. The right hand is let go, but there's not much behind it. Hook shot coming back there. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Parker doesn't need to get into a proper boxing match. It doesn't need to get in the pocket. The right hand is thrown, but it's blocked by Parker. Parker goes back over to his corner. Round number 10 coming up. It's absolutely captivating stuff right now. Captivating. I mean, I think we're at the point where Wilder needs to get the knockout. Wilder is a joke, said John. Parker is a masterclass win. Craig said about 1 round goes to Wilder. It's sad. Wilder is trash. Fury took Wilder's confidence, says online. Funky Junkie said, never leave it to the judges. Jobson said, I think Tyson Fury took Wilder's soul in their trilogy. He is very shy throwing tonight. That is true. He is very shy throwing tonight.
You can see it in the eyes of Joseph Parker. He ain't going nowhere.
I think Wilder is shown too much respect, to be honest. I think if he'd have took a few more risks, there may have been some more openings for him. But he just hasn't seemed to want to take those risks. And by being so passive, it's kind of allowed Parker some opportunities, which he has really took. So round number 10, we can go 12 rounds. We've got one more fight after this. This is our co-main event. Next fight after this is Anthony Joshua. Jab coming in there by Wilder. That was good left jab by Wilder. Wilder's still in this fight. Jab coming in again there by Wilder. Another jab coming in there by Wilder. Parker. Oh, the right hand is let go. Parker needs to be careful here. Don't get too stuck down or bogged down. Again, head movement. He's having a little look here as Wilder, I think, is looking maybe to take a few more risks. Jab coming in there by Parker. Deontay bouncing around, is on the back foot, throwing out the left hand. Big hook shot coming in there by Parker. Explodes forwards, drives Wilder back in the corner. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. So Parker again having a little look. Wilder throwing out a jab. Both fighters in the middle of the ring at the moment. And again, he's having a little look. Jab coming in there by Wilder. So far, Parker has landed 44 shots out of 106 thrown. Wilder has landed 17 from 54 thrown. So volume, we're seeing that Parker is throwing double the amount of shots that Wilder is throwing. Oh, that was a lovely left-hand jab there by Wilder, though. Straight down the middle. Parker comes back with a couple of jabs of his own. Parker not taking those big risks that we saw before. Wilder still unable to throw that big right hand. You can see that Wilder's taking some big, deep breaths here, really blowing away. We know that he's someone that tends to slow during fights the longer they go on. And to be honest, his output was not crazy anyway. Trying to throw that right hand, can't land it. Parker gets his head out the way. We've got about 10 seconds left to go here. Big overhand right gets through there by Parker. There wasn't much behind it, though, as Wilder was having a little look, seeing if he could throw the jab, but it is the end of the round. It's round number 11 coming up next. Wilder is very clever. He's letting his opponent punch himself out. It's very clever, says Adam. Is that the strategy? Well, it's working very, very well. If he's trying to tire Joseph Parker out for the last round, he's doing an excellent job. But Parker surely knows that as long as he can avoid a finish, as long as he can avoid that right hand and not get knocked out or anything, surely knows that he is on his way towards a victory here. Feeling pretty good, looking pretty good if you are a fan of Parker. But the one thing we know is that that right hand that Deontay Wilder has got can be detonated at any point in round 11 or round 12. They've got the live scores at the moment being 98-93 in favor of Parker. So they've got Parker up by 5 at the start of the 11th. So that's where we are with the unofficial scorecards at the moment. Parker trying to go towards the body. Wilder on the outside. Wilder with a jab there. Parker, again, just watching Wilder, who's on the outside. Jab coming in there by Wilder. I just don't know why he's not been letting the right hand go more, to be honest. Jab coming in there by Wilder. Jab again there by Wilder. Commentators are saying, are you surprised at the fact that Wilder has been so passive? Yeah, it is true. I mean, the inactivity must have absolutely killed him. Must have absolutely killed him. He's done 1 round in the past 2 years. And Wilder just looks a shadow of his former self at the moment. Just really not offering anything. I mean, he is a guy that is basically on the outsides and he is just waiting to throw the right hand. He's throwing a couple of jabs, doubling up on the jabs to try and set up the right, but he's not getting anywhere with the jab, so the right is not getting thrown. If ever he does throw the right, he's just been missing with it. And that's all he's offered. That's all he's had. They're in a clinch at the moment. We've got just over a minute to go. Patrick said it's not the usual dynamic Wilder. DeBosa said, I don't think Deontay has the physicality to fight on the front foot. Jab coming in by Wilder. He lands the jab. He tries to get the right to come behind, but no joy. In close. Oh, big body shots coming in there by Parker. They got in quite close. Parker started to work the body. Wilder didn't like that. He took a few steps over to the side. Oh, big right hand is let go and he misses with it. Into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. 20 seconds left in round number 11. We got 1 more round after this. And Wilder is definitely in the situation where he needs that right hand to land. Definitely needs that right hand to get through. There's a shot there by Parker that gets through. Wilder pushes Parker back, and that's the end of the round. So 1 round left to go. And the plans for Joshua Wilder in early 2024 might be going up in smoke. If Wilder doesn't win this fight, I don't know what happens to those plans. So we're just seeing Wilder's a joke, said Superboy on the PC. 40 knockouts against easy opposition, says Mats. Adam said, I guarantee Wilder will drop him in the 12th. Wilder is 36, no more power, said Amar Jr. Okay, here we go then. Round number 12. Joseph Parker hasn't necessarily done anything spectacular. There's just been a few moments in the fight, and wow, he's throwing in some heavy body shots there, Joseph Parker. And big shots coming in there by Wilder. He's swinging away, but Parker gets out the way. Parker backing up. We're seeing this is better by Wilder. Wilder coming forwards. This is better. Why hasn't he been doing this all fight? Wilder with just using up whatever is left in the tank. He lunges forward with the left. He tries to get the right to follow up behind. Parker is clinching up right now. Parker knows that he's got to weather whatever storm Wilder is going to be bringing. He tries to let the right hand go, but Parker gets out the way. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Wilder. And again, as they're in the clinch at the moment, there's 1 minute 45 left on the clock. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. He's got to be so careful, Parker. So careful. He's just spamming the right hand now, and I don't know why it's took him so long to do this. Why is he doing this in round 12 and not in round 5? Parker is clinching up. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Parker tries to throw a big overhand right into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating them again. Wilder knows he's got to land that right. He's got to land that right. We've got 1 minute left on the clock. He throws the right again, but he misses with it. Parker, as soon as he sees that right go past, he clinches up. Oh, the right did kind of connect there momentarily, but they're in a clinch at the moment. 40-odd seconds left on the clock right now. The referee again coming in, separating both guys. Beautiful shot there by Parker. As soon as they separated, bang! Big right hand by Parker. Wilder eats it. Wilder takes it. He knows that he's losing this one. He hasn't got time to worry about getting punched in the face. But before he can even throw the right, another clinch by Parker. Shot coming into the side of the head. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. And there it is. End of the fight. Wilder throws his arm in the air. Wow, we're going to the judges. Commentators are saying we've had bad decisions in the past. Wilder versus Big Baby both suck. I said Parker would win by decision, said Byram. This is going to be close, said Adam. Didn't see this outcome, said online. Too late for Wilder. Commentators are saying that they can't believe that Wilder put his arms in the air at the end of that, thinking he's won it. So he's walking around with his arm in the air. They're saying that the cornermen are disappointed as well in Wilder's corner.
Sometimes we kind of get caught up in a narrative. Is there any way, Sergio? Is there any way? No, that Wilder's right and we're wrong.
So the unofficial scorecard for TNT Sports is 117 to 112 for Joseph Parker. So we don't know the official scores yet. Is there going to be a robbery in Saudi Arabia? Domination 12-0, said Stu. Kelly said that Wilder is washed. Jobson said, I think it's that they have AJ Wilder on the same card and not fighting each other, says A. Jobson. I think he's about to lose this. And I don't know what that means for Joshua against Wilder. What's that going to do to Joshua before he walks out for his fight? I mean, Wilder is meant to win this because Joshua knows what it's meant to set up. If he gets told before he's about to walk out that Wilder just lost, does that have an effect on Joshua? I'd like to think that he is too mentally dialed in for it to have an effect, but I could understand him being like, that's not what's meant to happen. What do I do now? Well, it's like, look, let's get this fight out of the way first type situation, but that's probably not the news you want to be hearing. So it's certainly not the news that I think His Excellency was looking for, but let's see what the scorecards are first. AJ could lose too, that's true. He could. Imagine that. Everyone wanted to see Joshua against Wilder. What if we end up getting Parker versus Otto Valid? Because them two won instead. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Scorecards. 120, 108. It's unanimous. Parker's got it. Parker's got it. All three judges quite wide as well. Parker's won. Do you know what? One of the judges gave him all 12 rounds. Wow, Joseph Parker with a big, big win. He was able to avoid the right hand. Oh my God. What now? What does that mean now? They're saying, is Wilder done after that fight? Where does he go after this? What does he do after this? That's a real disappointment for Wilder, isn't it? Huge win for Parker, said Brian. Called it, said Matt. He won every round, said Dom. Right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, God, we need reaction to this. Deontay Wilder loses to Joseph Parker in the co-main.
Against Deontay Wilder. Here's Chris Mannix. Joseph, congratulations. You were very confident that you were going to get it done coming into this fight, but did you expect to win like that?
He said a lot of respect to Wilder, so we're hearing from Parker. We were purely focused. We worked hard for this.
Coming into this fight, I'll tell you, everyone had plans, all the plans, but this is God's plan.
So Joseph Parker is 34-3 now.
The strategy that we discussed with Andy before the fight was really good with the work I done with Andy and George, but was to stay calm, stay relaxed, stay focused, switch on for every second, every minute, every round. And listen, there's always things to work on, but today we got the win.
Today we got the win. Merry Christmas to us. He said there's always things to work on, but today we got the win. Merry Christmas to us. Parker said maybe it was inactivity that played a part for him. Wow, big win. Dr. Sleep got insomnia. Wilder deluded. Zhang is better than both of them, said Uni. Yeah, he really could be.
And listen, I had to be away all the time. He didn't catch me a few times on the guard, and I'll tell you this, it's very hard right hand.
Parker said he caught me a few times in the guard, and I'll tell you this, it's a very powerful right hand. If he'd have caught me clean.
Just like I said before, we mentioned working with Andy and George continuously in camp and not getting out of shape. And I'm very, very happy.
You won a world championship before, but is this win bigger?
This is massive.
Joseph Parker said, this is a massive win for me. This is the toughest opponent that I've faced. He thanks Tyson Fury for all of his support and help as well.
We trained in Ireland, we moved over to England. Tyson gave us his time, sparring, discussing with Andy things to do, and what can I say? It all came to play.
You just upset the boxing apple.
Yeah, what next?
What is it that you want to do next?
Joseph Parker says, I'm back. Okay, we're going over to Deontay. We're going to see what Deontay's got to say. Coming up next, Anthony Joshua taking on Otto Wallin. My timing was off, says Wilder. Joseph did a great job. We don't make any excuses tonight.
It was a good fight, and we move on to the next thing.
What went wrong with you out there? You said your timing was off.
What went wrong out there?
From one round over the last 2 years. Do you think that played a part in this?
It could have, but we're not going to base it off of that. We're just going to go in. We did what we did, and we move on to the next.
Okay, he says we're going to move on to the next, so there's no indicator that he's going to hang up the gloves.
Seen a lot of Joseph Parker over the years. What was your strategy coming into this fight? Because I felt like you wanted to move a lot more than we've seen you move in the past.
Yeah, most of it was just to stay calm and throw a couple of jabs. And,
So Wilder said, I just wanted to stay calm, throw a couple of jabs, set up the right hand.
I did feel like I had the upper hand, but things happen. Like I said, you move on to the next thing.
He said he felt like he had the upper hand.
There's a lot of talk during the week about you and Anthony Joshua. Was that in any way a distraction for you coming into this fight?
Just a little bit.
Was the talk about you and Anthony a distraction? He said just a little bit. Just a little bit. And the crown you wore on the way to the ring, was that a bit too heavy? Yeah, probably just a little bit. What are you going to do next? And he said that he's going to go away and... I'm a happy fighter. He said on to the next, so... Ooh. He says on to the next, and if not, then it's been a pleasure.
Do you still have that same fire you used to?
I don't know, you know, a lot
Have you still got that same fire that you used to?
I've done ayahuasca. I've been in Rhythmia and done ayahuasca. I've found a lot of peace in my life. I found a lot of happiness in my life. I've been wearing this smile all week long, and I'm still wear it. Can't lose a job and wear my smile all week long because I'm blessed and I'm highly favored.
It's a really good mentality, you know.
You can stop me on that, you know what I mean? That's what it's all about. Being a warrior, going in and giving it all you got. And if you come up short here, you just get back up and you keep trying. That's what life is all about.
That's pretty cool. I've got to say, that's pretty cool. He's got a massive smile on his face, and he said, "I've been wearing this smile all week." He said, "I'm really blessed." He said, "The fire that I had before, you know, there's things that have kind of calmed that down, and you know, this is what it's all about. You know, win, lose or draw, I'm still going to be keeping like this smile on my face." And he seems genuinely, like, within himself, really happy, which is just cool. Like, I think like that's really nice. So I'd much rather see that kind of reaction than like Anthony Joshua when he lost to Usyk and just freaked out. I'd much rather see that. So yeah, that's nice. That's nice to see. I mean, maybe inside he's like in tears, but certainly there he was making out like he's in a very good space. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't need it anymore. If that fire has gone, you know, maybe that's part of the problem. I certainly think the inactivity was a big part of the problem. Right, who wins and how? Who wins and how? So Joshua by knockout or technical knockout. Joshua by decision. Otto Wallin by knockout or technical knockout. Otto Wallin by decision. What that means, though, going forward, I genuinely don't know. I don't know what this means for Joshua against Wilder. I really don't know. I mean, could they still do the fight if Joshua is about to win? If Joshua wins, could they still do Wilder Joshua? I mean, it's a slightly harder fight to make now. They could always explain it as ring rust, of course, and say that it was just a ring rust situation. But I don't know. I don't know if people are going to buy it. I think that's a big blow to that fight. Big blow. I'm happy for Joseph Gentleman Parker, says Brian. Wallin's body looks bad, says Bob. Otto Wallin, first round knockout, says Randy. A. Jobson said that was a terrible performance by Wilder. Frankie says Otto knocking AJ into next year. Young D Nation said he's fuming inside. Yeah. I'm really blessed. I'm really happy, and inside he's just like, ah. Yeah, man. He is. I don't know. I'm pleased for him. I'm pleased that he's took it as well as what he has. I cannot believe it's 11 o'clock. We started streaming at 3. That means that we've already been live for 8 hours already. That's mental. I don't even feel like that's true, but it is true. We did start at 3. So we have been streaming for 8 hours, and we've still got the main event. Let's go. Parker's best win, said Harjit. Banana days. Yeah, I've had a couple. Keep the old energy where it needs to be. The return of AJ Beckons, said Ashna. What a fight for Parker, said Legend Killer. He did a really great job. I mean, I would say that there was some really good moments in there by Parker. I mean, that bit in the corner where he had him in the corner, I think they're showing the replay now, how Wilder was able to weather that. I mean, he just absolutely was smashing him. Big overhands, swinging away, big hook shots. Wilder was like leaning back, trying to get out of the way. Then he was trying to counter, and he was eating big shots. So, I mean, he did really well to weather that. But most of the time, it was just Parker standing in the middle, Wilder on the outside, Wilder really not doing much. And Parker then just kind of coming forward with like an overhand right, maybe connecting with it, sometimes missing, but easily doing enough to take the round. Wilder just really not doing much at all. So, yeah, I think that's a disappointing performance, definitely by Wilder. Parker obviously celebrating, that's an upset. Not as big an upset as what we saw with Makhmudov losing earlier, though. But as we said, what next? Is Joshua going to lose next? Imagine if both Wilder and Joshua lose on the same card. Shout out to Uganda, says Bob. Stuart, shout out to you. Yeah, we haven't been doing likes, have we? We probably should have been doing some likes, in all fairness. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We've got 1,200 people with us live, and we've got 400 likes. So we could definitely give that a little tickle. We probably should have been pushing the likes a bit more, to be honest. But we have not mentioned it for the past 8 hours. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated, as we are moments away from our main event. This is Anthony Joshua taking on Otto Wallin. So Anthony Joshua then, 26 wins, 3 losses, 23 knockouts to his name. He is going to be the bigger fighter. He's got the better reach. He should be able to control the action. He should be able to use his jab to set up shots and create the distance that he needs. He uses a high guard. He clinches on the inside. We've got Eddie Hearn, so let's see what this is going to be. See what Eddie's going to say here. Wilder had no clue.
Google Pixel 8.
Erling, all eyes on you.
Yeah.
That's nothing new. There's a reason they can't look away.
The future is not Deontay Wilder, says Eddie Hearn.
Football is yours.
How does that affect AJ? Eddie Hearn says, what you're about to see is what I believe is the best heavyweight right now in the mood that he's in. I'm expecting a statement. But he said, after what I've just said, I'm nervous. Do you know what? That is fascinating. Eddie Hearn just said the future is not Deontay Wilder. He said he didn't have a clue. He clearly lost the fight, and he's at the end putting his arms in the air like he did. He just doesn't know. He doesn't know. He was really down on what he just saw from Deontay Wilder. Eddie Hearn is not having any of that. And he said, now we've got to go backstage and tell Anthony Joshua that Deontay Wilder's just ruined the plans. Wow, man. Wow. Bag fumbled. Bag fumbled. So what next for Joshua? Because if you do Joshua Parker, if Joshua wins this and we do Joshua Parker, is that a fight that people are going to really tune in for? People would have tuned in for Wilder Joshua. People would have tuned in for that. Are they going to tune in for Parker against Joshua? I mean, some will, but it ain't going to do the numbers that a Wilder Joshua fight would have done if Wilder had won. Wow. True, you find it in a piece after you've knocked everyone out, says Bob. Wilder wasn't up for it, said Soldier Boy. When AJ's under pressure to get a KO, he makes mistakes. Eddie Hearn must be loving Wilder's defeat. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he is, because outside of Usyk and Fury, who can he put Joshua up against that's going to generate the kind of money that the Wilder fight would have generated? Ngannou. But then, is Ngannou going to help Joshua get to a title? If he beats Ngannou, does Joshua get any closer to a title? I mean, I don't know if they can get Joshua to be next in line or something, and so his next fight doesn't matter. His next fight could just be a bit of an exhibition type thing, because he's already secured that he will face the winner. So, I mean, obviously it all depends what's going to happen with the IBF title, because Usyk and Fury are fighting to unify the belts. The thought process is that the IBF will then strip one of whoever wins the IBF title, and then that will be a vacated title, and Hrgović can get it. So maybe Joshua just doesn't fight early next year. Perhaps it'll be Joshua Hrgović for that IBF championship if he beats Otto Wallin here. Maybe we'll get Joshua against Hrgović. That'll do, to be honest. That'll do it. Him against Hrgović for a world championship. That'll do. That'll be a perfectly acceptable replacement. But is that the fight that we're going to get? I don't know. It throws everything out, doesn't it? Throws everything out. I thought Joshua was at 10:30, says Adam. Yeah, well, the show's just gone pretty long, to be honest. I mean, the Wilder-Parker fight just went 12 rounds. Bivol went 12 rounds. Dubois went 10 rounds. So it's just been a pretty long evening. Eddie said that's the next fight that will be made for both per MMA hour. What do you mean? It doesn't make sense. A big loss for money to not do that. Take Wilder's right away, like what Parker did tonight, and he's awful. AJ beats Wilder, no question. Randy said Andy Ruiz is right there too. Doesn't Wallin have a IBO ranking? I've got the rankings here. Wallin is, yes, ranked 12th by the WBO, 2nd by the IBF, 9th by the WBC, and he's not ranked in the WBA, but he is definitely ahead of some of these names that I can see. So he is ranked number 2 by the IBF. So, and Joshua's ranked 3rd. So if they do strip Usyk of the IBF championship, Hrgović is ranked number 1. Otto Wallin is currently ranked number 2, and Joshua is ranked number 3. So if that IBF championship is going to be vacated, then surely the winner of Joshua and Wallin will face Hrgović. That would seemingly now be the match to make. So we've got the tail of the tape then for our main events as we are moving forwards. Joshua against Otto Wallin. Wilder is dusted. I acknowledge the Parker fans. Edward said, what is AJ's ranking? AJ is ranked number 1 by the WBO. He's just behind Zhang, who's the interim champ, and Usyk, who's the outright champ. He's ranked number 3 by the IBF. He's ranked number 2 by the WBC, and he's ranked number 3 by the WBA. So he's definitely a top 5 heavyweight, comfortably. Comfortably a top 5 heavyweight. He's had 2 fights this year, 2 victories, and he is just waiting to come out for his 3rd and final fight. of the year and main event and close out this show. Eddie Hearn is back there with Anthony Joshua, so I'm guessing Joshua will have been told the news by now that Deontay Wilder fumbled the bag. There's Otto Wallin. As we said, he hasn't looked brilliant in his recent outings, but he is the guy that caused Tyson Fury some real problems. Otto Wallin is his only loss has been to Tyson Fury is 26-1. The odds for Joshua against Otto Wallin are closer than the odds were for Wilder and Parker. Wilder was the favorite, Parker was the underdog, and Joshua is closer in odds to Wallin, so they're expecting this fight to be closer than the fight we just saw, where the underdog won. Here's Otto Wallin then. He is starting to make his way. So we're really not waiting around. Here's Otto Wallin then. He's getting his entrance.
He's been talking about seeing a sports therapist, helping him with his mindset, his confidence, and we've seen that this week. Real self-belief.
So Otto is on a 6-win streak. He's a southpaw. He's quite tricky. He should survive AJ's power. He should be able to weather the storm a little bit, but he will do well if he can get to a decision. He is comfortable on the back foot. He's quite awkward. He's difficult to work out, and he's difficult to beat. He looks for counter opportunities. He can be quite strategic, watchful, calculated. He doesn't possess huge power. He's got 26 wins and 14 knockouts, Otto Wallin. I think we've got the Saudi national anthem right now. So the Saudi national anthem. 26 wins, 14 knockouts. Anthony Joshua, 26 wins, 23 knockouts. Feel free to let me know in the chat which way you think this is going to go. So the Saudi national anthem has been observed. Thankfully, we haven't had any like rock concerts or anything for this one. I've got to say, I think they've done a good job. I mean, earlier when we started at 4, it was hard to see how we were going to do like fight, and then still be here at like 11 o'clock at night. But there was a bit of a gap, quite a gap after the first 4 fights and then the start of the next 4 fights. There was a bit of a gap there, but outside of that, we've not been hanging around too much. It's just that we've had like some fights that have gone the distance. Eddie Hearn and AJ lost out on a ton of money, said A. Jobson. Wilder against Joshua would have sold well. Good for Parker, though. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Eddie Hearn is thrilled about this. That would seem like the match for him to go off and make now, though. Is obviously it depends what the IBF are going to do. But if they are going to strip whoever wins out of Fury and Usyk the IBF championship, as long as Joshua wins now, I think there's a real case for Joshua against Hrgovic for the vacated IBF. I don't even think that will do the numbers that Wilder and Joshua would have done. Because Wilder, you would think, would probably get the American market to tune in. Don't know the American market's going to really care about Anthony Joshua against Hrgovic for the IBF title. Certainly not on the same level as they would if one of their own countrymen was fighting. So you can sort of understand that even that fight's not going to be as big. Joshua's got a lot of fans, though. But I agree, even that's not probably doing the numbers that Joshua Wilder would have done. So, but listen, that's boxing. It's their own fault in it for having him go up against such a challenging opponent. Here's Otto Wallin then stepping into the ring. Looks like Justin Gaethje. Eddie needs to be concerned. If AJ loses tonight, he loses the cash cow, said Stu. I think he's British. What a weird world we're living in, says Patrick. Otto Barlin has got a real shot, said Dean. Barlin, straight win, said Young D Nation. Wilder and AJ should have fought 5 years ago, said Bob. Definitely. Omar said possibly a slight pressure release for AJ after a Wilder defeat. Here he is, AJ, in a white robe, white gloves. I think he's got black shorts. I'm sure he was wearing black shorts in the changing room.
Didn't smile that much, Darren. What did you feel when you spoke to him this week?
So main event time, Anthony Joshua being shown on the big screen.
Big things, and he'll expect big things from himself. He wants to put in a good performance here. He really want to make some noise.
We haven't got any entrance music yet for Joshua.
His part, get the job done, but he'll want to get it done in very good.
Is he meant to have some? I don't think he cares, does he? Is he just going to walk out anyway?
And now making his entrance to the ring, AJ Anthony Joshua.
Right, here we go. So Anthony Joshua does get music. Steps out in Saudi Arabia for his third fight of the year. Otto Ballin then is the next opponent. Joshua making his way down to the ring. Can be a bit of a slow start to Joshua. Might struggle for the first few rounds, but we don't know how his mentality is going to be because obviously he's been training with Ben Davison, new trainer. The Joshua that we're seeing now has a different mentality. This is a Joshua that is not as nice, not as cuddly, not as pleasant. I mean, he still seems like a nice guy at heart, but definitely seems to have a bit more of an attitude about him now. So Anthony Joshua stepping in. He's beaten Otto Ballin twice before at the amateur level. He's got a great skill set. Big, he's strong, he's got good footwork. He's not perfect, far from it, but he is a very good fighter. Two-time world champion, of course. What's the song? I don't recognize the song. It certainly was not Christmas themed, I can tell you that. Okay, right. Both fighters are inside the ring. Feel free to get in your final thoughts then, as we're moments away from the start of this one. Who do you think is going to pick up the victory here?
The British Boxing Board of Control, supervising Robert Smith of Wales.
Probably not right, is it, that 2 of the 3 judges are from England? I never really understand why they allow that. Why are 2 of the 3 judges? Why are they not all from Saudi Arabia or something? Or from Cuba? Why are 2 of the 3 judges from the same country as one of the competitors? Team AJ said Harjit. Round 1, left hook, said Byron. Good morning, world, from Uganda, East Africa. Shout out to Uganda. Kazibanti, is that how you say it? Shout out to you, my friend. AJ wins in 4 rounds, says Bob. He'll run through him like a runner. Legend Killer said, Days, can Anthony Joshua save the day? It's going to be tricky, man. This is not going to be an easy fight. If he can get a stoppage here, really at any point, I would say this is a really good result for him. I'd say this is the toughest fight he's had this year. Unbeaten, well, he was unbeaten apart from the loss he suffered to Fury. Apart from that one fight against Fury, he's unbeaten other than that. And we know that that fight was moments away from being stopped. Fury had to have 40-odd stitches. I think the fight was like 2019-ish. So Otto's got a decent record. The level of competition is not that high, in all fairness. Fighting out of Watford, England. 26 wins, 3 losses. 2 of those against Usyk, of course. 23 knockouts. Two-time heavyweight champion of the world. It's getting a really good reaction, actually. I think following that Deontay performance, I think this definitely was the right one to go for the main event. Here we go then. Otto stepping forward. Anthony in there. Are they going to touch gloves? I don't know. He hasn't been doing it. They do touch gloves. White shorts, white gloves for Anthony Joshua. AJ wants his world titles back in 2024. Well, if he's going to achieve that, he needs to win here. Big fight this for AJ. Big fight. And a challenge as well. AJ comes out into the center. If he can get the stoppage, this will be great. If he can get it early, that'll be amazing. AJ out there, throwing out the jab then. Moving forward as Otto backs up a little bit. AJ again, throwing out that jab. There's a right hand that comes in behind it. Body shot there by Joshua. So Joshua in the center. Jab there by Joshua. That was good. Tries to come in with the right hand behind it. Jab coming in there by Joshua again, but just falling short. Another jab coming in, just falling short. Also trying to get in with a shot of his own. Body shot there by Joshua. That was nice. Good body shot by Joshua. AJ again. Joshua plans on letting his hands go tonight, is the word on the street. Already has stamped his authority on this fight. There's a real snap to that jab there by Joshua. Lovely right hand there by Joshua as well. And he goes back to the body. Otto is getting caught by a couple of shots here. This is looking like a very good, very focused Joshua. Fallon, lovely right hand. And I love how Joshua got out the way. He threw the right and he was back immediately to make sure that he avoided the counter that came back there by Otto Fallon. Otto over in the corner. Hook shot misses there by Joshua. Jab coming in there by Joshua as Otto moves over to the side. It's been a good start. Normally Joshua's quite a slow starter, but he's come out. He's got his jab working. He goes to the body there, Joshua. 30-odd seconds to go in round number 1. A couple of jabs coming in by Otto, but they're falling short. Otto had been quite critical of Joshua, you know. in the build-up to this, he'd been saying that Joshua just doesn't seem like he's got that hunger anymore, seems a bit broken. You know, before he was very much coming forward and he was like seek and destroy. And that version of Joshua just seems to have gone now. A little scrappy at the end, but that's a Joshua round for me. So they're saying that it might be the best, most positive start we've ever seen from Joshua. There's a lot of praise coming in for what we're seeing from Anthony Joshua from that first round. I mean, it was nothing spectacular, but you definitely take it. So, Joshua, good start. Nothing more than that, though. Oh, yes, Callum, shout out to you. Joshua versus Valen. Thank you. Lovely. Okay, here we go. Round number 2. Okay, so Otto coming out, doubling up on his jab. They're both putting out that lead hand there at the moment. Otto is tricky because he is a southpaw and he's got to be careful there, Joshua. He's trying to go to the body there, Joshua, again. We're seeing Otto working that lead hand more now. Joshua throwing in that jab. I mean, Joshua has had 2 matches, 2 fights against Usyk. Usyk's southpaw and one of the best boxers in the world. So going up against Otto Valen shouldn't be too problematic considering the experience he's got and had. Jab coming in there by Joshua. Otto gets a jab back of his own. Joshua in the middle, having a little look. Jab coming in again. Oh, there's a shot there by Otto. Otto seems to be throwing a little bit more in this round than what we saw in the first. Joshua with a lovely right hand. Straight right hand there by Joshua. That was good. And again. He's got his range quite well here, Joshua. Couple of right hands getting through. Joshua, again, putting that lead hand out there. He is on the ball. He's looking quite sharp here, Joshua. Trying to go to the body there, Joshua. Valen just able to get out of the way. Valen firing in a couple of jabs. Joshua being quite watchful. He's got to be careful to not get caught with those counter shots. Lovely right hand again. There's blood on the nose of Otto Valen, you know. Blood on the nose of Otto Valen. Joshua, again, trying to go straight down the middle. Valen's in trouble, man. He's in trouble. He's already been caught a few times, and the blood on the nose implies that Joshua is really getting through with these shots. Joshua backing up a little bit. Valen standing his ground in the center. Joshua edging forwards, throwing in some jabs. Valen circling around. Big shot coming in there by Joshua, but misses with it. Valen moving forward, trying to come in with some jabs, but Joshua moving back. Goes back against the ropes a little bit there. Doesn't want to allow Valen to get into this fight. Jab coming in there by Joshua. I think that was a Joshua round as well. They're saying that we haven't seen this from Joshua for quite a while now. Like, he is looking to finish. He's trying to throw some shots that are really going to cause some damage. And Otto Valen's nose is bleeding already at the end of the second. It says, apologies for audio issues. Yeah, I've not lost my audio. My audio's been okay. Or at least not that I've noticed. They're saying to Otto, make sure that you move in your heads. Okay, here we go. Round number 3 then. Joshua coming out. He's not really been tested, Joshua. He hasn't had to worry about much coming back at him. Oh, lovely right hand. And again, trying to go to the body there. He is timing his shots well at the moment. Jab coming in. I think that landed by Otto. Another jab there by Otto that I think got through. Joshua again, jabbing away. Feinting. Trying to see if he can create some openings as Otto throws in a jab. Jab coming back there by Joshua. Both of these guys in the center of the ring at the moment. Body shot coming in there by Joshua. A couple of jabs, doubling up on the jab there, Otto. Joshua backing up a little bit. Another shot coming in there by Joshua. Minute gone so far in round number 3. Crowd are starting to get behind Joshua. Can hear some Joshua chants in the crowd. Body shot there by Joshua. That was good. Otto having to cover up a little bit. Oh, big right hand straight down the middle by Joshua. I tell you what, the camera was perfect for that. It was right behind Joshua, and you could see how ferocious that straight right is. Jab coming in there by Joshua. There's a lovely calmness about Joshua here. Oh, big hook shot. Otto just got knocked off balance and just resets.
Doesn't want to be doing that too often.
But he did get knocked over to the side there, Otto Balin.
The people that misread the body
Jab to the body there by Joshua.
Stiff and tense and things like that. They've totally got this wrong.
He did just get caught there, Joshua, as he went for that body shot. He did just get clipped. Jab coming in by Joshua as Balin backs up a little bit. Body shot coming in there by Joshua. We've got 40-odd seconds left of round number 3. Hook shot misses there by Otto. Joshua backing up a little bit. Looking to throw out a jab. Couple of shots coming in there by Otto Balin. Oh, big right hand there by Joshua. Balin over against the ropes. Lovely right hand there by Joshua. Jab coming in by Joshua as well. He goes downstairs. And Balin is backing up a little bit as Joshua's moving forward. A hook shot comes in. Joshua moving forward. Balin goes. That's another Joshua round. So every round, a Joshua round so far. He's looking really good. I think there's some real pop in his shots.
He's relaxed, he's enjoying himself, and he's looking for a finish. Yeah, he landed some good shots. That was a cracking shot.
For me to fight is on cable on a channel labelled with a local carrier. People are saying that there's audio issues.
If he neglects the lead hand, then the backhand will fall short because you're not measuring the distance and
well,
gap.
TNT Sports are fine here in the UK. I can tell you that they're saying that the work by AJ is really good. They like the work with the lead hands. They like his footwork. The straight rights are causing some damage. Here we go, round number 4. So Otto is in the middle. Came out quite quick there, Otto.
Certainly it's a positive start.
Jabs by Otto.
To keep it going.
Lovely body shot there by Joshua, though. Otto goes over against the ropes. It's Joshua that's taken the centre ground, goes for a hook shot upstairs. Joshua again trying to jab away. He hasn't been able to land like a really big shot. I mean, he did, I suppose, have Otto stumbling in that last round, but he wasn't able to like capitalise on him, like really getting him driving back against the ropes or anything. A couple of jabs coming in by Otto. Joshua being quite watchful. Oh, that right hand. He throws the right hand, but he wasn't able to really connect with it. Joshua and Otto in the centre right now. Right hand does get through that time, but he didn't get all of it. Another right hand coming in there. Otto gets driven. Otto, Joshua, a shot coming in by Otto. Ref some description. No. Allows it to continue. Jab coming in by Joshua, putting the pressure on Otto. Again, another jab coming in. Just falling short, though, with these. And a hook shot to the body misses by Otto. Jab there by Joshua. He's obviously jabbing to set up the right. And he did go to throw the right, but Otto was able to move out the way. There's the right hand, but it goes onto the guard of Joshua. We've got a minute left in this round. Joshua is the one that's looking to take the fight to Otto. Otto is looking for counter opportunities. Joshua again looking to come forwards. He's really trying to get that right hand through, and he's just struggling at the moment to get the right hand to connect. He tries to go to the body of Otto. He's got Otto over by the ropes. Otto with some really good head movement there. Really good head movement. He was able to get out of the way. That was a big opportunity for Joshua if he could have capitalized. That was lovely as well. He couldn't land that right hand. He slipped the shot. The right hand came over. Jab coming in there by Joshua. Otto in the center with him at the moment. Edging forwards. Tries to get a shot into the body as Joshua is moving forwards. A couple of jabs coming in there by Otto Wallin, and end of the round. Let me know how you're seeing it so far. I feel like this is 4 rounds to Joshua at the moment. Yeah, he is. Otto Wallin's giving it a go. He is throwing. He's not doing a Deontay Wilder. He's not just standing there. But Joshua is definitely the one that's getting more success. Yeah, he's getting really close to that right hand. I mean, some of these shots, if they connect. Oof. Not JPEG, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Did you take a bathroom break? No. I knew this card was rigged to make Joshua look good, said Zaymax. Miller, Wilder, Wallin get paid to throw the fights. So Joshua doesn't have to fight. Heavyweight boxing is a joke. Right, round 5. Well, all I will say is it's money well spent because Joshua is looking real good right now. 4 rounds down, and he's won all of those. We're in round number 5, jabbing away. Right hand coming in. Big hook shot there by Joshua. He's trying to go to the body as well. Otto is back against the ropes. Joshua has, he's swinging away into a clinch at the moment. Referee coming in and separating both fighters. Joshua goes right back to the center. Oh, that's a beautiful right hand by Joshua. You can hear Connor at ringside shouting some words of encouragement there for Joshua. Jab coming in by Joshua. Joshua goes back. Joshua moving forwards. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle there by Joshua. And good head movement by Joshua to avoid the shots that are coming back. Otto is on the outside trying to see if he can get something going. Otto on the outside. That's a lovely right hand by Joshua. Joshua keeping an eye on Otto as Otto moves forward. Body shot coming in there by AJ. Doubling up on the jab there, Otto, but not really getting much of that through. Jab coming in there by Joshua again. Got just over a minute to go. Oh, beautiful hook shot by Joshua. Otto goes over against the ropes. Joshua, uppercut coming in. Oh, we couldn't find the finish. He couldn't find the finish. Great moment, though, by Joshua. Swinging for the fences. Otto getting back. Hook shot again there by Joshua. Otto in full retreat mode. Jab to the body by Joshua. Oh, another big right hook. Otto moves over to the other side of the ring. Joshua is looking for a finish here. He's got 20-odd seconds. 20-odd seconds to land something big. 20-odd seconds left to go. Joshua knows that Otto is still not fully recovered. Body shot coming in. Nope. Both guys in the middle. Joshua not forcing it. He's got Otto back in the corner. There's a body shot to end it, and that's another Joshua round. Woo. Yeah, that was beautiful. Right cross, left hook. That nose might be broke, you know. It's being stopped, is it? They've called it. Anthony Joshua wins. The corner have called it. Anthony Joshua by stoppage. And I reckon that nose was broke, you know. Anthony Joshua. He comes over, Anthony Joshua comes over to Otto Berlin. There we go. Is Joshua on his toes or is he flat-footed? A bit of both, to be honest. Largely flat-footed. I wouldn't say he was moving around and bouncing around. But there was times where he was had a bit of movement. To be honest, he was just doing what needed to be done. I mean, he won every single round against a good opponent as well. Joshua looked good. He looked good. That's the kind of performance that he needed. Now, whether... Yeah, they're saying 2 words. The commentators are pretty high on what we've just seen. 2 words on the back page tomorrow. He's back. Unreal, said Scott. Wilder and Otto, huge losses. Fury is the dessert. I think so, said Craig. Right, I really want to know what they're going to say. Obviously, Wilder losing has put a spanner in the works.
For me, that's the right call, regardless of a nose injury. I was looking intently at that corner as he walked back. He was unsteady. He didn't really know where he was.
Ref was called over. The ref calls the fight off.
That's the sharpest I've seen him in a while. Look,
Wallin is going to have to make a rhinoplasty appointment with Frock's nose man, says Randy. Tom said, is that classed as a round 5 stoppage, as that's what I bet on? I believe so, because round 6 didn't begin. Official result coming shortly.
Look at the smile. It's back. The smile's back, man. I mean,
Oh, is that Amir Khan? I think, yeah, Amir Khan's in there. Well, I'm literally just waiting to hear what they're going to say, to be honest. I can tell you, refund is trending right now. Is that because of the audio issues? Is that why refund is trending? I want a refund. Yeah. Refund is trending right now because of issues with DAZN.
It's a matchup that I can't wait for. I mean, it's tremendous. That is a real battle of styles. 2 stars of the sport.
Just won 70 quid. Lovely jubbly, said Rory. Rory, shout out to you. Many congrats. Okay, official decision.
excellent undisputed fight.
I'd have to agree with Sergio there. Tremendous fighter. He's a master. Is Usyk. Didn't look great last time out Fury, but I mean, styles make fights. We will see.
TKO win at the end of 5 rounds. Anthony Joshua picks up the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that is the big question. That's what I'm waiting for. What is next? The script has been ripped up, so what is next? They're talking about Parker potentially. Yeah, Andy Ruiz is ringside. I don't think Joshua is going to really care to do that match again. Okay, here we go.
And as I said, Sergio, you made it look pretty simple. Holland didn't even look remotely on his level. That's what happens when you're familiar with someone. And I was talking about that leading up to this fight. The fact that they started
3rd fight for you this year. 3rd win. 2nd knockout. Jordan, shout out to you. Can you help me find out if Joshua got the most punches and landed most punches? If he did, then I win £4,200. Really? If he got the most punches and landed the most punches, don't know where that data will be, to be honest.
Ben Davison, Lee Wiley, Barry, my performance team will judge that for me, and the fans at home, I'm sure they'll have a lot to say as well. So
He says that he respects what Otto was bringing to the table.
We were talking ringside about how this seemed to be a lot like the old Anthony Joshua. Did this feel more like a throwback fight for you?
My approach was victory by any means.
I respect Otto. Throughout the whole build-up, I was telling everyone I need to focus on the man in front of me because I respect what he's bringing to the table, but not so much a throwback fight, just another day in the office.
What's your game plan for this fight coming in? You always had some success, moved around.
Take you up the ladder,
What's your approach?
but a loss can take you right back down.
So when I pray, one of the things I know is that every cell, my spirit, my mind is leading towards victory. And what Otto, we just want to do whatever it takes to be victorious, because in this game, it's a treacherous business. It's like snakes and ladders. One win gets you up the ladder.
He said that he's worked and fought with a lot of the fighters that were on this card.
You've been familiar with him, fought against him in the amateurs, sparred against him. How useful was that, if at all, in this fight?
Yeah, so I was looking on the roster of heavyweights that have been on this card. I fought Otto, sparred with him, great fighter. Fought Joseph Parker, was going to fight Baby Miller, sparred with Dubois, sparred with Adjit. I've been around the block, man, so hard work, kids, staying focused.
Anthony said Otto is a fighter. It's the corner, I'm sure, that have...
All that history of Otto paid off today.
Take me through the final round of this fight when you were landing the shots that eventually caused Otto to retire on his stool. Did you feel like you were hurting him with a lot of those punches?
Let's not say Otto because he's a true warrior. I think
He says he's searching for greatness.
big role in what happens to that fight. So
I do have punch information for you.
I'm sure you would have carried on, but
it's all about your vision, your timing, your reaction. And I'm just a gifted fighter that has a special gift.
So final punch stats, total punches. Joshua 53, Volin 25.
Mentioned Ben Davison working your corner. You've worked with a few trainers over the last couple of years.
So he did throw more and he did land more. Yes. You're in the money, mates. You are in the money. As long as these are the official ones, but this is from CompuBox.
I'm sure you could see today. So what was it like for you back there before your fight when I'm sure there was a monitor on there showing Deontay Wilder losing?
No one's running or ducking for anyone. I heard that Wilder lost.
I wasn't watching. I just focused on myself, like the whole fight week. Let's do a tally of how many people mentioned my name this week. And I'm just sitting there focusing on myself because I know...
For everything Deontay said about me, I could rip him apart right now, but I'm going to take the higher ground, says AJ.
I wanted to be victorious. I had to focus. No one's running, ducking from anyone. I told you, everyone that I've been in the ring with earlier, but I needed to focus on this man. But Deontay, everything that he said about me, I could rip him.
Joshua says if Deontay wants to come back and fight another day, he can do that.
So many stops with that fight over the last few years. Was that loss in your mind kind of the final nail in the coffin for that fight?
What? His loss?
His loss.
No. Why would... Listen. Look at the boy this evening. You know, he's come back and you can do anything.
He says one fight at a time, but we're still not sure what his next fight's going to be. Maybe Eddie Hearn will have a... I don't think he will.
I'm sure they want to see you fight. So
Anthony Joshua said he's got to stay focused. He's on a journey.
Now something you're thinking about.
Well, you know me, I'm one step at a time, but that would be great. As I said, every fight leads towards the final destination. So if I continue to be victorious, it just happens naturally. And if you don't, you go straight back down the ladder. So
Joshua said he's got bigger ambitions, so he does. He's not going to say that he is taking this year as a success.
you know, I'm on a journey and it's hard. So I'm going to stay focused while I'm doing this and let's see how far I can take it.
You got 3 wins in this year. It's good. Was this year?
Okay, so he's just thanking a lot of people.
Do you look at this year as
So Joshua landed 6-4 in round 1, 8-6 in round 2, 8-6 in round 3, 10-5 in round 4, 21-4 in round 5. Eddie Hearn said he's back.
Congratulations, AJ. Thank you, everyone at home. Merry Christmas. Thank you to all the one in this team. We appreciate them. Thank you to...
I believe this Anthony Joshua is the best heavyweight in the world, says Eddie Hearn. He broke his nose? Yeah, I thought he broke his nose as well. With this mindset, with this team, I think he's unbeatable.
He's destroying people in sparring. He's punching so hard. I believe that this
Is Hrgovic the next option?
That was a punch-perfect performance tonight. Otto Wilder is an excellent heavyweight. He did absolutely dispatch him. He broke him down. He broke his nose. He broke into the body. He broke his eye. And it was just a stunning performance. And you know, one that says he's back, as I said. In this
Eddie Hearn said maybe the Wilder loss is a blessing because this guy's about championships.
with Deontay Wilder losing, is Philip Hrgovic the next option? These two are
Hrgovic, AJ for the world title. So that is the fight they're talking about.
decision between the championship and Deontay Wilder. We signed for Deontay Wilder. He lost tonight. That's okay. That happens in boxing.
Well, there we go.
Maybe it's a blessing.
There we go. Hrgovic, Joshua for the world title. Eddie Hearn says maybe that is the fight we should be doing. Maybe Wilder losing was a blessing in disguise. Wild. Wild. So there we go. There we go. Jobson said it was a weird corner stoppage, in my opinion. Otto Volin looked horrendous. AJ looked nowhere near before he lost to that sumo wrestler. Eddie Hearn talks some beep. congratulations to AJ. Who won, Wilder or Parker? It was Parker. Have to favour AJ to beat Wilder now. How the table turns. Zhang poked Ashback for a shared card with Fury Usyk, said Godwin. Well, I mean, good showing there by AJ. You know, he beat what was in front of him. That was someone that Fury has struggled against, but, you know, that doesn't work. That kind of maths doesn't work. You can't say he would beat Fury because Fury struggled against Otto, and he beat Otto comfortably. I mean, you know, it's different strategies, different training camps, different years, you know, so it's you can't really do that. It doesn't really work, but it's still a very good showing by AJ. And seemingly now we might be looking at the fight with Hrgovic, who we saw earlier on tonight. Looked really good earlier on tonight, but he was facing a bit of rubbish opposition. But could be a title shot next for Anthony Joshua. So hopefully, if it's not going to be the Wilder fight, we're going to find him somewhat juicy. I don't know what next for Wilder. I mean, to be honest, he might need to have a year like AJ just had, where he fights 3 times to get the ring rust off and face some lower level competition and kind of build his way back up. Maybe the fact he's had 1 round of action in the past 2 years, and now he needs to step in there and try and beat a Joseph Parker. That was just maybe a bit too much to ask. So, yeah, really, really interesting. Really interesting. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed the show. Edward said, would you say the old AJ is back? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I think that it was quite tidy. I think that it was a good performance. I don't know that I would say the old AJ is back. The AJ that looks so good against Klitschko, for example. But what I would say is that this is the best we've seen him in a while. I'd be willing to go that far. Best we've seen him in a while. So the proof is going to be in the pudding, isn't it? I mean, obviously, if he can go up against Hrgovic and get a victory, that would be really significant. That'd be really good. Hrgovic is no slouch at all. That would and win another world title. That would be great for AJ. So, yeah, I mean, look, good. So, yes, thanks a lot for everyone that joined us. This stream turned out to be 7, 8, 9 hours long. So appreciate people joining us for that. I hope you enjoyed the show. I can tell you there was a lot more interest around the Wilder fight, seemingly by the amount of people that were joining us compared to the AJ fight. So it seems like the Wilder fight was the one that people were more engaged with. But even so, it was a hell of a card. A lot of fun. Really appreciate people joining us. We will be back tomorrow for a Sunday stream, but I'm going to go and get something to eat. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Have a great Christmas if I don't see you before Christmas. Have a great Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we will see you for more boxing.
Disney Plus. Nobody does Christmas better. DAZN presents Ringside. Exclusive offers for DAZN customers. Get money towards your DAZN subscription. Enhanced offers and bonuses. Link your account and get more with Ringside.
The long nights, the drills, everything that goes into our training, it all prepares you for battle. I just never thought about the other battles going on out there. Seeing these kinds of things, it changes you. To know that we've helped and made a difference, that's why I'm most proud of you.
Stop.
Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Sports Update.
Game day for the Buffalo Bills as they head on the road to take on the LA Chargers.
It's so nice to have him back out there. You guys know how much Quan means to us as a D-line, and so having him back, it's just amazing.
That is Bills pass rusher AJ Epinesa, who spoke about Daquan Jones, who was taken on the 21-day practice window. Daquan Jones, along with AJ Epinesa, Kyrie Elam, and Ty Johnson, are all questionable. 2 players for the Bills have been ruled out. Micah Hyde with a neck stinger injury, while wide receiver Justin Shorter out with a hamstring injury. 2 players are ruled out for the Chargers, and their 2 key ones, Keenan Allen and pass rusher Joey Bosa, will not play. We will have kickoff for you at 8 o'clock with Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. In just about an hour and a half, another game in the NFL will be going on today. The Steelers, they'll be taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. Kickoff will be 4:30. The Athletics' Diner Rossini reports that there is a chatter in the league circles that the Steelers could consider trading head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been the head coach of the Steelers since 2007 and won them the Super Bowl in 2008. Seahawks safety Jamal Adams will not play this week against the Titans with a knee injury. However, quarterback Geno Smith was removed from the injury report and is expected to play. Patriots tight end Hunter Henry, he has been downgraded to out with a knee injury against the Broncos. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence has cleared the league's concussion protocol, and he will start in Week 16 against the Bucs. And Zach Moss, he will be not playing against the Falcons with a forearm injury. This update is brought to you by Thiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. I'm Evan DePasquale for the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Buffalo Bills Game Day on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
All right, here we go. We got to have a drive. 23 left.
It's time for Bills Game Day with Nate Geary. Brought to you by the BFLO Store, official retailer of the Buffalo Bills.
All right, welcome into Buffalo Bills Game Day here on WGR. Nate Geary, I've got Joe DiBiase with me as well. Happy almost Christmas. What do we call today again? It's Festivus.
We call it Festivus.
Well, happy Festivus to everyone. Getting you ready for the 8 p.m. kick between the Buffalo Bills, the LA Chargers, with Chris Brown and Eric Wood calling the play-by-play from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Today's broadcast is presented by Independent Health, well beyond insurance. Bills Game Day is powered by the BFLO Store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. So, Joe, we talked the last 2 days, did a lot of talking and previewing, not really previewing this game, because I feel like there's not much to preview in this game.
You dive in, and it's almost like you have to hold in a laugh when you're talking about the Chargers, because I'm really worried about Josh Palmer in this game, and Austin Eckler, who can't run 15 miles per hour anymore, and Easton Stick, who I'm sure many out there still think is like a joke, his name. He's not actually
he's a real person.
He's not a baseball bat or a hockey stick.
He is, in fact, a real person.
Yeah, so previewing the matchups of this game, I feel like you very quickly get to, the Bills should smoke them in this game.
Slaughter.
Yeah.
I said it to Derek. I said, it feels like if this is a game, like a good football game, that would be a concern for me. It shouldn't be a good game.
I mean, they're at a point, though, in the season where any win, right?
Yeah, any win is
any
good.
win, you take it. If you win a weird game like the Giants game, I mean,
no, thank you.
We're not in a position where we could tweet out that as a question anymore.
I would absolutely hate, I would loathe a situation where it looks like and feels like that Giants game.
Yeah. Like middle of the season, I'm sure I asked it. The Denver game, even I think I asked it. Like, would you take the Giants game for the Broncos? And I said no. And I think a lot of people said no. Like, no, I need to see them look right.
After that game, you were like, yes,
of course.
The Giants game.
And right now, everyone says yes because they just got to get in. They just got to get in.
And any way you can win a football game, you take it. So they should slaughter this team. And you're right. Like if they win a weird 17-10 game against a football team that just lost by 50 to Aiden O'Connell, I'm going to be questioning whether they legitimately are capable of going on this 9-game win streak that they'll need to win the Super Bowl. But I'll still take it because they just got to get in. That's it.
NBC using Steve Karnacki as the playoff odds guy is awesome. By the way,
it is. Was he just up there with the big board?
Yeah, he was doing Seattle, which is a weird team at this point. Looks like crappy weather in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. Who does that affect more? Neither of these quarterbacks are good. I know Jake Browning has looked good. His numbers suggest he's been good. He's not good, right?
Isn't he better though than Mason Rudolph?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take the bad weather, right? Equalize it a little bit. If there's any advantage to the Bengals have a better quarterback today than Mason Rudolph, then I'll take it. It's pretty amazing though that you never thought you'd get here, right? With Josh Allen's Bills, where it's I think really pretty tough for them moving forward, and I think they'll be deserved. And I know for me, Dallas is a team that I wasn't expecting the Bills to do what they did last week, but I'm also not surprised. You kind of also live there like it. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it, but I'm also wasn't overly surprised at how it went. They have not shown any. I mean, they're just two very, very different teams, both at home and on the road. Specifically, the 21.7 points per game on the road compared to the 39.9 points per game at home. Like that, just to me, is one of the craziest swings I've ever seen from an NFL team, and they can't be that bad. The factors aren't that dramatically different being at home and on the road, are they?
They shouldn't be that different. The breakdowns I've seen are that Dak is the one who really struggles with communication before the snap, getting the right protection set, the type of things that you would expect more from like a rookie quarterback.
Yes.
Than a guy that's is he 30? Is he 30 years old also? Like he's been in the league. He's been in the league since Tony Romo was in the league. So he's been around a while. Weird that those would be the things he's struggling with, but I have seen some breakdowns that might be what's happening to them. But whoever loses that football game is going to be the lightning rod of the week.
All week. And especially if it's Dallas, we'll have to hear 2 weeks in a row how Dallas are frauds.
Pretty much.
But that conversation goes right to the Dolphins if they lose.
It'll feel like here's an NFC take for you. If the Cowboys, lose tomorrow, it'll feel like the Niners are going to walk to the Super Bowl. Because their biggest challenge right now, to many, is the Cowboys. But if the Cowboys lose to Miami, it'll be further confirmation of this team can't win on the road against good teams. And B, now that they've lost another game, they're going to be playing on the road throughout the playoffs. So the Niners' path might look like, well, he's got to beat the Eagles. And the Eagles, I saw Brett Coleman, who we both like, Quarterback Room on YouTube. He just had I haven't even listened to it yet. The title of his episode he dropped this morning on the Philadelphia Eagles was titled, "The Eagles Have a High School Offense." So things aren't going well there.
Yeah, no, they're not.
And if the Cowboys can't win on the road, who is challenging the 49ers in the NFC? Versus
Seattle?
Listen, if Miami loses, it'll be good for the Bills, but it doesn't change the landscape that much of the AFC, does it?
I'm not sure a loss for Dallas really changes anyways. I think even if they win, I don't think they can really keep up or beat a San Francisco team that is at full strength.
Right, likely on the road.
For sure on the road.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a chance for Dallas at this point to make up enough ground with as little time left to win that one seed in the NFC. They'd have to have a lot of things go their way.
Pretty much, they'd have to win out,
and they need San Francisco to lose this week, definitely against Baltimore.
That's pretty much it. They need to win out, and they need the Ravens to beat the Niners, which isn't like
not the craziest thing.
It's not that crazy, right? The hardest part of that might be Dallas beating the Dolphins and then the Lions, and then Commanders. They should have an easy time with, but. Yeah, for Miami, though, on the flip side of that, Miami loses, and it's just further confirmation of what everybody's been saying about them, that, hey, you can't win the Super Bowl because you can't beat
good teams.
You can't beat good teams. You have to beat 4 in a row.
Even at home.
When you get to the playoffs. Yeah, at home even. And, yeah, the home part of that is important, too, because, man, if they lose home field to the Bills, Who's home field more important for? The Dolphins or the Bills?
Definitely the Dolphins. I would say exclusively the Dolphins. They might be the most important team.
Right.
For the 2 seed or the 1 seed, I think the Dolphins' only way to a Super Bowl is if they are hosting and likely if they have a bye week.
Versus the Bills, who have proven
they can go on the road and beat anybody.
Yeah, they've beaten Miami. Well, they haven't beaten Miami
as
in
long
Miami.
as the road isn't in London.
But we all believe they can win in Miami, right?
I absolutely believe they can win in Miami.
And last year, we all kind of thought they should have.
In December, too. This isn't going to be September.
Where it's 150 degrees. They've proven they can win in Baltimore. They did that last year.
Yep.
They've proven multiple times they can win in Kansas City.
Yep.
And, I mean...
in Tennessee.
I mean, of course they can win in Jacksonville, right? We all believe they could win in Jacksonville. Like, for the Bills, there's no, well, we don't know that you could win in these places. Miami, there's a question of whether they could win anywhere that isn't Miami.
Against a good football team.
Yeah.
Against a playoff caliber football team. 803-0550 is the number to call if you want to get your thoughts in with me, Nate Geary, Joe DiBiase, also here, talking Bills, Chargers, talking the rest of the league as well, talking this Dolphins and Cowboys matchup, which will be 4:25 tomorrow. That should be a really, really good game. On Monday night, we're going to get Brock Purdy versus Lamar Jackson. That should be a fantastic game as well. Obviously, I think that's maybe being talked about as the most or the most for the game of the week, and it's because it's against the 2 1 seeds, the NFC 1 seed and the AFC 1 seed in the Baltimore Ravens, who lose Keon Mitchell and just seemed like a team that constantly loses guys to season-ending injuries. They're without Mark Andrews right now. Now they're without their dynamic running back who really came on in his rookie year. So Baltimore, as much as I like Baltimore, Joe, Baltimore feels like a team more and more that doesn't feel like they're a team built for January.
I think that's probably right. Which isn't that a little weird that that's been the case? Because
they're the team that can run the football, right?
Well, right. Maybe they're the proof in the pudding of that's a whole narrative that's not even really that true. That, hey, Tennessee, right? Tennessee's been the 1 seed and has not found success in the playoffs despite being the most physical run offense in the league over the last 5 years. That's probably true, right? Derrick Henry and the Titans have been, and Baltimore. Those have been 2 of the most run-heavy good teams in the league.
With defensive-minded head coaches.
Yep. How many playoff wins between the 2? Like 1 in 5 years?
Yeah.
1? It's about the quarterbacks. How good is your quarterback? And listen, I
like Lamar.
I actually think the Ravens have more capabilities to win this year in the playoffs than past years. And it's because I trust their passing offense more. I still don't think it's the elite unit of the league, but in the past, Nelson Aguilar was his number 1 wide receiver, right? And this year, no Mark Andrews hurts a lot, but Zay Flowers has showed right up right away and been great. And Beckham has been a very, very good number 2. He's not, I almost said reliable. I don't want to call him that because he's kind of been in and out of the lineup. But when he's played, he's been good. And Bateman, as the number 3 has been really strong. Likely has stepped in for Andrews and been a really good tight end. So I think Baltimore's more capable of winning in the playoffs, but I still like the Bills over them. I think on a neutral site, just would depend where the game is. Did we see the Ian Rappaport news just as we got going?
No.
So we might have missed it because it came out at 3:01. We just got rolling here. And he is reporting the Bills are elevating Leonard Fournette from the practice squad to play in tonight's game against the Chargers. So a question that we have had asked to us via call-in,
100 times?
But more than that, 200 times maybe since he signed. If you've been waiting for the guy whose nickname is Playoff Lenny, he's going to get going here against the Chargers potentially.
He was also dubbed Lombardi Lenny.
Lombardi Lenny. How many Lombardis does he have?
He's got 1.
You can't be Lombardi Lenny. So what Ian Rappaport can't be Lombardi if you've only won 1.
That's what Ian Rappaport said.
I'm going to go to his Pro Football Reference page. Do we think that's one? That's a place where all the nicknames
that he's ever been called.
Tom Brady is nicknamed the Pharaoh on Pro Football Reference. So
that's awful.
And I've never heard that before.
That's awful. That to me means Ty Johnson's not playing, right?
Or are they dressing an extra running back because James Cook's been sick all week? By the way, Leonard Fournette doesn't have a single nickname listed on Pro Football Reference. Well, we know we've heard Playoff Lenny. Either way, looks like he will be active for tonight's game. Yeah, it can mean many things. It could mean Ty Johnson doesn't play because he's questionable. It could mean they want to make sure they have insurance because James Cook's been sick.
They're gonna probably want to see him before the playoffs, anyways.
Yeah, that too. And a game where you might think you're going to be up, right? And if you're up in the third, fourth quarter, and you want to get a look at him in a game where you're up by 20, then here's a chance to do it. The last theory could be that they want to see if he's a better option than Latavius Murray for a physical run offense. Last week for Latavius Murray, I mean, even I shouldn't just say last week. Is this right? The last 3 weeks, Murray has been more so the number 3 running back. He's been overtaken by Ty Johnson as the number 2, right?
I think I would be willing to bet now. I mean, it's still early, but Ty Johnson had been questionable all week, limited in practice with the shoulder injury they sustained last week. I think if you are you've liked what Ty Johnson has done for you this year.
Yep.
You want to make sure he's healthy and ready for the playoffs. This seems like a perfect opportunity just to say, hey, we're not going to press this. Sit this week out. Let's bring up Leonard Fournette. We've wanted to see him anyways. Let's get him in a game action. Let's get him some touches, get him some carries.
Yep.
Make sure that he understands protections, understands calls during the game, and get him back into full speed action so that if he is needed in the playoffs, he has some game experience this season under his belt in this system to kind of, get a feel for what he's capable of still doing. And I'm sure for himself too. He looks like a different guy, by the way. Doesn't look like the guy at the end of his Tampa Bay career. He is far thinner, looks like he's in better shape. So I'm interested to sort of see what he looks like in a game setting. I'm interested. I think everyone's interested.
Yeah, that means a big name. Murray, by the way, here's a stat on him for you. This season, Latavius Murray has had out of how many games here? 14 games. He's averaged more than 4 yards per carry in 2 of them. That's it. Has not been an efficient runner. He's made some plays actually in the pass game. He's made an impact as a blocker. He has actually been one of the lesser efficient running backs in goal line situations. So I don't even necessarily want to call him a good short yardage back because I think that could have been going a lot better with him. A little part of me does wonder if Fournette has a good game tonight, if he even gets much of an opportunity, could he take over the Latavius Murray role in this offense down the stretch? Because again, it's not like Murray's been.
Though.
Who does Murray?
Yeah,
I mean, he did call a players only meetings. But hey, you got to play the best guys, right? They've been doing that lately. To me, it might not matter. I think this team is at its best when James Cook and Ty Johnson are the 2 running backs.
Agreed.
Just put the fastest guys in the field, and that definitively is James Cook and Ty Johnson. So I don't know that this move's going to matter all that much, but it will be interesting because he is a big name. Pretty much how I stand on it.
803-0550. So Ian Rappaport again reporting that the Bills will be elevating Bills running back, practice squad running back, Leonard Fournette for tonight's game, and he's expected to be in the lineup. We have not gotten any injury news or updates on Ty Johnson. So, my prognostication of what it could potentially be, they very well might dress 4 running backs. I just would doubt it. So we'll see kind of what the subsequent roster move is during the Bills roundtable version of pregame during the 6 o'clock hour when we get our inactives. So stay tuned for that as we roll on with Buffalo Bills game day. Again, we started talking about this Dolphins and Cowboys matchup. There are some other great matchups that we'll go through throughout the afternoon as well. But one thing I wanted to ask you about, Joe, this week that we didn't really get to, because we talked a little bit about the things that, we went through our Festivus rants and things that we
our airing of the grievances.
But, I wanted to flip it around and talk a little bit today and this afternoon about some of the things, not just from the Bills' perspective, but really from the NFL's perspective, things that you're thankful for seeing this year. Since it's the season of giving, it's the season of thanks. And I wanted to start by, I think, the 2 obvious ones that I'm most thankful for this year are in division. And first and foremost, it's watching the full dismantling of the New England Patriots franchise right before our eyes. A franchise that was so proud, a franchise that had, they've had so much success over the last 2.5 decades.
Yeah.
That it was simply bound to happen at some point, sometime. And I'm glad that it's happening right in front of us. But I'm actually a little bit more thankful that the Jets jetted. I'm not thankful that Aaron Rodgers.
I was going to say, you don't want to quite say that I'm thankful Rodgers got injured, but
the NFL would have been a way more fun season if Rodgers played, and we would have still talked about him just as much.
Maybe not for us, though.
Maybe it wouldn't have been, but I think it would have been fun to watch that. I mean, they lost either way with Zach Wilson, so it's not like that would have made a big difference.
How different would the season be if he was healthy all year?
Joe, I'm not kidding.
Would they be in first?
No. I don't think it would have gone that different.
See, well, you could say it might not be that different because their O-line is going to get them injured eventually anyway.
Correct. Their O-line's terrible. They have one pass-catching weapon. Breece Hall's been kind of disappointing this year, but maybe it's because their offensive line's so bad.
I think that's.
And I think their defense is overrated. I think they're good.
Still really good.
I think they're good. I don't think they're Legion of Boom. I don't think they're even the best defense in the league.
No.
I think they're good.
They're not.
I think
historical.
they're largely overrated.
Yeah, they were being talked about as being a historic, great league defense.
No, they're good. They are a good top 7 defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think week to week they play very well, and sometimes they throw stinkers out there. Like last week, they got absolutely bullied by a finesse offense without their starting offensive line.
Yeah, New England on the what you're thankful for list is going to be hard to top. I might be just happy that we got to go through a full NFL season without Tom Brady or comeback rumors.
Wow.
Didn't have him in our hair. And Rodgers, too. Both of them. Those two have wanted to eat up the entire spotlight for 2 decades. And, I mean,
they're similar narcissists.
Brady's been out of our hair. Rodgers really hasn't, because even when he got injured, every day on ESPN, he's being talked about. And he's kept his own name in the headlines. But hey, when I turn on Red Zone and I turn on these games on Sunday, I'm not having to watch these guys. And I like that. I want to see the transition to the new young quarterback. They all got injured, which kind of stinks, but I've liked where the league is. I know the scoring is down, but I do think a part of the reason scoring is down is just this next generation of young quarterbacks got injured. Herbert got injured, and Burrow has been injured really the entire season. You know, he played through injury at the beginning and then got hurt later on. Geno Smith, I know he's not really the next name to go to here, but he's been hurt. I mean, just there's so many names. Sean Watson, there's a lot. So I think the quarterback injuries has been a story of the season, but otherwise I feel like the league's in a pretty good place.
Well, 803-0550, we've got a lot more to get to. We've got more thoughts on this week's games around the NFL, what they mean to the Bills. We'll get through, if you haven't heard it for 100 times, we'll give it to you 101 about the teams you should be rooting for this weekend to give the Bills the best opportunity at having the highest percentage of making the playoffs.
Including one within an hour, right? About
an
hour away from
an hour away.
The Steelers and the Bengals taking action, and that game does matter to the Bills. There's a lot of games that matter. And also, if you're one that tracks how much these games impact the Bills week to week, you might have noticed that a couple weeks ago it was like, well, every game kind of meant like 3% to the Bills playoff odds. And because you're getting later in the season, the games are meaning more.
There's a little bit more percentage there.
Yeah, you're getting closer to double digits when it comes to how much it impacts the Bills playoff odds. But they got to take care of their own business, but they still will need at least a little help. There's even one crazy, psychotic scenario out there that almost certainly won't happen, but it's still possible, where the Bills win out and don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'd prefer that didn't happen.
But again, it's like a couple percent chance, not much.
Just a really quick update too on weather. It is technically a dome, but it is an open dome, so there is some weather conditions just in terms of temperature. We're looking at 58 degrees at kickoff for this game, so a perfect evening. Obviously, no precipitation with it being covered up, but it'll be about 57 degrees at kickoff. And that weather update is brought to you by Sullivan's Brewing Company from Ireland and Buffalo, the best ales in the world. Let TRS Heating and Air Conditioning intercept and pay your heating bills this winter season now through January 7th, 2024. Go to WGR550.com and enter for your chance to win $1,200 towards your home heating bills this winter. TRS Heating and Air Conditioning, they treat you as if you were their only customer. A quick update too, Sal Capaccio takes you behind the scenes on every Bills game day during his all-access Facebook Live on WGR's Facebook page. It's presented by Mobile Warming by Field Cheer. Time for a break. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
You're listening to the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Resourceful small business owners know how to get value from the purchases they already make for their businesses each month. That's why the Enhanced American Express Business Gold Card lets you earn up to $395 in annual statement credits on eligible business purchases at select shipping, food delivery, and retail subscription merchants. The Amex Business Gold Card, now smarter and more flexible than ever before. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Enrollment required. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/business gold card.
Dunn Tire is proud to be part of the communities we have served for the last 50 years. And right now, there's no place we'd rather be than right here, still offering the largest selection, best services, and guaranteed lowest prices.
We just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our employees and our loyal customers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Most of all, we couldn't have done it without you. Featuring the full line of Continental tires. Stop into a Dunn Tire today.
That's Mike saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
to go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring at Walmart today.
Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Sports Update.
It is a game day for the Buffalo Bills as they head on the road to take on the LA Chargers. Kickoff is slated for 8 o'clock with Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. This game is a Peacock broadcast, but if you are in the Buffalo area, you can watch it on your local channel 2. 2 players are out for the Bills, including Micah Hyde out again with a neck stinger injury, while wide receiver Justin Shorter out with a hamstring injury. 4 players are listed as questionable, including cornerback Kyer Elam, AJ Epinesa, Ty Johnson, and Daquan Jones. All of those players are questionable. 2 players are out for the Chargers, and they are big ones, wide receiver Keenan Allen and pass rusher Joey Bosa. In about an hour, the NFL will kick off another game this week at 4:30. The Pittsburgh Steelers will be taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. The Athletics' Diana Rossini reports that there is chatter in league circles that the Steelers could consider trading head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been with the Steelers since 2007 and won a Super Bowl in 2008. Seahawks safety Jamal Adams will not play against the Titans tomorrow with a knee injury, but quarterback Geno Smith was removed from the injury report, which means that he will be good to go against the Titans. Patriots tight end Hunter Henry has been downgraded to out with a knee injury against the Broncos. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence has been cleared concussion protocol, so he will make the start in Week 16 over the Bucs. Zach Moss, he is out with a forearm injury, and Eagles wide receiver Devonta Smith returned to practice today and is expected to play for the Eagles. This update is brought to you by Figo Car and Joyce, your board of attorneys. I'm Evan DePasquale for the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
They take pride in their work, and they take pride in showing up on their respective game days and playing. And they got a good team. They do. Anyone else who's trying to talk you out of it is just living in fantasy land. These guys have a great team, and they have amazing talent on their team. And so for us, it'll just be matching that and kind of coming in like we have the last few weeks and just in our preparation and try to come out Saturday and just be as competitive as we can.
That was Bills center Mitch Morse. Welcome back to Buffalo Bills Game Day. It's powered by the BFLO store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. Joe and I getting you ready for the 8 p.m. kick between the Buffalo Bills and the LA Chargers with Chris Brown and Eric Wood calling the play-by-play from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Today's broadcast is presented by Independent Health Well Beyond Insurance. Joe, we talked a lot about the Dolphins and the Cowboys matchup this week. I wanted to ask you, just kind of in reference to maybe this game specifically, but the greater sample size this season and how the Bills have done against elite pass rushers. It's actually quite remarkable how good they've been against the league's best. I mean, last week they completely neutralized their game plan. You could tell was centered around neutralizing and not allowing Micah Parsons to have a giant impact on the game. In fact, he was pretty relevant. He had 2 pressures all game, and it sort of reminds me of their game plan for Max Crosby. They were different earlier in the season when they played the Raiders. They neutralized him as well, and I thought they did a great job, against that Eagles offensive line as well. And, Chris Jones had a couple of plays in that game against the Chiefs. But for the large part this year, the Bills have done a fantastic job with the elite names that are on the defensive line across the league.
Yeah, Max Crosby early in the season. And a lot of that, I think, is a credit to Spencer Brown as well as Deion. I mean, Dawkins has had his best season. I really am wondering if he'll get all-pro votes coming up in a couple of weeks. But Brown, I mean, that's somebody where in the past, pretty easy game plan, right? Hey, if we can get our best pass rusher against Spencer Brown, we're going to make Josh Allen bounce out of the pocket all day long. And teams have tried that, and Spencer Brown has held his own. He's not been as good as Dawkins. He's not been a Pro Bowl level guy. And when he's 6'9", 340, you might think, well, the upside of this guy is like an elite tackle. That's not happened. But he has been very solid, I think, all year long. And a big reason why nobody's really been a hellraiser against this Bills offensive line is there really isn't like a gigantic weak point, right? Like some guys are better than others, but there's no weak link in the chain. Torrance as a rookie has been fine, and Brown on the right edge, those two especially, because the whole right side would have been where you had questions, and it's been pretty rock solid all year long. So I credit that to the offensive line more than I even want to for the scheme, or 12 personnel could come up here because you've run 2 tight ends out there. You might be, chipping guys more often than normal, but I think it's the line. I think everyone on that line has punched above their weight and has also stayed healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they grossly improved over. Listen, I like Ryan Bates. I don't think there's been a huge lift at right guard instead of with Osiris Torrance over him. I think he's got a little bit better strength. Obviously, doesn't have the versatility that Ryan Bates has, but I think where they had the largest improvement was at that left guard position instead of Roger Saffold having Connor McGovern, who I think is a top 10. Top 12 player at his position.
Yep.
He isn't top 5, but he's a damn good player that I think they got for a pretty good deal this offseason. They prioritized the interior part of this offensive line. There's no doubt. They spent premier assets that this team has not spent on the offensive line. They've put a bunch of Band-Aids on this offensive line for a good long time since Brandon Beane is here. It's just been veterans, whether it's Darrell Williams. They got way more from Darrell Williams than I think they thought they were going to get. They re-signed him, and it kind of went poorly. They bumped it down to guard. It didn't look the same. And then they ultimately moved on from him the next offseason, and Spencer Brown took the right tackle position, and Bates was at right guard. And I think that the Roger Saffold improvement from Saffold to McGovern has been maybe the biggest improvement along this offensive line.
I mean, they've had drastic changes. I mean, how many different linemen do we think have played for them in playoff games? Like since Josh Allen's been the quarterback.
2?
2 what?
2 offense.
2 different. How many different? Linemen?
During their playoff season.
Yeah, like have 20 linemen. That's probably too many. But have 10. I mean,
10 to 12. Yeah.
Like John Feliciano started a game for them. I know he started a game for them on the offensive line because there was a Chief playoff game where he got in a fight with a guy at the end of the game. I mean, Quentin Spain did. And you mentioned Darrell Williams. That's certainly true. I mean, there's some Bates probably. They've just the interior is where they've really had a rotating door, and they finally decided to address it. And is it why their run game is more productive than it really ever has been? Probably. Is it why Allen is one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the league? That's one where. That's a combo effort, right? Allen is so hard to bring down. Allen is so good at escaping pressure himself that it kind of almost doesn't matter as much who your offensive linemen are. I mean, it helps, but
Ty and Secchi would have probably started games, right?
Ty and Secchi. That might be right. Ty and Secchi. We're going way back. But not actually, are we even going way back? Like
2020.
Yeah, 2020.
Brian Winters?
No, that can't be right.
Ike Butker? Cody Ford?
All these guys we think started playoff games from that. They could have. And they're at a point now where, hey, this isn't even just right now. Isn't this their offensive line for, 5 years? Maybe Morse isn't a part of the whole thing. But otherwise, Torrance is a rookie, and Brown is on a rookie contract still, and Dawkins, I think we talked about with Sal on our flagship WGR this week, like he's primed to get an extension. And
Spencer Long.
They just signed McGovern. Spencer Long is another one.
I'm just going through some of these.
Yeah,
it's bad.
It's good to know, like they finally have consistency there, and 4 of the 5 guys you can pretty easily imagine being on this team for a while.
I agree. Yeah, that has been. What else would you say? Like, you look at this Bills roster and Brandon Beane and some of the roster building. I think he has spent a long time building on the defensive line, and this feels like the year that maybe he didn't walk away from the defensive line, but he didn't necessarily prioritize it. He prioritized the O-line, and he kind of got it right away. On the defensive side, they've been putting assets in that defensive line, and I think they've been waiting for returns. This year, they wait until June to really address it with Leonard Floyd at, 1 year, $7 million with an $8 million incentive that he did hit by hitting 10 sacks last week. I would be willing to say that they've gotten big returns this year on the defensive line without Von Miller really, participating in that at all. They've gotten good returns on the investments they've made on the defensive line. But especially if you want to consider Ed Oliver being in a reinvestment because they signed him to extension, then he subsequently played the best year of his career. Has played the most consistent football week in, down in, week in and week out. It's been fantastic from Ed Oliver. So the offensive and defensive lines, I think, have been the 2 areas of the most improvement of this team. And I think it's no coincidence that we feel the way we feel about them right now. Now, I know the beginning parts of the season weren't always pretty, but going into this time of year, going into December, watching what we watched last week against a team like the Dallas Cowboys, I don't think it's a coincidence. We feel confident about this team moving into December and into January because the offensive defensive line, the trenches, are maybe the best they've been since Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott have been here.
Yep. Versus the skill positions. I mean, the safeties are at the worst state that they've really ever been. And the receiver position, is it also right to say, though, if I said the wide receiver position, is it the weakest state it's ever been with Josh Allen as the quarterback?
I don't know about
let me stop there. Not the rookie season Allen
was
had,
really
they were
bad.
way worse.
But playoff era Josh.
Yeah. John Brown, Cole Beasley, and Zay Jones was that first year, right?
Last
Jones maybe left
year
early.
felt like maybe it was a little worse, no?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's comparable, isn't it? I mean,
It's certainly comparable. They didn't get that much better.
Shakir's giving them more, but Davis is giving them less.
Significantly less. So that might be a wash.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
And you're getting less, I think, from Hardy than you were from Isaiah McKenzie.
Yeah, and I shouldn't say it's every position because running back, they're getting more from
Way more. They're getting way
than
more out of the running back.
Ever.
And it's funny, too, because you watch Devin Singletary he's had the best year of his career in Houston.
Isn't that kind of funny that
I can't tell you I miss him at all.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of funny that while James Cook is, what is he? Is he second or third in the league in scrimmage yards?
Third.
Behind McCaffrey and ETN maybe?
Yeah.
Or
ETN, yeah.
might be Kyron was missed games.
Yeah, but he's and it's just rushing really.
So while James Cook is having this Pro Bowl level season, you mentioned it. Devin Singletary's maybe having his best year of his career in Houston, and definitively Zach Moss is having the best year of his career in Indianapolis. And it's like, that doesn't matter. We're good. James Cook's doing fine. Ty Johnson, by the way, the ultimate example of running backs don't matter and you don't have to spend anything on them. Where'd that guy come from? Practice squad in the preseason, and he's fine. He's good, right? He's fast. That's all I need. So, hey, there are big differences on this Bills offense last year to this year. And listen, they haven't all gone great. I mean, they are still fighting to make the playoffs. There are reasons for that. And I do think coaching is a part of the reason why they are in this spot, having to claw and fight their way in. But I wouldn't want to completely absolve management for the roster that they've built. I think the wide receiver position, that being, a lot of inaction over the last couple of years with that position, is a big reason why they are still clawing and fighting to have to make the playoffs here. Where you can't misstep. Like tonight's game,
no missteps.
They're a huge favorite. They should dominate this game. You can't mess up. It's a must win.
Isn't it funny? Do you remember when we used to talk about the Bills winning pretty and
style points?
Yeah. And how a lot of people would call in and say, well, that's not true. You just win by any means necessary. And yeah,
it's like the Bills have sucked us all down in the same spot where they're not letting you say anymore, well, I would like to see them win by 40. No one's allowed to say that anymore because they've made the margin for error so tiny that you have to say I would take a win no matter what. You have to. You'd sound insane if you said anything otherwise, right?
Yeah. You would sound pretty insane, yeah. 803-0550. Let's go to the phones really quick. Get to Dale and Alden. Dale, you're on Buffalo Bills Game Day. Welcome.
Hey, thanks, fellas. I've been around a little longer than you guys. Not all the way to the AFL, but I am an old AFL fan, and just thinking about how much things have changed. It's not the San Diego, California Chargers. It's the Los Angeles, California Chargers, and it's not, games on at 1 on Channel 4 or games on at 4 on Channel 2. It's, set your streamer to Peacock TV or Peacock TV. Sorry, I didn't mean to say Poopcock on the radio, but just, reflecting on, how much things have changed. I do think they're going to come out with a victory tonight. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Dale.
I mean, I like Peacock.
Generally speaking, or?
Yeah, generally. I mean, there's good shows on there. Yellowstone is on Peacock. You watch Yellowstone with
No.
Kevin Costner?
No, I don't watch Yellowstone.
I actually haven't watched it yet either, but it's on my list. I got to make it through Ozark first.
Is Ozark on Peacock?
No, it's on Netflix. You get the Premier League on Peacock. You get The Office and Parks and Rec on
Those
Peacock.
are important ones. Those are important.
Those are the I would say Peacock has two of the most rewatchable shows out there. And now they have football.
I mean,
I watch Sunday Night Football on Peacock every week.
I just watch it.
It's because you know what? ESPN is like weird. Like they don't always let you. If you have ESPN Plus, you can't just watch Monday Night Football. You have to also have a cable subscription for ESPN. Versus Peacock, like they don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care if you have cable. You have Peacock. You're already giving us
good to
money.
go.
Yeah, here you go. Here's Vikings and Bears. We don't care. We're not going to hold it away from you. So there will be a lot of well, they're actually losing out though, aren't they? Why did Peacock give the NFL like $50 million before the season to have this game? Because they wanted football fans around the country to go, oh, Saturday night, Justin Herbert and Josh Allen. Oh, sign me up. Wait,
Not
it's
anymore.
where? Peacock? I gotta give them $5. All right, fine though. I'll do it for this game. Instead, it's
so
the week
fast.
of, and everyone's going, wait, what is it? It's Josh Allen versus who? A baseball bat? Well, I'll skip that.
I'm out.
I'll skip it.
I'm out. Quick weather update. 57 degrees for kickoff. 63 right now in Los Angeles. And that is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile. Time for a break. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
You're listening to the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Hey everyone, this is Boomer Esiason here. I know that running your business varies a lot from month to month, and so do your business needs. That's why the Enhanced American...
Mixon into the pile, and it will depend on the spot. Right now, it looks short based on where that far side official comes running in. And we'll see what the official rule is. It is for a foul.
Nice job on that one, running away from Cam Hayward. Hayward moved to the left of the offense, and Mixon fell down to the right, and almost got the first down. You don't have a particularly big quarterback here in Jake Browning, and he's already your backup. I don't know if quarterback sneak is the right answer here. It looks like Zach Taylor's going to let this clock go down, call timeout, and decide what he wants to do.
Take it down to 2:19. Again, Pittsburgh will get the ball to start this second half.
I think Zach Taylor, I think he might be challenging the call. Yep, there's a red flag on his first down.
So they will take another look at it and see if Mixon got enough on that second and third effort to keep this drive going. Held 4 4th and inches here for Cincinnati.
And originally Cincinnati had an extra offensive lineman in. Looked like they were going to have a heavy formation. Now they've substituted out to a more passing-friendly formation. Pittsburgh subbing as well on this 4th and 1 play. They've only run.
Just trying to get things to get healed and just get back on the field as fast as I can.
Did it happen on the interception, or was it before?
It did happen on the interception. I think it was number 64. He ended up landing just directly on top of me, and I had the ball wedged underneath me as well, and it just was unfortunate landing. Yeah, right.
So what are the steps now moving forward to get you back onto the field?
Just to get it to stick so it stops popping and moving, and so once it sticks, I'll be able to rotate and do all those things a little bit better to kind of just reduce that pain through there.
Is that like to have that pop and out? And is it particularly painful for the injury?
When it initially did, it definitely wasn't pleasant. It was real tough to breathe. Couldn't rotate at all. And it's something so small, and the rest of your body feels so good that it just kind of hides itself a little bit, and then you try to rotate or do something, and there it is out of nowhere. So I'm just trying to be careful with it and not make it worse.
How hard is that? I mean, it's sport where everything is being worse all the time.
Yeah, it's tough, and especially it's tough for me to sit and just watch all the time, and so when I get my one rep at the individual and I get to try to go hard, I want to try and test it as much as I can just to give myself confidence to possibly get back out there.
Do you have like a target of when you'd like to be back out there, or is it kind of, you said one day?
Yeah, we're just taking it day to day for now. It's feeling a lot better than it was. I mean, the fact that I was able to be out there and do some practicing today, that's steps in the right direction. So just hopefully keep doing that, and then it'll be back before I know it.
What was it like watching that Cowboys game from the sideline? But like that kind of performance.
It was awesome. It was fun to watch. I would have been a part of it out there, but so much fun to watch those guys do what they do and pick up some momentum and just carry it through the entire game. So I'm proud to watch them get after it and proud to watch the guys go.
Potentially getting Daquan back, what's that like for this defense?
It's so nice to have him back out there. You guys know how much Quan means to us as a D-line, and so having him back, it's just amazing.
Is the moral of the story just return every interception for a touchdown?
That's the goal. Yeah, no, if they try to throw it my way, I'm going to try to tip it up and take it back. Shoot.
All right, that's Bills edge rusher AJ Epinesa from the locker room, and it's brought to you by Reimer Home Services for your HVAC, plumbing, and electric needs. Time for a break. We'll be back in a snap. We'll have Sal Capaccio on the other side to help us preview Bills Chargers. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
Radio Network. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Sports Update.
It is a game day for the Buffalo Bills as they head on the road to take on the LA Chargers.
They take pride in their work, and they take pride in showing up on their respective game days and playing. And they got a good team. They do. Anyone else who's trying to talk you out of it is just living in fantasy land. These guys have a great team, and they have amazing talent on their team. And so for us, it'll just be matching that and kind of coming in like we have the last few weeks and just in our preparation and try to come out Saturday and just be as competitive as we can.
That is Bills center Mitch Morse, who spoke with the media earlier this week. Kickoff is slated for 8 o'clock with Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. It is a Peacock game, but if you are in the Buffalo area, it will be on your local channel too. The Bills have also elevated running back Leonard Fournette from the practice squad, so he will make his debut in a Bills uniform. 2 players are out for the Bills. Micah Hyde again with a neck/stinger injury, and wide receiver Justin Shorter. 4 players are listed as questionable: Kyer Elam, AJ Epinesa, Ty Johnson, and Daquan Jones. 2 players are ruled out for the Chargers, and they are big ones: wide receiver Keenan Allen and pass rusher Joey Bosa. Another game going on in less than a half hour. The Steelers, they'll be taking on the Cincinnati Bengals in Pittsburgh. That'll be at 4:30. Jamar Chase, one of the big inactives for the Bengals, and Mika Fitzpatrick, the big inactive for Pittsburgh. The Athletics' Diana Rossini reports that there is chatter in league circles that the Steelers could consider trading head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been with Pittsburgh since 2007 and won a Super Bowl in 2008. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence has cleared concussion protocol, and he will play against the Bucs. 2 Chiefs wide receivers will be out against the Raiders, including Mecole Hardman and Kadarius Toney. Those 2 will be both out for this game. This update is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joy Show Board of Attorneys. I'm Evan DiPasquale for the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. And coming up next, Sal Capaccio joins Nate and Joe on Bills Game Day.
Ready? Buffalo Bills Game Day on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
All right, here we go. We gotta have a drive. 23 left. 23 left.
It's time for Bills Game Day with Nate Geary. Brought to you by the BFLO Store, official retailer of the Buffalo Bills.
Welcome back to Buffalo Bills Game Day here on WGR. Time now for Bills Game Day, powered by the BFLO Store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. Joe and I getting you ready for the 8 p.m. kick between the Buffalo Bills at the LA Chargers, with Chris Brown and Eric Wood calling the play-by-play from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Today's broadcast is presented by Independent Health, well beyond insurance. So on the Western Hotline now, we bring in our Sal Capaccio, who joins us live from SoFi Stadium. Sal, good afternoon to you. I just want to make sure with the time change I was saying the right thing to you, but good afternoon, Sal.
Yeah, it's still afternoon here. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:05 actually. So it's a beautiful stadium here at SoFi. Obviously, Bills played here last year. My second trip here when they played the Rams last year. You can hear the Chargers drum line on the field like the Bills have their drum line. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's 60 degrees outside. It's a dome stadium, but you have the openings on each end, so you get the fresh air blowing in and out. There's not really any wind. It's going to be a beautiful day and night for football.
Did you make it through Oppenheimer on the way in?
I did. The entire movie. I did.
Wow.
It was great. And I actually, with about an hour left, I'm like, okay, I'm going to kind of relax a little bit. I actually worked on my my preview column a little bit on the plane, and then I said, I don't want to leave it the chance. I got to finish it up. And I watched maybe the last hour or so after that. I did. Fantastic. I liked it.
Nice.
You know, it was a great movie, of course. So, yes, thank you for saying that
Good.
would be a good purchase.
Yes. Yeah, I would have 10 out of 10 recommended.
I would too.
I was a little worried, though, because that was a great movie to watch in the theater, and I was wondering how good it would be on a plane, but Sal's giving the thumbs up.
Well, I would say I'm sure it's better in a theater, right? But
Sure.
as a movie itself, it was still I'm very, very happy that I saw it.
All right, good.
803-0550, the number to call if you want to get your thoughts in with us here. We got Sal Capaccio again joining us live from SoFi Stadium. Sal, let's start with, you know, kind of as we break down and look at this game and look at this Chargers team. I think it's hard to look, Sal, at the stats from this team and sort of where they rank offensively, defensively, and maybe, or if you are taking it, take it with a grain of salt, because obviously a new head coach and, you know, no Justin Herbert at quarterback, and you know, some of the injuries, no Joey Bosa today, obviously, but overall, Sal, with a defensive-minded head coach, are you surprised at how poorly things have gone defensively for this Chargers team all season? And maybe thinking about today, maybe where you believe the Bills will most be able to take advantage of this Chargers defense, especially without Joey Bosa in the lineup?
Well, the Chargers, and my apologies, guys, if you can't hear me, it is loud in here, as you can tell behind me. They're working on the sound system and preparing all the, I guess, for all the Chargers fans that'll be here. We know Bills fans will be taking them over, but maybe that's our way of generating the noise here.
Yeah,
I'm kind of half joking, but I mean, it will be a lot of Bills fans here. So my apologies if you can't hear me. We're trying our best here up in the booth.
We got it.
So you take the rankings for them, like you said, and you know, when the Chargers last year, Brandon Staley, last couple of years been head coach, they just have not had the best defenses, and he's known to be a defensive head coach. Well, they brought in Dan Quinn, not Dan Quinn. I'm sorry, I forget the defensive coordinator's name. But one of the things they wanted to do is they wanted to really be better against the run, and it just hasn't materialized. They're near the second half of the league, bottom half of the league, in run yardage against per play per game. But guys, it's been even worse against the pass. They can't stop anybody in their secondary. this is a game where I think the Bills can be very balanced and just attack in a lot of different ways. I would love to see Josh Allen just go to the air and the Bills put this game, get a very big lead early like they did last week, but with the run game mostly against Dallas. I think you can do the same thing against the passing game here. Now, you have to watch out for Khalil Mack. He's one of the best in the business. They can get after the quarterback. We know Joey Bosa, but there's opportunity in that secondary, guys. They are near bottom of the league, 27th in yards per play against through the pass and 30th in yards per game. So they're giving up chunk plays, chunk yards, and points. And, this is an opportunity to attack and fast track on a turf, good weather. So,
yeah. The defense is, I was pointing this out, and I did an article this morning on, how much worse when you have a franchise quarterback, how bad can it really go? And one way to have it go really poorly, Sal, is you bring in a defensive-minded head coach. You pay, if you look at the three big contracts they gave out, and two of them are good players. I'm not saying they're all bad, but Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, and J.C. Jackson. They gave out over $300 million. $300 million in total value, and they're a bottom five defense pretty much all 3 years that Staley's been there. So basically, their whole formula of, let's get the coach and let's pay money and let's have a good defense so that our offense doesn't have as much pressure on it. Justin Herbert every year has to go out there and score 35 points or else they don't win.
And they still lose a lot.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you talk about wasting a franchise quarterback's rookie contract.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it's about now?
Yeah.
Right? They had Justin Herbert for 4 years on a rookie contract. That's gone, guys. Now he gets paid. He signed the contract. It's huge.
Right.
Like
bigger
this
than
was
Josh
their
Allen's.
window. That's right. So now you have aging players, not good contracts, and you have Justin Herbert who's hurt. He doesn't have any wiggle room financially there with his contract going forward. So yeah, it's gone pretty badly here. But that said, now they get Giff Smith in as the head coach, interim coach. Anytime you have that happen in a season, players rise up a little bit. They feel maybe a little sense of responsibility, sense of pressure, accountability a little bit more to make sure that they can kind of right the ship. And they just got embarrassed, 9 days ago here in this building, or I think that was actually Vegas. I'm sorry. It was in Vegas. But they just got embarrassed on national television against the Raiders, gave up 63 points. And I think they're going to want to come out here and play hard for the new coach, play hard for themselves, and show that that's not who they are. I mean, I expect a more competitive Chargers team today and tonight than we saw against the Raiders. But the Bills are better than the Raiders, and the Bills, to me, still should be able to control this game despite all of that. They just can't give them any life. I think that's where, when you have teams like that, when Antonio Pierce takes over, Jeff Saturday takes over, the longer those teams can stay in the game, the more dangerous they are because they feel like, hey, we're doing something good here and turning this thing around. You can't let that happen.
Yeah. And thinking back, Sal, to I know Bills fans this week, if you bring them a thought of, they should smoke the Chargers because look what they have, they're about to put on the field. Look what they did last week. I think a very natural follow-up will be, but they lost to Zach Wilson's Jets and they lost to the Patriots and they lost to the Broncos and yada, yada, yada. And if you look at some of those games, Sal, where the Bills lost this season in games where everyone thought they should have won, I think it kind of goes to your point here of slow starts, right? And allowing those bad teams to kind of hang around.
100%. And here in this game, dangerous team, like I said, coming off a coaching change. And they had an extra couple days. They played Thursday night. The Bills had a Sunday game that had an emotionally high victory against one of the better teams in the league. They only had a couple days of practice. They had a couple guys. James Cook is sick. They had a couple guys on the injury report. You're flying out to L.A. on a short week. The circumstances in this game totally favor the Chargers, right? All those extenuating circumstances. But if you allow them to stay in the game, that's what's going to really, allow them to have an opportunity. If you get on them early, then you don't do that. Like you said, don't give them that chance. Let them just kind of bury them early. And you're playing Easton Stick, guys. That, to me, that's what this comes down to, which is this is Easton Stick. He actually had good numbers last week. It was like 23 of 35. He wasn't that bad. And I think he's only thrown 57 passes in his entire career, though. To me, Sean McDermott should be dialing up a lot of confusion for Easton Stick, whether that's blitzing or not blitzing. There's an old saying that says you pressure the young ones and you cover the you cover against the veterans. And I get that. But, he's not that young. He just hasn't played much. He's in his 5th year, but he hasn't seen much football. I think the Bills need to confuse him as much as possible today. And that's, to me, the key of making sure they can't make those plays.
Sal, the Bills struggled to win back-to-back and put together really, to me, back-to-back good performances through the middle part of their schedule, which obviously led them to their 6-6, 7-6 record. But then Sal, with the last 2 weeks, I think has really taken a turn for, I don't know, sustainability, like being multiple, being able to run the football, and even when the defense knows you're running the football. But I think, to me, what's most interesting is, obviously Stephon Diggs still leads this team in receptions, and over the last 2 weeks in the 2 games against 2 good defenses, at least coming into this game, was Stephon Diggs. But right behind him, Sal, is not Dalton Kincaid, is not Gabriel Davis, is not Khalil Shakir. It's James Cook with 16 catches, or 16 targets at least, over the last couple of weeks, and over 200 yards receiving, a couple of touchdown catches. Like, where are you with this offense as it stands right now as a passing offense? And I guess, are you okay if the version of this offense where they're spreading the football around, it's not going to just one guy, not going to just Diggs, but it's going to the running game, to the running backs, Ty Johnson and James Cook? Like, is that a sustainable way for them to win and be effective in January and hopefully February?
100%. I mean, that's what you want. You want everybody involved. Now, I do think you need more production from Stephon Diggs. At some point, you're going to have a game where hopefully the Bills don't, if they lose, things could go wrong. But you could see a game where maybe they struggle on offense, they win, or they lose, and you say, well, you know what? Stephon Diggs had, like last week, 4 catches, 40-something yards. You got to have him more involved. You're going to win the game. And I think that's true. Like, that would help you get there. But when these guys are eating like James Cook, it makes the offense more balanced. It makes everybody on the defense have to account for everybody. I think this is a game where Stephon Diggs might be able to have some success. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills get Stephon involved in this game, get him involved early, get him some big plays. If you take it from I guess the best way to relate is take it from a fantasy perspective. The Chargers have given up the 3rd most points in the league this year to wide receivers, right? So defending the wide receiver has been tough for them this year. There are opportunities against that secondary, and I think the Bills, and Stephon Diggs specifically, should be able to take advantage. But look, man, I mean, if you get James Cook going in the first drive and he looks like last week, I don't care. Just keep doing it. Why do you need to throw to Stephon Diggs? Just keep doing what you're doing. Get a lead with the running game, lean on that, and get out of here.
Right. So you might tell a Diggs owner, like me, by the way, for this semifinal fantasy matchup, you don't bench Stephon Diggs, but just, maybe mentally prepare yourself for they don't really have to have him go 10 for 150 yards.
That's right. Like that. Oh, I agree. I wouldn't bench Stephon Diggs. I do think that the Bills will use him, and he has an opportunity here. But, guys, if they're controlling the ball with the running game, I mean, that's the formula. And, we don't have the official word yet from the Bills.
But Leonard Fournette?
Yeah, but it has been reported that Leonard Fournette's going to be elevated. That was from Ian Rappaport. I wouldn't doubt it. They had until 16 minutes ago to file it with the league. That doesn't mean that we have to know right now. Like, when they put it out there, it'll hit the transaction wire. We'll know that. But if Leonard Fournette's playing, if Ty Johnson is out, or even if Leonard Fournette's in, to me, that's an indication where they want to stick to the running game here and, continue to build on what they did last week.
Yeah, Fournette will be interesting if he plays and whether he even gets a role on the field today, Sal. In terms of the big picture, though, I've kind of maybe there's a role for him to carve out of Latavius Murray's workload. I don't know. He's been a veteran in that room all year, so I don't know if they want to do that to Murray. But for the running backs, I've liked this combination since Joe Brady showed up of James Cook and Ty Johnson. They're the 2 fastest players at the position, and I feel like they have a coordinator now that is willing to use that. So I don't have an urge to see them move off of a lot of Cook and Johnson when everybody's healthy.
Yeah, I'm interested, too, in how they make the numbers work. So Ty Johnson's questionable to play in this game with a shoulder injury. The fact that we had the report that Fournette's going to be elevated, I wonder if that just means, listen, let's just not worry about it. We'll get him back next week. Let him heal another week. This is why you have a guy like Leonard Fournette. People have said, you guys have heard it. People have questioned, what about Leonard Fournette? Why is he on the team? Why did they sign him? They're not going to use him. Well, for situations like this, maybe, where, hey, you're a little banged up. You get 3 elevations. There's only 3 games left. They played it. They slow played it. And, oh, by the way, they haven't needed them. they've done a really good job in the run game. Now maybe this is a game where you say, we're going to put him in. He's been here. He knows the playbook. It's been, 7 weeks maybe?
Yeah.
8 weeks he's been here now. And you rest Ty Johnson. Maybe that's the case. Otherwise, you're looking at 4 active running backs. That's a little tough with the numbers. I don't know how you do that because you think about special teams. Leonard Fournette's not playing special teams. Ty Johnson can, right? So I do wonder how that looks with the numbers as well.
How about in terms of the rest of the injury report, Sal, going into this game? You mentioned Johnson, questionable, and we'll see on that front. But otherwise, there's a lot of players on the defensive side of the football that we'll be watching for in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see exactly who's going to be inactive at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. In fact, let me make a note on that in a second, guys. Something interesting.
Pacific time, you mean, right?
3:30
Pacific time.
Sorry, you're right. Man, I keep.
Just want to make sure because it's already past 3:30 Eastern time, so I figured I was right on that.
So I want to tell you this. All right, we get to the stadium here. We get in the radio booth. The PA announcer, apparently, I didn't hear this. The guys in the booth behind me didn't. I know Todd heard it. The PA announcer said the game time's been moved to 8:25 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
I have not heard this officially yet, though.
Okay.
But the PA announcer here in the stadium said 8:25 p.m. Now, the game is scheduled for 8 o'clock p.m. We've been saying it all week. It's literally listed in the NFL. Anything you look at for the official NFL language, everything, broadcasting, everything we've gotten says 8 o'clock with your time for 5 o'clock Pacific time. I'm telling you, when we got here, the PA announcer made an announcement that the game has been pushed to 8:25 p.m., which is 5:25 p.m. Pacific time. So I'm telling you that because we don't have an official word yet here, but if we do, it's a difference. And it's also going to push back the inactive list for a half hour.
Yep.
Everything kind of moves back, the broadcast, the window, all that. I just want everybody to be aware of that. That said, when the inactive list comes out, what are we going to see with A.J. Epinesa? Is he going to be able to play? Will they also make a move with Kyrie Elam being elevated or activated? They do have one open roster spot left. Leonard Fournette can be elevated, but you still have 52 guys in the roster, not 53, because Jordan Phillips was on IR. They can activate Kyrie Elam if they want today. He can play, or he can be activated, be in to the roster, but be inactive for the game. There's a lot of different things to watch out for here. We do know Micah Hyde's not going to play, though.
Just a quick, sorry, you go ahead in 2 seconds. I just want to fit in a quick complaint here that the NFL continues to be the sport where it is 4:20 Eastern time, and we're supposed to be 4 hours away from a game, and we don't actually know what time the game's going to start. Versus like other, like, I don't want to always compare, like, well, soccer does everything better, but we went out for Liverpool Arsenal today. I knew I had to be here at 3 o'clock. I knew to the minute what time that Liverpool Arsenal game was going to start. Like, other sports don't do this, at least to the same degree.
It should be also be, and I'll tell you this, like yeah, like that's the way it normally is, but you're right. Like, it's only because of other games going on sometimes. And I can understand if there's a game going on, they delay it a few minutes.
Sure.
But when you make an announcement a few hours before the game that a half hour has changed, when we've all prepared all week for our broadcasting, for the kickoff, the coaches, like, who knew this? I have no idea who knew this. And by the way, it's not official yet, but they announced it here in the stadium, which is weird.
Wild.
I wanted to, Sal, before I let you go, I wanted to ask you about Austin Eckler. I think he's such an interesting – if you remember earlier this offseason, was kind of the first guy to say, I'm not playing under this current contract. I need a contract extension. He never ended up getting one. He was a part of the group, the Saquon Barkleys and the Josh Jacobs. Those guys, Jacobs ended up signing the franchise tag and playing, but late in the preseason coming back and playing. And then obviously Saquon signs a 1-year deal and gets a little bit more money than the franchise tag would have given him. I'm starting to. I think maybe if you're Eckler, you maybe saw what this season has led for him coming in sort of coming down the pipeline. But Sal, he looks like he has fallen off a cliff. Just in terms of his overall, his speed, his quickness, his vision, he has not looked like the same player. And again, I think it's just part of the conversation around where running backs. Do you pay him? Do you not pay him? And when do you pay him? He's going to be another example of, I guess the Chargers might look at themselves as a little bit lucky they didn't pay him what he was looking for this offseason.
Austin Eckler is only 4 months younger than Leonard Fournette.
Wow. It's crazy.
Wow.
Wow, right? When you think about it?
Yeah. He's just got so many miles, Sal.
He does. So does Leonard Fournette, though, too.
Agreed.
Especially when you go back to college and what he did. And, but this goes to show you, guys, think about Leonard Fournette. He was a free agent for how long? Didn't sign. Finally, the Bills signed him. He hasn't been used. Another team could sign him. Nobody has. Austin Eckler. There really wasn't some sort of market out there where he felt comfortable. There was a lot of noise being made. Hey, as a NFL personnel person told me very recently, running backs age like dog years, which is kind of funny, right? Which is true. You know, you're 28 in the NFL, and running back, you might as well be 40.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I get it. And that's why you look at these guys, and that's why, like, you play 4 years. A lot of times, hey, use them up 4 or 5 years, you go somewhere else. Devin Singletary, Bills did have a problem moving on from him and having James Cook kind of replace him, although he's playing really well in Houston. But this is the life of a running back. And Austin Eckler, to your point of his production too, it has been down. I would wonder, guys, new coach comes in, does his philosophy change and go, look, we got Austin Eckler. He's still really good. I need to get him the ball. Let's do that. Maybe today is a day where they start to get him the ball a little bit, and we'll see how their offensive philosophy changes a little bit. Kellen Moore hasn't been the answer in L.A. I know they're without Justin Herbert, but we'll see. Maybe Austin Eckler gets a little bit more time. Like it's a little bit more of they lean on him a little bit more than they have because the production certainly hasn't been there, but neither have really the opportunities.
Then quickly to wrap here, Sal, just saw the picture you posted on Twitter of the stadium. Yep. Man, I mean, I've never been there. I'd love to go. For you, does it live up to every bit of the hype in the pictures of the spectacle of the just the facility in general?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a complex. It's an entertainment complex. So little like behind the scenes type of stuff. So I said to you all week, Joe, that it's kind of too big for me, right? You couldn't put this in Buffalo. I wouldn't want it in Buffalo. It's just too big, right? Like, we have our cozy stadium. We're getting this new cozy stadium. It's going to be smaller. This is LA. This is great. It's a fantastic stadium. It's beautiful. It's a little too big. And here's an example. So we come in, the bus goes down into the bowels. You can literally drive the bus around the bowels of the stadium. That's how wide the corridors are down there and where the bus is. You're down there. We get off the bus and we're looking for the post-game media room. And I mean, there are doors everywhere. And you can go, you walk around the stadium. There's so many teams who play here and so many visiting teams and so many sports that there's doors for everything. And we're asking people, some of the security didn't even know where that particular room was. Well, it's over there. It's over there. We're walking around. I'm telling you, like, you could have walked into 150 different doors before you got to where you're supposed to go. It's just too much. And again, that's a little example of there's too much there. This is an entertainment complex. There's a lot going on. There's concerts all the time. It's great. It's fantastic. To me, it's a little too big. It's a little confusing. And it's one of these stadiums where we mentioned this with you and Jeremy earlier this week. If you have a ticket for the upper level, which is the 500 level, and you want to go down and visit somebody or hang out for whatever reason in the 200 level, you cannot do that. You must show and screen your ticket as you walk into that corridor to show that you're supposed to be on that level.
Wow. And I do that a lot at like Bills games and Sabre games. Just like, hey, it's halftime.
Right.
You want to go catch up for a minute? I'll meet you down at the 100 level.
Yeah, right.
Can't do that.
Can't do it.
Here.
Wow.
Yep.
I don't like that. But anyways, it sounds like it's still nice.
What's going on in the other games? It started here?
Just started.
Just about to start. It looks like, Sal, the weather is going to be a factor in the Cincinnati and Pittsburgh game. And it almost feels like a crazy take to make, but I don't know. I might prefer weather because Jake Browning's looked pretty good, and Mason Rudolph doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and that was the reason, by the way, that the NFL that the stadium was given. Like when the PA announcer said the game time is being moved to 8:25 Eastern, they apparently said, again, I didn't hear it, but I was told here by people in the Bills broadcast booth. They said because of the other game starting at 1:30. So I'm like, all right, well, at 4:30, I guess, 4:30 Eastern. But even so, guys,
they would be
3.5 hours. Unless it went to overtime, it wouldn't matter. And even then, it wouldn't matter to me.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to quickly point out before we let Sal go, because this is my new tradition with Sal, is all these new recruits that Syracuse are getting.
Oh my! Every segment I've done with Sal in the last 2 weeks.
Who
are they getting now?
They got a 4-star corner. He's a top 20 corner in high school. Another one, and he had Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss as his top 3.
Yep.
And he decided to go to Syracuse.
Yeah, but what happened in the bowl game, right, Sal?
They got
being a jerk, Sal.
I have never. You know what? I have never been more optimistic after a thrashing like that. I don't care. Get rid of this era of football. We're all good. That's a great way to go out and say that's what you used to be.
Yeah.
Now let's see what we can be.
He's just being a hater. He's just being a hater.
No, I will be. Like, the guy playing quarterback for Syracuse was wearing like number 87. Like, you can't take that. I don't know. I can't take that seriously. So looks like they're on the way. All right.
All right, Sal.
I like it a lot. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the game.
Thanks,
Talk to you during the roundtable.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio there on the Wester Hotline helping us preview Bills and Chargers. Bills Game Day, of course, is powered by the BFLO store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. Let TRS Heating and Air Conditioning intercept and pay your heating bills this winter season. Now through January 7th, 2024, go to WGR550.com and enter for your chance to win $1,200 towards your home heating bills this winter. TRS Heating and Air Conditioning, they treat you as if you were their only customer. Time for a break. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
You're listening to the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Resourceful small business.
Since then, the Bengals beat 3 playoff position teams: Jacksonville, Indy, and Minnesota. How about 2 losses for the Steelers to 2-win teams before last week's eventual meltdown in Indianapolis? The Bengals in a 6-spot in the AFC. Now the Steelers on the outside looking in, and they got the start they wanted, but this second half hasn't been a continuation for what we saw the first 2 quarters. We'll see if Mason Rudolph can get his team back on the horse. Rudolph rolls, flips. Darnell Washington makes the grab, and will turn it upfield for 8.
A good decision again by Rudolph. It's a 3-man route. The 2 deeper routes are both covered. Washington is the 3rd choice. He's going to block, and then release. And Rudolph gets him the football.
Cam Sample applied the pressure. Rudolph, I mentioned the records he had at Oklahoma State, winningest quarterback in school history, 32-9 when he started. Inactive the first 12 games of the season. First action last week. Week 16 of 2021. And he won't get there. They stop him in his tracks. Carter came up to kind of level him there and set up 3rd and short.
Nice play on that short yardage play. Remember a week ago against Minnesota, it was a stop on 3rd and 1 and then on 4th and 1. That really were the difference in the ball game. And their win against the Vikings, another opportunity right here.
Steelers have been stellar on 3rd down so far. Head into the night on Christmas Eve at Acrisure Stadium. 3rd and 1. Rudolph looking sideline for Pickens again. He's got it. Drops it in the pocket. Pickens punches back. Touchdown.
So they got to be thinking 4-down territory here. 3rd down and 1, you go for a low percentage throw, but with this guy today, it's not a low percentage throw. Louisiana in coverage, beautiful throw by Rudolph, and nobody in this stadium right now gives a flip whether George Pickens comes or not.
66 yards. He's got 195. And Boswell makes it 31-8. It's been George Pickens tonight. 2 touchdowns, big plays left and right, and he delivers again in front of this home crowd to extend the Steeler lead.
Us.
Nothing. We have nothing in common.
I know. We both have seasons.
America's Got Talent is back with a twist. For the first time ever, the judges go head-to-head. Whose dream team will win it all? AGT Fantasy League, January 1st on NBC and Peacock. Talk about talent. This is the 21st annual Gingerbread House Display Competition at the City County Building in downtown Pittsburgh. Look at the detail. And that's what George Pickens has delivered today. Major details and major highlights for this Pittsburgh offense. Got 195 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the Steelers back up like 23 points.
Well, let's take a look at the Walmart Plus 4K Scotty Cam. Both interceptions for Jake Browning caused by pressure, specifically Alex Highsmith. This time he faked the right tackle, left tackle looked inside. Browning got away with this kind of a play last week against Minnesota, not today. Second time, he beats the tight end. The tackle has no chance coming out. Browning throws it up for grabs again. 2 times, 2 interceptions caused by Alex Highsmith. Feels like it's going to make a difference in this game. Mountain pressure, and Watt bats it down. T.J. Watt lives in your backfield. Well, just 4 rushes, Jerry Williams, the right tackle, gets all the way into the backfield, and he does this as well as anybody, too. Knocks the ball in the line of scrimmage. Here's Highsmith working on the other side against Orlando Brown, and these 2 guys are a nightmare when you're behind like this on the scoreboard and you can't run the football. Back to the air, over the middle, back to Higgins.
Buffalo Bills Radio Network Sports Update.
It is a game day for the Buffalo Bills heading on the road, taking on the LA Chargers at SoFi Stadium.
I mean, I'm excited whoever we go against. I feel like we have the best team in the NFL, and I'm confident in all the guys that I'm with. So when it comes to seeing what we could do against each team, I'm confident in, our run game or pass game.
This Bills wide receiver Gabriel Davis spoke with the media earlier this week. Kickoff is slated for 8 o'clock with Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. It is a Peacock exclusive game, but if you are in the Buffalo area, that game will be on your local channel too. And now official, the Bills have elevated running back Leonard Fournette from the practice squad that just coming in from the Bills a couple minutes ago. First reported from NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. 2 players are ruled out for the Bills, including safety Micah Hyde with a neck/stinger and wide receiver Justin Shorter with a hamstring injury. 4 players are listed as questionable, including cornerback Kyer Elam, pass rusher A.J. Epinesa, running back Ty Johnson, and defensive tackle Daquan Jones. 2 players are ruled out for the Chargers, and they are big. Wide receiver Keenan Allen and pass rusher Joey Bosa. Another game that just kicked off. It is scoreless right now between the Steelers and the Bengals. We will keep you updated on the score throughout pregame. The Athletics' Diana Rossini has reported that there is chatter in league circles that the Steelers could consider trading head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been with the Steelers since 2007 and winning Super Bowl 43 in 2008. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence has cleared concussion protocol and will play against the Bucs. And a report from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, Will Levis is not expected to play against the Seahawks, and it appears that Ryan Tannehill will make the start. This update is brought to you by Figo Car and Joyce Shore Board of Attorneys. I'm Evan DePasquale for the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
They run a similar offense to the team that we played last week. So, I think, we're taking some of the concepts and stuff that we saw last week and expecting, to see some of those show up in this game. So I would say similar styles. They might have, a few different wrinkles here and there, but definitely similar styles.
That's Bills linebacker Terrell Bernard. This Bills Game Day is powered by the BFLO store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. A reminder to be listening for the ECMC halftime show, ECMC Go, where the Bills go. I'll be recapping the key moments of the first half and bringing you up to date in the Skyworks stats of the game. Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. Let's go to the phones at 803-0550. Corey in Rochester, you're on Buffalo Bills Game Day. Welcome, Corey.
Hey, thanks for having me again, guys. I want to start out saying keep playing ground pound football, because ground pound football will make this team get to the playoffs. On defense, I want to say without Micah Hyde, I don't know how that secondary will look today, but I obviously want to say having Jordan Poyer back there will be a good thing. I think Christian Benford will get an interception today. I think Douglas will get an interception today. I think the Bills today will have the win 34-7 over the Chargers.
Thanks for the call, Corey. I like him bringing up Christian Benford. I think we should talk more about Christian Benford, generally speaking.
There are some of those graphs of like cornerback.
He's always in the good
prevent
ones.
separation versus percent targeted, and he's like in the top right, like where all the really good ones are. So I don't see him. Hey, here's a good sign. I don't feel like we talk about him at all, and he's a cornerback. So that's usually a pretty good thing, right?
Yeah.
Like there's no reason for me to think in the future they need to rush Tre'Davious White back. I mean, Rasul Douglas and Christian Benford as a 1-2 is going perfectly fine. We had the stats last week about number one receivers against the Bills and how, like, all year they've done a great job at preventing all of them. Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, Garrett Wilson. Last week, that would have been CeeDee Lamb, and before the final drive, Lamb had like 30 yards. It was garbage time where he started to pile it up. And today you don't have to really worry about that. Who's the Chargers' number one receiver today? Is it Quentin Johnson?
It is either Quentin Johnson or Palmer.
Yeah, I would imagine the Bills have two corners now that can shut down both receivers. So, yeah, I like Benford a lot. And in terms of the ground and pound, I think you probably can just do that today and be perfectly fine, right? You run Ty Johnson if he's active. You run Cook. Your offensive line's better than their defensive line, and you shouldn't need – I don't think the Bills should need to throw the ball more than like 25 times in this game.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry to bring up. It's just Jeremy just quote tweeted this. Pro Football Talk reporting Aaron Rodgers was opposed to returning to the 53-man roster if it meant displacing someone else. He eventually agreed. The Jets' number one defense benefited from it on Friday with Rodgers running the scout team offense during the spirited practice.
Why are we covering it?
Did Aaron Rodgers write that brief himself and just give it to Florio and he just reported it? It's like Jeremy says, like he tried to be the good guy, but the team wouldn't let him. That's just the new level. It's amazing.
I'm kind of mad you brought this up. Why? He's got every reporter in the country on speed dial, just ready to get his name back. 4:30. Hey guys, there's a football game. Oh, I got to get in there. I need people talking about me. Don't pay attention to Steelers and Bengals. I need to be just go away, Aaron Rodgers. Please.
He refuses. 803-0550 is your number to call. So we talked about Christian Benford. Let's for a second talk about Taron Johnson, who I think has had a really up and down season, and yet it feels like maybe it's one of the best seasons he's had. And I find it, I think, really interesting because, there was that stretch of games, really the Broncos game and the Giants game where, he was picked on and had a couple of tough penalties, but it seems like he is one of those corners that is the prototypical mentors, really good corners in the league because they're, especially slot corners, there just are too many passes. The rules favor offenses and wide receivers too often for these corners not to get beat sometimes. Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed, they get beat a lot too. You just hear about all the plays that they're shutting people down on. But like Joe, I think Taron Johnson, for some of the ups and downs this season, is maybe having his best season as a Bill, and that says a lot because I think he's played really consistent football since the start of his career.
He has been targeted though more often than in the past. No, like there are plays late in games where that's who opponents have been choosing to go after. That hasn't necessarily always worked for the other team. I mean, it worked for New England, right, with Mike Gesicki, but and maybe it should have worked for the Giants, but it didn't because they threw it up to Darren Waller. I think he's part of a good Bills secondary, and he's someone that I don't really have many questions about when there's a lot of guys in the Bills secondary where I have questions. Like Taron Johnson, just stable, steady. You put him in there, you kind of know what you're going to get. And that has been the case for every position in the Bills secondary up until this point this year. And now, I have questions about safety, don't I? And I did have questions about cornerback earlier in the year on the outside, but not necessarily as of late. So yeah, I don't have any worries about Johnson going into a game like this or going into the next couple. It also is funny. He's kind of staved off the idea of like a big nickel package where he would come off the field and Taylor Rapp, right, would go in with two linebackers. That hasn't been what the Bills have done at all. Johnson stayed on the field, and when they do go three safeties, Johnson's not the one coming off the field. It's a linebacker that's been coming off the field.
The other guy, too, that I think is worthwhile and worth talking about on this defense is Jordan Poyer, because he's another guy that I think at times this year has looked really slow. he hasn't really looked like the same player. And I really need George Pickens to score this touchdown. This would be amazing. Please, George Pickens.
He's scoring.
Please, George Pickens.
He's
Let's go, George
scoring.
Pickens.
Good for the Bills, too. Touchdown Steelers.
I love fantasy playoffs, baby.
80
Fantasy
yards.
playoffs, where a guy who hasn't got more than 10 points in a month can get you 15 points on one play.
Excuse me, that was more than 80 yards. That was a 2-play, 92-yard drive for the Steelers to open against the Cincinnati Bengals. Reminder, the Bills' playoff odds go up, I believe it is 7% if the Steelers win this game over the Bengals. And they're up 7-0. And Mason Rudolph coming out swinging early on.
Yeah, nothing like that slant pass to take it 90 yards to make it look good, you know?
That was the that play right there was the Tebow to Demaryius Thomas play.
Yes.
Right.
15 points on one play.
Yeah. Nice. All right. Big start for the Steelers. And big start for Nate's fantasy team. Who's got to the semis with George Pickens in their lineup?
Correct, bud. Correct.
How did that happen?
I got Tyreek Hill.
What percentage of leagues are in the semis that have George Pickens still playing?
Not many. I have George Pickens and Tyler Boyd in my lineup.
Hey, I'm almost as unlikely. I'm in a semi where I have Diggs. And there's not many of those. You were good early in the year with Diggs, and then if you've been starting him lately, it's not been going well. That is a big fantasy question today.
Man, that was an electric factory. I need to take a break because my heart is racing.
So they're not trading him now, George Pickens?
Maybe they're not.
They were mad about him not blocking last week, right?
They were really mad about the receiver not blocking, but he can do that.
I saw Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, former WGR producer here. He posted a video on Twitter the other day kind of campaigning for that Pittsburgh should move on from Deontay Johnson, George Pickens, and Najee Harris, all players that have kind of had effort questions this year. And I loved some of the takeaway to that. Like, imagine the Steelers, but with less talent. Like, yeah, that's their problem. Their problem is, you know, it's that their good players aren't good enough. They have a couple. They do, they don't use. That's the problem.
Steelers. 803-0550. It's time for a break. We'll be back in a snap. It's brought to you by Snapdragon Apples, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills.
You're listening to the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Is the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Welcome back to Buffalo Bills Game Day here on WGR. Bills Game Day is powered by the BFLO store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. Let's go to the locker room so we can hear from Bills left tackle Dion Dawkins. It's brought to you by Reimer Home Services for your HVAC, plumbing, and electric needs.
Sean kind of talked about how a win like that against the Cowboys, you build confidence, but it's also a time to double down. How do you continue to build off of that while not having a letdown going on Talbot?
Well, it's really just knowing the position that we're in and knowing what too much can do to a team. Understanding to use the confidence for ourselves and don't let it take us way overboard. Because just as much as it's a good thing, it could be a bad thing. But with the guys in this room, and the guys in our locker room, we do a good job of keeping everybody on that base floor, which is right where we want to be.
Now, especially that it is, it's very complimentary, but how do you kind of keep the main thing?
Well, keeping the outside noise out is hard. Like when you're still active on social media, like you can't lie about that. Like it's hard, but you just have to understand when to put it down, and take it for what you want to take it for, and then close that door, and then feed off of whatever you grab, because too much is sometimes is too much. So understanding the position of what it can do to you, and we don't want to let anything hurt us, because we understand it's hard to play in this game, and when you're playing against 3 different opponents at one time, it sucks. It's impossible to win.
All right, that is Bills left tackle Dion Dawkins, and that sound from the locker room once again is brought to you by Reimer Home Services for your HVAC, plumbing, and electric needs. I know we talked a little bit last week, Joe, about Dion Dawkins, but a little bit more about the season he's had this year. Maybe I'll fall short of saying he's going to get an All-Pro nod, but it will feel like maybe he's earned an All-Pro nod.
I think he's earned it. I think this has been his best season. He's already been a Pro Bowler. And actually, linemen are typically let's be honest. When fans and or media, a lot of them are evaluating linemen, what do they often like to go to? Reputations, right? Quentin Nelson, I remember as an example of this, was it last year or the year before, where Quentin Nelson had like an injury-plagued, really bad year, and he made the Pro Bowl. And he was dumbfounded by it. Like, he got asked about it, I was like, I don't know what they were doing. I did not deserve it this year. Like, I had a bad year. So it's already built off a little bit of reputation. So you look at Deion Dawkins, and you hear some people that watch him say, well, he's having his best season ever. And then if I'm let's say I'm a voter that votes on All-Pro in Minnesota, and I hear that, and I look at Deion Dawkins and go, well, the guy's already made 3 Pro Bowls, and I hear he's having his best season ever, so yeah, All-Pro vote. Sometimes it's all it takes. So I'm wondering if he will get that All-Pro nomination. And although, like, I'm kind of making a point to where, like, there's not even that true of an evaluation going on to get to that point, it does feel like he's earned it. So if you really were digging in on how well he's played, comparing him to his peers around the league, I still think you would find your way to a place where, oh yeah, no, Deion Dawkins is one of the best 8 tackles in football, the best 6 tackles in football, and yeah, to be All-Pro, one of the best 4 tackles in football. If I were to go to Pro Football Focus's grades right now for overall tackles, where do we think he would rank? Think he would be high on that list?
I would say top 7, probably, yeah.
All right, well, let's look at that's pass blocking specifically. We don't want that. Deion Dawkins this year, he's 17th. Although I'm not taking account for guys that haven't played as much. So he's top 10. If you go to the guys that are like legit starters all year, he's top 10. That means he's in the conversation.
Should be in the conversation.
That means he's close enough to where it could come down to reputation. And again, because he's a name in the league, because he's made Pro Bowls before, I think there's a real shot that he'll get it.
I kind of hope he does. I think he will have earned it. I think he's had one of those seasons this year.
And we talked about it with Sal earlier in the week. Hey, if the Bills want to create some cap space, and they're going to need to during the offseason, like Tre'Davious White, he has 1 year left in his contract. They're not doing that. In fact, he's more likely to be cut than to be extended, of course. And you look at anybody else around, there's not really a lot of extension candidates where you get cap room because you do it. Dawkins is like, put everything you own on it. Yeah, that like he has been great. He is 29 at a position where you can play into your mid-30s, and he's got 1 year left on his deal. Like, that guy is totally getting extended this offseason.
I think I definitely agree with you there. 803-0550. If you're hanging out on hold, we will get to you when we transition over onto the Buffalo Bills radio network. Coming up next with Countdown to Kickoff. But first, Sal Capaccio takes you behind the scenes for every Bills game during his all-access Facebook Live on WGR's Facebook page. It's presented by Mobile Warming by Field Cheer. Stay tuned. Follow today's game for the Coach's Podium with head coach Sean McDermott live during the Bills post-game show. It's brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at northtownauto.com. This Bills game day, of course, is powered by the BFLO store, the official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. On the other side, Joe and I will continue on Countdown to Kickoff on the Buffalo Bills radio network, so don't go anywhere. And again, if you're on hold, stick around. We will get you on Countdown to Kickoff. This is the Buffalo Bills radio network.
You're listening to the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I know that being a small business owner means being ready to adapt and change quickly to meet business needs. That's why the American Express Business Gold Card offers flexible spending capacity that adapts to your business. Plus, access to 24/7 support from a business card specialist trained to help with your business needs. The Amex Business Gold Card, now smarter and more flexible. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms do apply. Learn more at AmericanExpress.com.
He does not secure it, hits the ground, he doesn't survive it. And now the third quarter still has 3 seconds left.
Well, and the reason he had to get rid of this ball is Michael Walker came unblocked on the inside. In the center, ended up blocking one guy. The right tackle was all tied up with TJ Watt, and the quick pressure forced the underneath throw, but it was incomplete anyway.
So they went all the way down to the other side of the field because it's not like one of those where the quarterback is on the 47-yard line and you just move 6 yards the other way. They're in the red zone. They're deep in the red zone. They went all the way to the other side of the field. They were lining up to start the fourth quarter, and then it was announced here they were going to put 3 seconds back on the clock. Everybody walked all the way back to the other side to get McPherson out here for this field goal attempt to end the third.
Maybe it's good for McPherson. He got to keep his legs loose, go back and forth a little bit. I like that. He's been standing over there for a while.
Yeah, Lewis did not attempt that extra point. They went for 2, so get this 35-yard field goal. McPherson continues to produce.
GR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Sports Update.
Just about a few hours away from the Bills kicking off in SoFi Stadium, taking on the LA Chargers.
Again, number one is practice, making sure that we're straining and taking care of all the small details that sometimes get overlooked. That's the fundamentals of the game. You know, that's something Coach McDermott preaches all the time is fundamentals, small security, and mentality. So I think that all kind of wraps up in the same category for me, and I think a lot of guys would feel the same way about that. But again, just lean into the experience that we have.
That is Bills quarterback Josh Allen, who spoke with the media earlier this week. Kickoff is slated for 8 o'clock with Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. It is a Peacock game, but if you are in the Buffalo area, it will be on your local channel, number 2. The Bills have made it official, first reported through Ian Rappaport, that the Bills have elevated running back Leonard Fournette from the practice squad. 2 players are out for the Bills, including Micah Hyde. He is out again with a neck/stinger injury, and wide receiver Justin Shorter with a hamstring. 4 players are listed as questionable for the Bills. Kyer Elam, AJ Epinesa, Ty Johnson, and Daquan Jones are all questionable. 2 players are out for the Chargers, and they're 2 big ones, wide receiver Keenan Allen and pass rusher Joey Bosa. Another game going on in the NFL right now. The Steelers are taking on the Bengals. Right now it is, I believe, at the end of the first quarter, the Steelers are up 7-0, but the Steelers do have the ball, and they are inside the 20-yard line. Scores from around the league are brought to you by the UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The Athletic's Diana Rossini reports that there is chatter in league circles that the Steelers are considering trading head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been with Pittsburgh since 2007 and won the Super Bowl in his second season in 2008. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence, he cleared concussion protocol, so he will play to this weekend against the Bucs. And it is reported from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, Titans quarterback Will Levis is not expected to play against the Seahawks, and it appears that Ryan Tannehill will get the start. This update is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your board of attorneys. I am Evan DePasquale for the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Ready! Buffalo Bills game day on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
All right, here we go. We gotta have a drive. 23 left. 23 left.
It's countdown to kickoff on the Bills Radio Network. Here's your hosts, Nate Geary and Joe DiBiase.
All right, welcome into Countdown to Kickoff here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Nate Geary, Joe DiBiase getting you ready for the 8 p.m. kick between the Buffalo Bills and the LA Chargers, with Chris Brown and Eric Wood calling the play-by-play from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. This hour of Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at northtownkia.com. Let's get a quick check at the LA weather. As noted earlier, a 57-degree night at kickoff for Bills Chargers, a covered stadium, so no precipitation or wind to worry about tonight. And that weather is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile. Time now for the parts needed to pull the game together. It's brought to you by M&M. You pull it, less money for the parts and more money for your car. Joe, I wanted to ask this specific question because I think it's interesting to think about and interesting to talk about. When you consider Joe Brady's vision and the offense, how it's looked over the last couple of weeks, would you say that this Bills version of this offense currently under Joe Brady is better or just different?
I would say it's both. I would definitely be willing to say that it is a better version of their offense. I don't know how you could really argue that it's any different. That it's different in terms of also scripted plays, right? Early in games when you know what your drives are going to look like opening up. That was maybe the biggest problem Ken Dorsey was having in the middle of the season was slow starts, scripted drives weren't producing points. This go around last few weeks and month with Joe Brady, they are getting out ahead and they are doing it right away. And they are utilizing their fastest players on offense, and James Cook is going to be right at the top of that list. They've maintained using Dalton Kincaid until last week when they didn't have to because they were running so well. I just think there is a element of let's call the right plays against this defense versus, well, let's just call the plays that we're usually good at. That's kind of what it felt like Dorsey was doing. I'm going to call this play because we're normally good at it, with no extra thought to, well, this works against this defense and this works against this matchup. And I feel like there's an extra layer of thinking that is going on with Joe Brady. And motion has got to be right near the top of the list, too, on differences between Dorsey and Brady, where Joe Brady showed up and instantly you saw stats that, the first 3 games of the year were that he was the coordinator for, the 3 games they used the most motions in 4 years. Like stats like that were always floating around. They've used Diggs in motion. They've used Reggie Gilliam in motion, right? That power 4 formation that we've talked about. They've just been keeping defenses off balance, giving them a little extra something to think about when they're sending guys in motion pre-snap. And that's what the modern offenses are doing, right? It's what Miami's doing. It's what San Francisco is doing. Why not? What's really the downside of doing it? At the very least, you're making the defense have an extra layer of communication. And you're giving one of your players a head start. They don't have to start from zero to run their route. If that's what the play is, they're already moving, which means they're going to get to a quicker speed. That's why it works in Miami with Tyreek Hill. So motion for me is maybe the most valuable thing that Brady has come in and changed. But I think definitively, yes, they look better. I think they are better on offense with this coordinator versus Ken Dorsey.
The other thing that I noticed too is like in the course of a game, there is a concerted, obvious effort to set plays up.
Yeah. Oh, right. Like
those screen passes, to Stephon Diggs. You're like, all right, stop running that screen pass. It's not working.
It should have resulted in a touchdown. Davis leaked out the backside. It should have been a touchdown. Yeah. And it's funny. That's the most value you're going to get out of that play. Because otherwise, I kind of hate that play otherwise. Like Diggs is not a yak guy. I know he's had some plays this year where that's happened, but the norm for Stephon Diggs is not like you throw it to him short and he's going to make 3 guys
Give
miss.
me Hardy in that spot.
Right. Hardy and Cook are like your only guys really that work for that. So it's not like they have a deep personnel. It almost feels like what Joe Brady would like to do. Go back and watch some of his stuff in Carolina. He loved to do plays like that with Curtis Samuel. Loved using Curtis Samuel in that way. But Curtis Samuel is that type of player. The Bills don't have a Curtis Samuel.
They do not have a Curtis Samuel.
So that's more of an off-season point to be made where, hey, you're seeing the value of calling those dig screens and it's setting up big plays later on. Maybe the ultimate, end goal with a Joe Brady offense is you have a guy like Curtis Samuel on your offense and you call those plays, they're productive, and you still get the benefit of it's going to open something up for me later on.
803-0550, the number to call. That was our pregame huddle, and it was brought to you by M&M. Pull it, less money for the parts, more money for your car. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Patrick in Suffern. Patrick, you are on countdown to kickoff. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much, man.
Morning. Not morning.
It's afternoon.
Way late.
I just want to say that I think that, I've actually been calling in the last couple of weeks, so I have to keep my streak going. I think it's got to do with our luck. But I just want to say that I think we got to really go out there and jump over, just like what you were talking about. The way that Brady's been doing is like not letting us get behind and just taking control in the beginning, not letting them think for 2 seconds that they can beat us.
I would tell you too, Patrick, one of the things that we were just talking about with Ken Dorsey is how much better it feels like this offense has been in the first quarter, starting games faster. When they've gotten the ball, they've walked on the field and scored in their first drive. And I think that matters a lot, frankly. I think making sure that you're getting out to fast starts has been one thing that they can do to help their defense. And regardless of where this defense has been this year, whether it's been really good early in the season, the lull they had in the middle of the season after trying to overcome and understand who they were with the injuries to Milano and DaQuan Jones, or whether it was the defense we've seen over the last really three and a half weeks. The first half in Philadelphia, I thought they really had all the answers against Philly, and they figured some things out in the second half and exposed that Bills defense a little bit. But last week and obviously that Chiefs game, they did great things on the defensive side of the ball. And one of the things you can do to make it a lot easier for your defense, who is a little banged up, who is still trying to find its identity, Joe, is get out to early leads where you don't have to worry about the offense on the other side being two-dimensional, being able to run and throw the football and then set up those throws with play action. So, like, they've been able to get ahead and force other opposing offenses to be one-dimensional. We saw it with Dallas last week, and we saw it quite a bit late in that football game with the Chiefs as well. So I think that's been an important aspect, too, of what the Bills have been doing over the last couple weeks, why we've seen them have more success on defense.
Let's look on the Bills getting out to early leads or, like, going after it a little bit early on. You might go to last week and think, well, you just got to run the ball all day, right? Beginning to end, run the ball and against this Chargers team, and you'll be fine. You'll get out to your early lead. That is not what happened last week against Dallas. The story of that game, it rightfully so, will be the Bills ran the ball all day and Dallas couldn't stop them. But take note of what Joe Brady did early on. And Brady said this, by the way, when he did some media this week, that the game plan was not, hey, we're going to run the ball every single play, and that's what we're going to do to beat the Cowboys. He said more along the lines of, we realized they couldn't stop it, so we're just going to keep calling it until they figure out how to stop it, and they didn't. But how did they get out early against Dallas? They called on their first two touchdown drives, a 12-play 75-yard drive and an 11-play 86-yard drive. In those two drives, the Bills called 11 pass plays. They called 4 the rest of the day. So they didn't come out that way, right? And that, to me, would be the idea against the Chargers is you'll get to your run game. You'll get to a place where, oh, they just can't stop us, and we'll start doing that almost every play. But you don't do that right away. You come out, you unleash Josh Allen, you get up 14-0, and then we can start running the ball. But even that Cowboy game last week, you still saw the hot start, which featured a combo of the run game and, again, 11 called pass plays on the first two drives. They did not just quit passing the ball until they were ahead. And I would imagine today would look something similar. They'll think, okay, we will get back to that ground game against the Chargers, but we're not going to let them off the hook. Like, Josh Allen's going to come out and beat them over the head in the first quarter of the game.
Let's go to Alex in Grand Island. Alex, you are on countdown to kick off. Welcome, Alex.
Hi, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller. So, my biggest thing is I do feel like this is a game where the Bills are supposed to win. My only thing is getting out without any bad ramifications. You know, we don't want to see injuries. We don't want to see anything like that. I say clean game, get out early, but really focus on, you know, keeping the long term in mind. We've been decimated as far as this year goes. So, what do you guys think? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Alex, for sure. Especially this time of year, it feels like you're starting to get healthy. You're getting DaQuan Jones back. You obviously lose Jordan Phillips here for the next couple of weeks. He goes on IR, won't be eligible to return until week 2 or the divisional round of the playoffs. So you're hoping you can play long enough to get him back as well. But getting DaQuan, I think, would be a huge shot in the arm. Yeah, I think you want to get out of this week and next week against the Patriots as well, as healthy as you can be for that week 18 matchup against the Dolphins team, which, by the way, is pretty banged up right now. You've got injuries to Xavier Howard with a groin and hip issue right now. Their entire offensive line, Austin Howard's questionable for tomorrow. They lose Connor Williams for the season. Tyreek's been banged up. Devin Achan's been banged up. So they've been dealing with a lot of issues. They are not getting healthy as we close in on the final couple weeks here of the regular season, where the Bills feel like they're starting to finally gain a little momentum. The luck has been on their side over the last couple of weeks. Again, I think obviously, short of the Jordan Phillips injury last week. But overall, yeah, I agree. I think, thing number one today is get through this game, get the win, try to, stay as healthy as you can. And if you can get Kyle Allen in the fourth quarter, you get Kyle Allen in the fourth quarter.
Ooh. Is there Kyle Allen props?
Under rushing yards?
Can I throw him into my my parlay? No, I want overs. Can I get
you want over rushing yards?
Can I get over 8 snaps for Kyle Allen in this game?
It's possible.
That's probably not a thing they post up there. Can I give one pass attempt for Kyle Allen? The problem is if he goes in, it's typically going to be, in mop-up duty when you're just handing the football off. How are the Chargers going to keep up with that?
It's a good question. There's don't
no
know.
Way, right? There's no way. Listen, there's a thought that has been said repeatedly. New head coach, you're coming off being embarrassed on national TV. They're going to be motivated to not let that happen again. Okay, I can subscribe to that. I'm not sure I care how motivated they are. They don't have talent.
No, they don't.
They don't have talent.
Motivation can get you so far.
Right. Like, I'd be motivated to if you put me on the field against the Bills tonight. I'll be very motivated to not let them score 63 on me. I won't be able to stop them.
I'm motivated to be a millionaire.
How's that going?
It's not going great.
You're closer now, though, than you were a year ago, probably.
That is true.
For most.
I am closer.
I just don't think the Chargers have it in them to keep it close. I like the spread in this game. They can be as motivated as they want. They're starting Easton Stick at quarterback. Quentin Johnston, who has been definitively the worst of the rookie receivers. Not even just the first-round guys, right? Guys that went after him. Tank Dell has been 10 times better than Quentin Johnston. He's dropping easy passes down the field, and he doesn't get open. The Chargers, who am I supposed to be that afraid of?
On the offense, I really don't think anyone. Gerald Everett.
Who, what? He's the third tight end on the Bills?
He might be, yeah.
He might be second. But either way, Josh Palmer is a nice player, but he's not
their number 3 receiver.
In theory, he's their number 3. Right. I'm just not afraid of them at all. There's no player that I go, well, you got to watch out for him today. And that, to me, wants to take the motivation of, well, they don't want to get embarrassed again, kind of throw it to the side and say they probably won't have a choice. It's up to the Bills.
Yep.
How much the Bills want to press the envelope, I think. And I don't want to throw the game out completely. I know the Bills have lost to bad teams, but, man, if they are even on their B game today, I think they should win this game easily.
803-0550. Let's go to John in Rochester. John, you're on Countdown to Kickoff with Nate and Joe. Welcome, John.
Hey, Nate and Joe. Man, where would you rather be than right here, right now? I got to tell you, when the Bills were 6-6, I'm the optimist, but I knew they had a long road ahead. But right now, I haven't followed Las Vegas lately, but right now the Bills should be the number 1 rated team in the NFL. Look at their offense, the running attack, Josh Allen, one of the top quarterbacks in maybe NFL history, and our defense is playing unbelievable. So I don't see how the Bills could not be ranked number 1. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the recency of their success, John, they've played like one of the better teams in the NFL, but I think it's San Francisco, and I don't think it's particularly close with who's in second place.
Well, that's the thing. You want them to be ranked first. I think the point is they should be high. And maybe even if you made it specific, they should be the first place team in the AFC. Well, in power rankings, let's look at the betting market rankings. Those are the ones that Ben Baldwin puts out every week, derived from the spreads. Where do the Bills rank there? They're tied with Baltimore for number 1 in the AFC. I don't think it's disrespectful at all to say they're behind San Francisco. But they're tied for the second best team in the National Football League with Baltimore. And those are the power rankings I trust the most because, again, they're taken from the betting market, really. So I think they're getting plenty of that type of talk, plenty of that type of respect. I think, this was predictive. If they get in, they'll have gone through a gauntlet to do it. They'll have beaten the Cowboys. They'll have beaten the Chiefs. They'll likely have beaten the Dolphins. If the Buffalo Bills show up to the wild card against whoever, wherever, and they have beaten those teams, everybody's going to be picking them to win the Super Bowl. Or at least go to it. Everybody's going to be picking them to win the AFC. They will be definitively the hottest team in the AFC. They will have one of the elite quarterbacks, and there's not many of those that are headed there. They'll have a ground game, which everybody's been begging for. They're actually healthier than a lot of those teams, too. As many injuries they've had none on offense. And defensively, they're getting healthier. Injury-wise, even the Bills are doing pretty well. Knock on wood, that continues. So, to your point, I think that's happening. I think that is happening before our eyes. And if they don't mess up and they get to the playoffs and they beat Miami doing it, everybody's going to be ranking them as the best team in the AFC. Everybody.
I think I agree. Even if they're not, ranked as the best team in the AFC on paper, like where their ranking is, standings-wise, they won't be. But listen, the Jaguars have really fallen since the early part of the season. Last year, they started poorly and ended very well. This year, they started very well and look like they have fallen off a cliff. They've obviously, Trevor Lawrence has been dealing with some injuries, had that ankle injury a couple weeks ago that he ended up playing with, and then concussion this week. So, the Jaguars are a team right now that Calvin Ridley has been up and down. They don't have Christian Kirk, and it shows.
That's a big injury that they sustained.
They sustained a big injury. And ETN in that run game has not been as good.
Their O-line has not played well this year.
And their defense, which started the year really, really good, has tapered off. Josh Allen and kind of no one else, which is what it was last year.
Yeah. Kind of like the Bills' offense at times.
That's right.
It feels
literally
like Josh Allen, no one else.
That's right.
Yeah.
So,
and that's only one of them, but that's a team that's going to have a home playoff game probably. I can imagine that as a matchup for the Bills. Although, what are their odds to be a wild card team? Don't we think if they're getting in, they're getting the Dolphin spot
in the division?
Yeah, like what? There's a lot that has to happen for them to get a wild card. They'd have to.
It's almost more likely they win the division.
Yeah, because they'd have to win the next two, lose to Miami, and get a bunch of help to be a wild card team, which is still possible. I mean, they're getting some right now from Pittsburgh.
They are getting a lot of help from Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah, 14-0, by the way, if you're wondering the score of that game. We're into the second quarter, and Mason Rudolph looks like a legitimate upgrade so far from Mitch Trubisky.
And I feel like that's really super hard.
And even Kenny Pickett.
Yes.
Also, Jalen Warren, if you haven't seen it, the touchdown they scored on the second one, Jalen Warren took a linebacker and blocked him 4 yards.
Wait, so
it
Miles
was insane.
Didn't Miles Jack retire?
Apparently not. That's him right there for the Steelers.
Yeah. Wasn't he on the Steelers and then he retired?
I don't know. Maybe did he come back?
They said he elevated from the practice squad today.
I had that thought about Fournette today, by the way. Was there any element of they promoted him and are going to play him today because they were worried he was going to retire? Pull a Christian Kirksey. I've been practicing for a month with you guys.
I gotta go.
I don't think I'm getting in, so yeah, I think I'm probably going to go here. And the Bills might really value him as we kind of need a fourth running back just in the building. So okay, we'll give you the Charger game because we're going to win it anyway. Could be something there. I just don't think Fournette is like a real plan. I think he's depth to me. That's it.
I agree, but I think like any good backup plan, you want to make sure you start the engine and dry run it a little bit, throw some gas in it, and make sure that it still runs properly.
Yeah, he has a lot of tread on those tires. I mean, Sal brought up the stat that he's 3 months older than Austin Eckler.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, a big reason why Fournette has fallen off, and Jake Browning just threw a horrible interception.
I would take a pick six here.
Here goes the Steelers. They're not going to get in, but they're going to be in the red zone here. So good news more for Pittsburgh. Fournette has so much tread on the tires. That's the thing to look for nowadays for running backs. It's sometimes not even age. It's how many carries you got. Because Leonard Fournette has got like 2,500 touches if you go college plus pro. Because college counts, especially playing the SEC. And I just want to make a quick point here about how Eckler is shot after a couple of years here of a ton of work, and Fournette is shot after a ton of work, and Elliott is shot after a ton of work, and Gurley's out of the league. Like, all these guys are 28 years old.
Yeah.
And they're toast. But remember, all of those guys also got a ton of work in college.
A ton of work, a lot of mileage.
And that counts. Now go look at James Cook. James Cook's having a breakout year, right?
Not a lot of mileage in high school, not a lot of mileage in college.
Nothing in college.
Yeah.
Like, he was not used all that much in college at all. He wasn't used much in his rookie year. If you look at his workload, he's somebody that, it's only year 2, so it's not like we were near this conversation anyway. I do think that a thing teams are going to start looking at is how much did colleges use you up? How much did Nick Saban use up half your career? That's what we see with Najee Harris right now, isn't it? He's only 25. He already looks slow. Because why? Nick Saban forced the ball down his throat 30 times a game.
Yep.
Now, James Cook got 5 touches a game at Georgia. So there's going to be no question for me about his speed, barring injury, for years to come.
Trey Hendrickson looked to be a little shaken up, came off the field there for the Bengals. Right now, the Steelers have the ball inside the red zone, and it looks like they're going to have about a 3rd and 6 remaining here with that worst an opportunity to go up 17-0 over Cincinnati, which feels like it'll probably be the way that the Bengals offense is playing right now, an insurmountable amount.
So they will go, if we get the result we want here, Pittsburgh will be 8-7, the Bengals will be 8-7, the Bills, of course, hopefully after tonight will be
9-7.
9-6. 9-6. And they could they be sitting in a playoff spot by the weekend?
They probably should be. Yeah.
Let's see. They would need Indianapolis and Houston to lose. Indy plays Atlanta, and Houston plays the Browns. Okay, there you go.
Mason Rudolph's going to get some love from his teammates for that one. He just took a shot to convert that first down play inside the red zone. So now you've got first and goal, Pittsburgh, who is looking to make this a 3-score game either way, but a 21-point lead here looks like it would really pretty much put this Bengals team away, especially the way the Steelers defense is playing. They're playing very good Steeler defense, something we haven't seen in which feels like a couple of weeks.
Quick thought on the Chargers tonight. We can maybe get into this a little bit.
We will.
I wrote about this on our website, our flagship website, WGR 550 today. If you've at all uttered the words this season about the Bills, well, it can't get any worse. When you think about a team that has an elite franchise quarterback, the Chargers are proof that it can.
That is right. We'll talk a little bit more, I think, next coming up about the Chargers' future, because I think that's just as interesting conversation, if not more of an interesting conversation, than the conversation about this game, because I just think it's a game right now that's expected to be one-sided.
Sorry, I interrupted, but the Steelers just scored a touchdown, and Mason Rudolph was just screaming in the ear of a Bengals defender, and I'm stunned he didn't get a taunting penalty. Like, he was going after this guy, and they didn't call him.
You just can't point.
It is 21-0.
It is
Steelers
21-0.
over the Bengals.
A lot with 7 minutes left in the second quarter. This is, turning into a blowout. Stay tuned following today's game for the Coach's Podium with head coach Sean McDermott. Live during the Bills postgame show. It's brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at northtownauto.com. On tap next on Countdown to Kickoff, Joe and I are going to take a deeper look at this week's opponent, the LA Chargers. Next on tap is brought to you by Miller Lite, proud partner of the Buffalo Bills. It's Miller time.
You're listening to the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I know that being a small business owner means being ready to adapt and change quickly to meet business needs. That's why the American Express Business Gold Card offers flexible spending capacity that adapts to your business. Plus, access to 24/7 support from a business card specialist trained to help with your business needs. The Amex Business Gold Card, now smarter and more flexible. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms do apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/businessgoldcard.
The fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset you need to own the day. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring at your local retailer today.
Thanks to generous community support, Wounded Warrior Project has helped post 9/11 veterans and their families since 2003. Through no-cost physical and mental health services, legislative advocacy, career assistance, and life skill training, we're there every step of the journey.
It's possible to feel understood, to get support when it's needed most.
And now I know anything is possible.
And we're just getting started. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/discover.
You were sure about opening your small business.
Yes, I was. I finally put my thoughts into action.
So what do you think?
Well, there are some things I'm still not sure about.
Like?
Payroll, benefits.
Luckily, we're sure we can help. Sure Payroll is your online payroll and benefits partner, a team of experts in labor law, tax regulations, and HR. And all of our payroll services are backed by our 100% guarantee. Our online payroll is easy to set up, fast to learn, and runs from your computer or smartphone in minutes. Best of all, we have live US-based support, so you can get help when you need it via chat, email, or phone. And for a limited time, you can get up to 6 months of Sure Payroll for free.
Sure sounds great. What did you say the website is?
I didn't. It's surepayroll.com. Sure Payroll, your partner for sure success. Visit surepayroll.com today. That's surepayroll.com.
Buffalo Bills Radio Network Sports Update.
It is a game day for the Buffalo Bills. They're hitting the road to SoFi Stadium to take on the LA Chargers.
that's what we all expect out of each other. It's no surprise to us to come out with the victory each and every week. The past couple weeks with the wins that we've had, it's no surprise to us. We just have to play our game the way we know how, and things like that will happen, each and every week.
As Bills wide receiver Gabriel Davis, who spoke with the media earlier this week. We will have kickoff for you at 8 o'clock with Chris Brown, Eric Wood, and Sal Capaccio on the call from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. It is a Peacock exclusive broadcast, but if you are in the Buffalo area, you will be able to find it on local channel 2. Report from Ian Rappaport, and it is now reported officially by the Bills. They have elevated running back Leonard Fournette from the practice squad. 2 players are out for the Bills, including Micah Hyde, again with a neck stinger injury, and wide receiver Justin Shorter with a hamstring injury. 4 players are listed as questionable, including quarterback Kyrie Elam, edge rusher A.J. Epinesa, running back Ty Johnson, and defensive tackle Daquan Jones. 2 players are ruled out for the Chargers, and they're 2 big ones, wide receiver Keenan Allen and pass rusher Joey Bosa. Another game going on in the NFL right now. The Steelers, they have a 21-0 lead over the Cincinnati Bengals. That game in the second quarter, while the Bengals are now driving. Scores from around the league are brought to you by the UPS store. Be unstoppable. The Athletic's Diana Rossini has reported that there is chatter in the league circles that the Steelers could consider trading head coach Mike Tomlin. Tomlin has been with the Steelers since 2007 and winning Super Bowl 43 in 2008. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence has cleared concussion protocol and will play against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And report from Jeremy Fowler that Titans quarterback Will Levis is not expected to play against the Seahawks, and it appears that Ryan Tannehill will make the start for the Titans. This update is brought to you by Figo Car and Joy Store Border Attorneys. I'm Evan DePasquale for the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
You talk about December and January football games, weather could be a part of that equation. And to go out there and trust the run game and trust our offensive linemen up front to go get a job done, and they did it so well this last game. That was a really good interior that we faced. So credit to our guys for working hard and communicating well and going out there and executing. But not many teams, I think, can change your game plan like that midway through a game and just attack the run. It's something that was good to see from our guys, and it was good to see Joe just continuing to call on it. And it's something we're going to need down the stretch.
That's Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. Today's broadcast of the Bills and Chargers is presented by, it's presented by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at northtownkia.com. We talked a little bit last segment about this matchup, but I'm kind of interested, Joe, in talking a little bit about the Chargers now, but the Chargers in the future, and quickly going through some of their statistics for this week. It's not good. The Chargers overall on offense, 15th on offense, 11th in the pass, and 27th in rushing. Chargers defense, 29th in total defense, 30th against the pass, and 31st against the run.
So they're not good at anything.
They are bad. They're bad.
Yeah. And they invested, as I mentioned, $300 million in Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, and J.C. Jackson.
Has not worked out thus far.
Plus Brandon Staley is a defensive-minded head coach, and they're one of the worst in football. They have screwed up everything around Justin Herbert. That's why I'll come to Herbert's defense on almost everything. He has got all the arm talent that Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen has. He's definitely not the same as those two, though, because he is not an alien when it comes to mobility and making plays with your feet. He's not horrible in that regard, but he's nowhere near Allen and not even Mahomes, I don't think. So he is lacking there. So, okay, you have a quarterback like that. How should you build around him? You should want a good defense. Haven't done that.
With the defensive-minded head coach, mind you.
So elite arm talent, not as great mobile-wise. What do you want? You want a great offensive line? Nope. And you want speed that gets open down the field.
Don't have that.
So that he can show off the big arm. Nope. Here's a stat for you. There are 3 big investments at wide receiver. $48 million in salary per year to Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, and a first-round pick to Quentin Johnson. You know what their average 40 time was coming into the league?
4.5.
4.59.
Wow.
That's their average 40 time. And the coordinator they had up until this year, Kellen Moore might be a little better for this, was Joe Lombardi, who comes from the Sean Payton tree. And he was the coordinator in New Orleans when Drew Brees was 40 years old.
Yeah. And that's how he treated his franchise quarterback, like he was 40 years old without an arm.
Right. Slants and screens.
And really just dump offs to
right.
Exactly.
So basically, anytime Justin Herbert wanted to show off the big arm he's got, which is his best skill set, he's getting smoked into the ground because they can't protect him, and he's throwing to a guy that's not open because his coordinator doesn't know how to do it, and his receivers aren't fast enough to do it on their own. So to me, like the Chargers are the example of you can have a franchise quarterback, and man, it is really hard to mess it up. And even Brandon Staley, amazingly, probably the worst coach in football, he had a 500 record. Even with Herbert, he had a 500 record. But that is the example of, man, it's not automatic that you're going to be great, because if you mess everything up, then it's going to look like this. And that's what the Chargers are.
And the crazy part is, at first, didn't it kind of feel like they were going to be kind of fun because Brandon Staley just was willing to go for it in every single situation?
Don't get me started on that. That is another thing where the biggest pet peeve I've had is the last 2 seasons when everybody still refers to Brandon Staley as the most aggressive coach in football. So he went in, and I loved him in his first year because he was going for all these 4th downs. He was going for touchdowns. He was trusting his own defense to defend short fields. He wanted 7, and he got crushed for it. And then what happened? He stopped doing it. He became one of the bigger chickens.
He got scared.
Yeah.
He got spooked off of being aggressive.
Right. So what you're left with at Brandon Staley as a coach is, well, the one thing that I thought I had in him that was an advantage was he went for it all the time. He doesn't do that. And he's a defensive guy, right? Oh, well, his defenses are bottom 5 every year. So what was he doing? He's definitely not a raw leader guy. That's firing up the guys.
He was not.
Like, he was not doing anything for that team. One of the worst coaches in recent memory to me in the NFL, because he just provided no value in the last 2 seasons to his team. So I feel for Justin Herbert.
Chargers, man. So let's talk about the future for the Chargers, Joe. I mean, you talked about some of the issues. I think they have a wide receiver. As much as Keenan Allen has been the mainstay in that offense, it feels like you sort of have to move off of Keenan Allen, right? Like you have to let him go in the offseason, let him go sign elsewhere in free agency, and try to get better either through the draft or getting someone younger. They need someone younger with a little bit more foot speed at this point in his career. Listen, Keenan Allen was, wide receiver number 3, number 4 in fantasy this year. I mean, he had another unbelievable season. Yeah. He hasn't necessarily taken the step back I think people thought he was going to take last year. He really missed a lot of the season with the hamstring injury. He missed the first 6 games, then was sporadically in and out of the lineup. Sort of that injury nagged him all year long. And this year he finally walked through the season healthy, played very well. He'll be a free agent that's going to likely get and command money on the market from another team. I think you got to move off Keenan Allen and try to upgrade there with someone younger and faster.
Well, let me ask you. He actually, I thought he was a free agent too. He's not technically, but he's probably going to be because he's a $34 million cap hit.
He's getting cut.
And they would save $25 million by cutting him. They also have Mike Williams, who has a cap hit next year of $32 million, and they would save 20 of that by cutting him. So do they cut both?
I think you might have to.
Do you pick one? If you pick one,
you're picking Keenan Allen.
Yeah, because he's not worth $34 million, but he's at least good. Mike Williams is actually even more injury prone than Allen is, and he's not as good of a player. So
good for Mike Williams getting paid though. He got paid and then got injured, and he doesn't.
I think the answer for them is you move off at least one, if not both of those receivers. You go young. You are going to be really high in the draft. Go get whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr. or one of the other elite young receivers that's coming into the league. Go do that. And if I'm them, I go for Ben Johnson.
If I'm them,
I'm looking for the offensive mind that is going to make sure that Justin Herbert doesn't have to do everything by himself for the rest of his career.
I also think, Joe, if I'm them, I'm looking to trade Joey Bosa and get a first-round pick.
They probably could. What's his? He doesn't he have a monster contract.
Got a pretty big contract, but it's tradable.
Yeah, you'd have to probably eat some of that.
Yeah, they're not going to be good next year.
No, probably not. But
the hope is that 2025 you could be a contender.
But what's good? Good for them is they should be challenging the Chiefs.
And they won't be doing that next year.
No, I think they can make the playoffs. But the goal, that's not even meeting the bar for the Chargers. You have Justin Herbert. He can do everything except, jump over linebackers. You should be challenging Kansas City every year. They are the reason that Mahomes has never played a road playoff game. So, listen, their bar, their expectation should be that. And they're not going to do that next year. Right? They're at least 2 years away, I think, from getting back into that game. But again, they should be in that game. New GM should help too.
New GM should help. 803-0550, the number to call if you want to get your thoughts into Countdown Kickoff. We are going to get you our player profile. We've got the
Linval Joseph.
That's right. Yeah. We've also got the Duntire Roundtable. That's coming up in the next 15 or 20 minutes. But a reminder, for every field goal this season, the Good Feet Store will make a donation to the Evanwood Fund. Join our goal to help chronically ill children and their families right here in our hometown. Today's broadcast of the Bills and Chargers is presented by Independent Health Well Beyond Insurance. And on tap next on Countdown to Kickoff, we'll bring you our look at the quarterback this week, which is Easton Stick. That'll be a fun little thing for us to do. Next on tap is brought to you by Miller Lite, proud partner of the Buffalo Bills. It's Miller time. But before that, let's go to this week's player profile. Bills defensive tackle, Linval Joseph.
You ever wonder about your Buffalo Bills, what they like, what they don't like, where they're from, where they went to school? Well, now you can find out. As Belknap Heating and Cooling presents this player profile. Here's Howard Simon.
Needing help at defensive tackle due to the injury to Daquan Jones, the Bills signed Linval Joseph on November 2nd to beef up their run defense. The 35-year-old Joseph has an extensive NFL resume, which spans 13 seasons and includes a pair of Pro Bowls. The New York Giants draft.
And what I love about they gave him opportunities. This right here, right before the half, throwing it up. If he's going to roll, we're going to give him a chance. But Mike Tomlin talked about in the offseason, you have great, talented players. It's his job as a coach to bring the best out of them, find a way to coach them, and that's what you saw this week with George Pickens. A lot of us wrote him off, and the Steelers continue to count on him as big moments.
Why give him that many opportunities one-on-one is what I want to say to the Cincinnati coaches. At some point, you feel like you got a double, but a great day by Mason Rudolph. Yep, George Pickens telling you he didn't hear the noise, and that offense certainly looked good tonight.
He was outstanding. I really do something when he's isolated. You go to him, you make the decision-making process easy. Rudolph's a veteran guy. He saw the picture. He kept going to him. And George, time and time again, made the plays. Ran for over 100 yards.
2 hours every night. When Joseph got to high school in Florida.
Yeah, well, I think the Bengals defense, we talked about it, right? It's been a lot of big plays all year long. They've led a lot of explosive run plays, a lot of explosive pass plays. But today, the disappointing thing, I think, more than anything, was the offensive side of the Bengals.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. You just heard from Bills defensive tackle Linval Joseph in our player profile. This hour, Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at northtownkia.com. Before we kick things over to Sal Capaccio, Chris Brown, and Eric Wood for the Duntire Roundtable, George Pickens just made an unbelievable catch. Joe, he has 2 catches for 130 yards. He's averaging 65 yards a catch at the moment.
He's a 70-yard catch for 3 for 200.
Receivers are generally speaking divas. That is just what they are.
Uh-huh.
It feels to me that Pickens had been maybe unfairly criticized, mostly because he was angry that his quarterbacks are bad and they don't throw him the football enough. And he might have a really good point.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean,
he's got 2 mouthpieces on, though. That's weird. I've never seen that before.
How is that even possible?
He had a red and a green mouthpiece that were both hanging down. I don't think either of them
like one for the top teeth and one for the bottom teeth?
Like 2 fully separate mouthpieces.
How does he?
I don't think he uses either.
How does he breathe?
Like if you look, you see how they are. It's like he's got little ornaments hanging off of his helmet.
It's got, like Diggs does that.
Yeah.
Diggs has a mouthpiece, but he never wears it. It's always hanging.
He's currently trying to figure out which one he wants to use.
I will never be the guy that calls a receiver a diva for having to put up with terrible quarterback play and never getting the football. Because basically, I mean, it's not a coincidence that the Steelers have had this happen with like every good receiver that they've had, right? Antonio Brown and Chase Claypool and George Pickens and Deontay Johnson. Eventually, hey, Steelers, it's not a receiver problem, it's a you problem. Right. So I would just get a quarterback and a coordinator that can throw him the football.
And Deontay Johnson. Like
Or
he's a good
if you
player
want to come on over to play with Josh Allen next year.
Consider it. Just a quick weather update in LA. 57 degrees is what we're expected to see for kickoff. It is a modified dome. It is a coverage over the top, but you will get real field temperature inside the stadium. Not a lot of wind to speak of tonight. It's not going to be raining there, but you're looking at 57 degrees for kickoff, and that weather update is brought to you by Sullivan's Brewing Company from Ireland and Buffalo, the best ales in the world. Let's spend 1 minute talking about Easton Stick, because that might really all be that's worth like spending about.
He's mobile. He can run. He ran for over 500 yards. I believe it was 3 times at North Dakota State.
He does. There is an arm attached to his body.
Yeah.
He does. He throws the football fine.
North Dakota State. A little bit of a quarterback factory. Huh? Couple NFL quarterbacks coming out of there. Carson Wentz, of course, most notably. Trey Lance.
Don't do much in the NFL.
That's pretty true. Last week, he threw for a lot of yards, 257, 3 touchdowns and a pick, but so much of that was
just when the game was when they were down by 60.
Yeah.
So
there's not really much you could tell. Also, when it comes to turnovers, in 5 quarters of football, 6 quarters of football. I played 2 quarters against Denver the week before. In 6 quarters of football, he has 4 fumbles. So
he wants to put the ball on the ground.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
It is 24-0 Steelers right now over Cincinnati, which is just really perfect. Exactly what the Bills. A great start to the Christmas weekend for Bills, for Bills fans. This was the one that I think I looked at, Joe, and I didn't really give a lot of credence to thinking Pittsburgh was going to be competitive in this game or be able to win this game.
No, me neither.
This is a really good win for the Bills because, A, this helps them if they end up potentially losing one of these final 3 games. They're going to need help. This is one of those games where you're likely going to need the help because Kansas City plays Cincinnati next week. I think Cincinnati is, if they lose this game, it feels like their playoff hopes are pretty much, they're done. So this was a big game for the Bills and just eliminating another team. I don't think the Steelers are going to be able to beat. I think they play Cleveland next week.
Are they going to beat Cleveland next week? I think Flacco is in better shape than a lot of these backup quarterbacks.
Is elite, is what you're saying. You think Flacco is elite?
Of the backup quarterbacks, he is the most elite.
All right, let TRS Heating and Air Conditioning intercept and pay your heating bills this winter season now through January 7th, 2024. Go to WGR550.com to enter for your chance to win $1,200 towards your home heating bills this winter. TRS Heating and Air Conditioning, they treat you as if you were their only customer. On tap next, on Countdown to Kick Off, the Duntire Roundtable with Sal Capaccio, Chris Brown, and Eric Wood. Next on tap is brought to you by Miller Lite, proud partner of the Buffalo Bills. It's Miller time.
This is the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I know that being a small business owner means being ready to adapt and change quickly to meet business needs. That's why the American Express Business Gold Card offers flexible spending capacity that adapts to your business, plus access to 24/7 support from a business.
You look into a camera and you say, I hate yada yada. And I love that this company doesn't have any of that. Do you two know what yada yada is?
Of course.
Do you have an activation fee?
Only when you activate.
How many people do I need to get the best price? Only 4. You shouldn't yada yada that. Because details matter. Yada yada, I'm already in an ad. For Visible. Visible has no activation fees, no need for a family plan, just one line wireless on Verizon's network for $25 a month every month. My boy. What you doing?
I'm locking in my prize picks. I just pick more based on player stats. If I get them right, I win big.
Yeah, like what? I got you. Oh, a black G. If you pick 2 right, you win 3x. Pick 4 right, you win 10x. And if you pick 6 right, you win 25x. It don't get no better than this. Oh, but it does. Because right now, Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
I have one big wish. Family time.
Your wish is my command.
Well, going here is a gift.
For Abaddon on our TV screens. That's what we're in support of.
nothing in this match I'm really mad at, but I do agree with you in the sense of there's a lot more potential here than what we've done.
What trade would you give?
Maybe. We'll see on that one. When does Britt Baker, how do you feel that Nick Wayne's mom has more promo time than Britt Baker in 2022?
I'm waiting for that tweet. I'm waiting for that tweet.
Hey, Britt!
Right.
If you can hear us.
Just ask Adam for a Christmas bonus there, to help you out that fine day.
Right.
But that's. I'm just waiting for her to be on a fucking forklift at this point. I'm waiting for Nick Wayne's mom versus Trent Beretta's mom. I'm waiting for a Stu Karen match.
It's going to be Beth. Beth is going to show up and beat up fucking Nick Wayne's
But
mom.
imagine if you were Beth Phoenix, you could have potentially taken on Rhea Ripley. You would have made it work. That's still at least in the realm of possibility.
Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls Buffalo 98.5 FM.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're here, motherfuckers.
Yeah, what did you do?
Buffalo Bills Radio on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network.
All right, here we go. Here we go. 23 left. 23 left.
Now, with the Dunn Tire Roundtable, here's Sal Capaccio.
We're getting you ready for an 8 p.m. kickoff between the Buffalo Bills at the Los Angeles Chargers with Chris Brown and Eric Wood calling the play-by-play from the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. This hour countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at NorthtownKia.com. My name is Sal Capaccio down here on the SoFi Stadium turf, getting ready for Bills Chargers coming your way. Some players coming out here for a very early pregame warm-up. In the meantime, we have Eric Wood and Chris Brown up in the Northwest Bank broadcast booth. Before we get them, let's get to our LA weather. It's brought to you by Sullivan's Brewing. From Ireland to Buffalo, the best ales in the world. And of course, it doesn't matter what the weather is outside. This is an indoor game. Basically, because the way the stadium is constructed, it is considered a dome, but there are areas where it's actually open at each end of the stadium. The weather will not be an issue here in LA. I mean, obviously it's LA, but outside it has been raining. It has been raining this week, not the last couple of days. It's dried out, some nice weather, mid to low 60s. We should be around that time, around that temperature at kickoff. But obviously, it is a dome stadium, and you do get a little bit of a breeze from each corner, but that shouldn't be enough to impact this game. That's our LA weather update brought to you by Sullivan's Brewing. From Ireland to Buffalo, the best ales in the world. Let's get to the Dunn Tire Roundtable. Chris and Eric up in the booth. It's the Dunn Tire Roundtable brought to you by Dunn Tire, official tire dealer of the Buffalo Bills. Well, guys, I always love to say, hey, as when the schedule came out, LA in December, Miami in January. It's always nice to get these late warm weather games, but to be quite honest with you, it's almost this nice in Buffalo right now, and it's going to be on Christmas Day, like 55 degrees, but we'll take it. Eric and Chris, welcome in. How have you guys enjoyed the little short trip here with the nice weather into Los Angeles?
Well, Eric's been enjoying it more than we have. We just got here yesterday.
Yeah, I spent the last couple of days at Disneyland with the family.
There you go.
I sent them off this morning on flight home, and I'll take the red eye and hopefully get back at a decent time tomorrow on Christmas Eve. But you talked about the weather. We got completely lucky. It was supposed to be an absolute washout in Anaheim, not far from here. And we got extremely lucky with the weather and had a really good time. That was a nice early Christmas present from being Leslie to the kids.
Well, I'm glad you guys can enjoy that as a family. And by the way, to both of you and all of our listeners, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. It is Christmas weekend here in LA and Buffalo and around the world and, of course, around the NFL. That means you got some games going on today, including this one. Another one going on right now. It's very, very big interest to the Buffalo Bills. You have a lot of games tomorrow on Christmas Eve and then even Christmas Day games in the National Football League. Chris, let's start there. What's the update on the Bengals-Steelers game right now? Because obviously that's a very big interest to the Bills and their fans.
Yeah, at the half, it's 24-0 Pittsburgh, so that's certainly good news for Buffalo's playoff prospects because, as we know, Cincinnati has an 8-6 record, and they have the head-to-head tiebreaker over the Bills. So if they lose today and fall to 8-7 and the Bills win, That obviously puts them ahead of them on overall record, and tiebreakers no longer come into play. And the Steelers are getting the job done so far. They just kicked a 50-yard field goal to make it 24-0 right before the half. So hopefully the Steelers at home can finish the job.
And my favorite play from the game so far is Calvin Austin on his touchdown run. Did you see Jalen Warren's block? He absolutely depletes him. And the best part about it is this comes in the wake of George Pickens being picked apart, no pun intended, all week by national media by not blocking down the field. He said, look, I wasn't trying to get my legs run up on the back of and risk injury. So they asked Jalen Warren about it. And he said, well, if it was me, I would have blocked for him. And so he gets a chance to block for one of the wide receivers on a design QB sweep, shuffle pass from the shotgun, and he absolutely annihilates one of the Bengals guys. So I would imagine Mike Tom will have a little bit of fun with that on film tomorrow.
And as Chris and I were watching the game a little bit and talking, George Pickens is having a heck of a game and a nice bounce back after what he went through and what he's having to deal with. Of his own doing, obviously, but he's had a nice game tonight as well, Chris.
Yeah, had the 86-yard catch and run. It was just a quick slant. He got behind the second level of the defense, and he just outraced it to the end zone. And that kind of put a charge in the crowd and really got the Steelers on an early roll, and it kind of carried it through this whole first half. So Bills fans just have to cross their fingers that the Steelers should finish things up in the second half here.
I'm glad we started with that because I want to talk big picture first. Eric, this team is obviously, in a situation where they have to keep winning to make the playoffs. How much, as a player, do you even mind yourself with what's going on around the league, knowing the situation? I mean, you can't be scoreboard watching. Of course, you don't want to do that, but you want to be aware. You want to know your position, your situation. The Bills have kind of dug themselves a bit of a hole here, but how much can you let that even creep into your mind throughout the week? What's going on around the league and where you stand?
Yeah, you're watching it because the future of your team, your playoff hopes are at stake because you truly do not control your own destiny at this point. So you're watching, and you're not being consumed by it. You understand that likely if the Bills take care of business in each of the last 3 games, that they'll be in the playoffs. Miami's got a tough couple games, and some teams play each other down the stretch in the AFC. And so you assume if you win 3 that you're in the playoff probability metrics out there would this week, as they keep saying, survive in advance. Be one of generally when I was Bills are in right now, even when we were trying to watch the scoreboard down in Miami. I know you guys both are familiar with that situation where the Dolphins stadium ops essentially turned off the league scoreboard, so we couldn't watch and see what was happening in that Bengals-Ravens game, and then we got to go back in the locker room and watch it. So, yes, those guys are aware of it, but they're not letting them consume them, especially at this point with 3 weeks to go left in the season.
But, Eric, I will tell you, I was there, and the fans were letting you know. Bills fans were letting you know every step of the way in 2017. Oh, my God, the Bengals this, the Bengals that, the Ravens this. So that was kind of a wild scene that night.
It was, and I remember coming to the bench, and we got up. I wanted 2 scores in the fourth quarter. We got up, and I was walking to the bench, and I wasn't on the field goal unit. I wasn't on the field goal PAT unit. So I'm the only offensive lineman walking down towards that end of the bench. If you're looking at the bench all the way down to the right. So I'm walking the furthest I possibly can from where the touchdown happened. So I'm by myself down there, and I did look into the crowd, and I asked for a score update on that game. So I knew that game was tight, and not that we need to consume our roundtable with 2017 talk, but to me, that was likely going to be Marvin Lewis's last game in Cincinnati, and it ended up being so. And I knew he did get another year. The rumors were that could be his last game, and Marvin was beloved amongst that organization, amongst the players. Now, around town, not always, but the organization and everyone in it absolutely loved him, and I knew that they would go out and fight for him in that last game of the season, even though they were eliminated from the playoffs.
Great time, and obviously with the Bills in this situation, the scoreboard does matter. And the scoreboard here is going to be right on top of us, this big ribbon board. Chris, let's talk about this stadium. I mean, this is the second time for us here covering the Buffalo Bills. I'm assuming it's just your second time. Maybe you've been here for a soccer match for all I know.
No.
What do you think? What do you think about this place?
I mean, it's a showpiece for the NFL. I don't think there's any question about that. And, Stan Kroenke is the guy that, footed the bill for a good portion of it, although there was NFL money as well. But if you talk to people in Los Angeles, they don't talk about it like it's the Rams stadium, because they're technically the hosts. The Chargers are a tenant. They talk about this place as an entertainment venue, which I find very interesting. But maybe that's very LA, I suppose. I'm not out here enough to know, but just talking to people around town and actually some transplants from back east that I know that live out here, this is more of an entertainment venue than a football stadium, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it is. I think if you look it up, it actually says right on its page, like it's an entertainment complex is what it is. They hold a lot of events here, obviously. It's very cavernous, very big, but it's fancy. There's no doubt about that. And if you have a chance to ever come out here, come on, come to the stadium at least to see what it's like. I would say this, though, guys, to wrap this up. I don't think this is right for a city like Buffalo, but it's perfect for LA, right? I mean,
yeah,
we got our cozy, nice place in Buffalo, a new, nice, cozy place coming. This is LA, right? We don't need anything like this in Buffalo, but it's a great spot to watch a game. And of course, you're going to be a lot of Bills fans. In fact, guys, as I stand right now, you can see it from where you are. Lots of red, white, and blue heading down into the lower level behind the Bills bench, especially. Lots of Bills fans. I think you're going to have a lot of Bills contingent here in LA against the Chargers. Bills Chargers coming your way, 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Pacific time kickoff here on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. All right, let's talk about this game specifically. Eric, I'll lean on you on this one last week. What was so good? What went right with the running game last week? A team, the Bills, that just really pounded it at the Cowboys to the tune where they only had to throw the ball from Josh Allen 15 times and still scored 31 points.
Well, we talked about on the roundtable that the Cowboys run as much dime defense as anyone in the NFL. And for a majority of the game, they're running with 3 safeties out there. And if you consider Marquise Bell, their 205-pound linebacker, also a safety, essentially it's 4 safeties. And so I thought that Joe Brady and Aaron Cromer did a great job of designing the run game to go at Marquise Bell. And the way the Cowboys were setting their defense early, we talked about on the broadcast, Chris, they were flipping James Cook, but flipping him late enough that they couldn't adjust their linebackers. So they were running at Marquise Bell for a majority of the game and running away from Micah Parsons. And for most of the game, maybe the best defensive player in football was in a read situation. Do I go after the ball carrier? Do I go after Josh? I'm not even blocked in this play. A lot of times guys like that, they're reading blocks to see how they want to defend the play. Well, you leave him unblocked and he's kind of in no man's land and you run away from him. And the tackles he did make were generally, 7-8 yards down the field. So they did a great job of scripting a game plan to go at the weakness of the Cowboys. And got to give the big boys up front. I thought Spencer Brown played incredible in that game. Yeah. Deion played great again. I mean, when you run the ball for 266 yards, the offensive line is doing something right up front. I got to give credit to the guys on the outside as well, because those big chunk runs do not happen without those guys on the edges, the receivers, tight ends, without them getting blocks. Ty Johnson made some excellent blocks. And I know I'm giving kudos to a majority of the offense, but I also thought Josh Allen got them in the right situations, and they essentially ran 3 plays last week. They ran their tackle trap pull that they love, duo, which looks like inside zone, but it's more double teams at the point of attack without a true read element on the backside of it, and then toss crack. And it just seemed like whether it was Josh Allen or luck of the play call, a lot of times they were getting 2 of those 3 plays, the advantageous play to get to. And I thought it was a masterful job by Joe Brady. I love the way he stuck with the run game when it was working throughout it. And I heard someone this week on a podcast that worked with Joe Brady at LSU, and what he said was when Joe Brady's putting together a game plan, essentially, and talking about their LSU staff, they used to say, we're trying to find Waldo. Where's Waldo? Where's the weakness of the defense? Who are we going to pick on? And that's where you've seen week to week, and it's been a lot of James Cook involvement or running backs, whether it's been on the ground or in the pass game. It's been them attacking the other team's weaknesses, which when you look at the defenses that Joe Brady's gone against in the Jets, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and then last week in the Cowboys, it's been those off-ball linebackers in the middle of the field is who they're trying to pick on. And last week they found that weakness and they completely destructed it.
Yeah, and you'll hear later when we talked to Joe Brady in the pregame, I asked him this week, Sal, I said, how much were you fighting the urge to call a pass play? Because the run game is working so well. And you're like, all right, I've called 3 run plays in a row here. Like, it's time to throw it here. And he resisted that urge. And that's not always easy to do for a coordinator, especially one in an interim situation. So I think you guys will like his answer to see what he said to that.
That's a good tease. How about, Chris, the way that they handle Micah Parsons? Also guys like Max Crosby this year and Sweat and Chase when they played the Commanders. Now here we go again with Khalil Mack on the other side of the field.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, a 15-sack guy is certainly somebody you have to pay attention to. So you wonder, can they put him in the same kind of conflict that they put Micah Parsons in last week? You have to believe that Khalil Mack has been watching film all week and is preparing for that very thing. Does he handle it better than Micah Parsons does? He's a 12-year player. Micah Parsons is a third-year player. It's going to be a little harder to fool Khalil Mack, is my suspicion.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, of course, James Cook game last week, Chris. I mean, he was just a phenomenal player for the Bills, both in the run game and the pass game. Like I said, Bills only had to throw the ball 15 times. Another game here where you could see that, but at the same time, this is a Chargers leaky secondary. They are near the bottom of the league in yards per play and yards per game given up through the air. How do you see this game script maybe going, knowing, hey, you might be able to run against this team. You ran so well last week, but also there's going to be opportunity in the pass game for Josh Allen.
Yeah, I think really Joe Brady's going to have his pick of the litter today. And the reason why is not only because of the big plays that the Chargers back end has given up. I mean, you watch tape, guys, there's a lot of blown coverages, like more than you're used to seeing, even from a bad defense on an NFL team. And then secondarily, since week 10, the Chargers have given up almost 150 yards on the ground per game. So we've got about a 5-week stretch here where their run defense has fallen apart too. So I really think that Joe Brady has the pick of the litter today with the way his team has been executing offensively.